Good. No. Go ahead. Well, good morning, colleagues and fellow Edmontonians listening to our budget discussion. I would like to call this meeting back to order and do the. Just hold on. That at this time, I would like to acknowledge that we meet on the traditional land of Treaty 6 territory and acknowledge the diverse indigenous peoples whose ancestors' footsteps have marked this territory for centuries, such as Cree, Dene, Saulteaux, Blackfoot, and Kotasu, as well as Métis and Inuit, and now settlers from around the world. And I will do a quick roll call. Councillor Wright.
Good morning.
Councillor Knack.
Good morning.
Councillor Principe.
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson.
Good morning.
Councillor Paquette.
Good morning.
Councillor Tang.
Good morning.
Councillor Hamilton.
Good morning.
Councillor Rutherford.
Good morning.
Councillor Salvador.
Good morning.
Councillor Cartmel.
Good morning.
Councillor Rice.
Good morning.
And Councillor Jans.
Good morning.
Good. So we are carrying on into our rest of the amendments to capital, right? I do have a procedural question, Madam Clerk. If council members want to withdraw any of the motions related to operating budget, right? Should we do that now, or should we do that once we are through the capital budget? Because I would like to withdraw my amendment to the police budget.
It would be very helpful to us if we knew if there were to be amendments to be withdrawn, as well as if any councillors still have amendments they would like to make. We would love to know that so we can get prepared for you.
Yeah, so for me, in order to withdraw it, what I need is just make that known and have the seconder consent to it and the council consent to it.
And it doesn't require a motion. If if you're okay with it, and the assembly's okay, that's fine. You can just let us know what amendment you'd like to withdraw, and if anybody else has any other ones, if you could let us know now before we start, that would be very helpful.
Is that okay with the council members?
I consent.
Yeah, okay, cool. All right. So that'll be OP 22.1 will be withdrawn. Okay, cool.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, councillors.
Can we just check, are there any other to be withdrawn or any other
Any
to be
other
made?
amendments to be withdrawn to the operating budget? Yeah.
Yes, I have one. I'll withdraw my amendment OP 15 for the Enterprise Commons SAP software licensing and maintenance. I certainly don't want to come in between staff and their payroll. And I'll look to perhaps put a motion through to audit committee.
Thank you, Councillor Wright, for that.
I would also like to, and I haven't had time to prepare, and maybe I can ask the clerk to help me with the motion that I'm looking at here, is to direct $250,000 to the Alberta Council of Women's Shelters in support of the 5 women's shelters organizations here in Edmonton.
Do you have a funding source off the top of your head?
From the COVID relief?
So one time?
Yeah.
I can work with finance and just chat you that when we have that sorted for you. Thank you.
Good. Any other withdrawals to the amendments? Seeing none, okay, we go into our cap. And we were on, let me find my papers. Too many papers lying around here. And I am so disorganized.
I believe you were going to CP3.
CP3, which is moved by, here it is.
Councillor Hamilton, seconded by Councillor Knack. It's Nature's Wild Backyard, Phase 2.
Councillor Hamilton, can you please read that into the record and introduce the item?
Yes, I'm actually restating the motion. So I'll restate it first, and then I'll explain why I'm restating it and introduce it. So I'm moving that new capital profile 2212-9007 Nature's Wild Backyard Phase 2 be approved with be approved to fund planning and design and delivery of Nature's Wild Backyard Phase 2 project for a total of $50,300,000 with funding from tax-supported debt for $44,900,000 and partnership funding $5,400,000 as follows. In 2022, $2,500,000 from tax-supported debt. In 2023, $14,300,000 from tax-supported debt. 2024, $23,700,000 from tax-supported debt. And 2025, $4,400,000 from tax-supported debt and $5,400,000 from partnership funding. This is subject to executing a contribution agreement with the Valley Zoo Development Society in the amount of $5.4 million. Estimated completion date, December 2025. So I believe Councillor Knack has seconded that. If I may introduce this, I know for a lot of councillors, they may not be familiar with the Nature's Wild Backyard Phase 2 project. So for some background on the project, this is the second half of a renovation that was started in the 2015 to 2018 budget cycle, and part one was completed in 2019. In the 2019 to 2022 budget cycle, this was identified as a top 10 unfunded priority, and it's already been at checkpoint 4. It's at checkpoint 4 for 3 years, so it's tender ready. The original motion was that I had submitted a couple of days ago was to update the tender package in advance of the 22 budget conversations, but one of the funding sources I was pulling from was pay as you go. And as we've seen in the conversations over the last day, a lot of capital asks are going through pay as you go. So, and that put us in a deficit position. It was highly likely that this was going to be again a top capital priority in the 2023 to 26 budget. And so instead of pulling from pay as you go now, what I'm advocating for is that we pull from tax supported debt to do the work that was already going to need to be done. Something that is, and this will free up some of the pay as you go cash for some of the other priorities, capital priorities council has identified. Something that's notable about this project is that it has a $5.4 million commitment of partner funding, and I understand that this money is already in the bank. Similar to Coronation and Lewis Farms, the delay on this project has led to a small increase in the budget, hence the need to do a recosting exercise. So delaying this further will not make the project go away, but actually increase the cost and the necessity. The zoo is currently on a temporary utility connection, and this will create a permanent utility connection which supports the city's climate resilience goals. So in sort of broader notes, why even support the zoo? If you haven't been to the Edmonton Valley Zoo, it's a lot different from when we were kids, where you had a traditional sort of animal menagerie approach. Right now, zoos are about conservation. They're about nature and biology, and they tie into the geographic uniqueness of Edmonton and our region. It's a local river valley amenity and one of the few amenities that's actually open year round, independent of weather conditions. So if you have had young families, you'll see them at the zoo any time of year because it's a great place to visit. And it often gives people the opportunity to see the impacts of climate change, deforestation, and species survival programs up close, and personalizes those really significant global issues for them in their own backyard. So with that, I'm open to questions and thank the Assembly.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton, for that explanation, and we'll go to questions from council members. It's seconded by Councillor Knack, right? Madam Clerk? Yeah.
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Give me 1 second to. Okay.
I don't see any requests to speak to this item, Mr. Mayor. Oh, sorry, I
Yeah,
do.
just told
I
that.
stand corrected.
Yeah. Councillor Rutherford. Sorry. Go ahead. I lost my link here, so go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this question is for the mover. Thank you, Councillor Hamilton, for bringing this forward. As somebody that is not as familiar with this project, could you speak a bit more to how it was, what was the rationale for being one of the top 10 priority projects? In a bit more detail, so that I, as someone, can understand the urgency of this one.
Actually, I might turn it over to Mr. Laughlin because council doesn't set the top 10 priorities, infrastructure growth priorities. That actually is a recommendation that comes from administration. So maybe I'll ask him to elaborate.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton, Councillor Rutherford. At the time, this project was bundled with Phase 1. Big driver behind the project was renewal. This was a component of that. But, so it was a high priority at the time. As a result of the renewal requirements, this has sort of been, for lack of a better phrase, orphaned off. But at the time, it was one of those top priorities. Where it would sit now in terms of comparative priorities, I don't know that. But as Councillor Hamilton said, there's been a commitment from council to advance this. We're at tender ready. It's been on the shelf actually for 4 years. So it goes back to some of the other discussions we've had. If there's a commitment to do this, it's been positioned that way for a number of years.
So it's just for me to get clarity, is it rehab and expansion, or just rehab with like some of those like connecting to the grid and those kind of things?
This portion of it is a bit of both. The first phase was predominantly rehab. This one's a bit of both.
And so what does the proposed expansion look like?
Physically, or?
Yeah, like what kind of things, what elements are in it?
I'll get Mr. Malifsta to provide some details on the scope of this one.
Yeah, thanks, Adam. And if Rob or Roger is on the call too, they might be able to elaborate further as well. But as I've come to understand, there are essentially 4 facilities or structures that would be included in Phase 2 that were imagined as part of the original master plan for the zoo going back approximately 10 years. The 4 exhibits are described to me as an exhibit for under, so animals that would habituate underground, those that are between, those are on the land, and then those that are above in the trees. So essentially those 4 facilities are included as part of this. It also includes the utilities, the permanent utilities, tying back to Phase 1. So when Phase 1 was built, we still have a number of utilities that are running in kind of a temporary state while we were preparing for Phase 2.
Okay, thank you so much.
I could add to that, Councillor. It's Roger Jevna here from Rec Facilities. This is replacing a lot of the infrastructure that was from the original 1959 zoo. So the exhibits that are remaining, many of them we don't have any animals in. They sit empty. And the ones we do use, we have to move the animals into the winter quarters because we can't have year-round use of them. So it does modernize it. It brings about 20 different species with new exhibits in those 4 areas that Mr. Melissa described. So it's removing some of the old infrastructure and upgrading it to current zoo standards. And
Great. And then my last question is for the mover, Councillor Hamilton. If you could just speak to, why this motion was important for you to bring forward and what you've heard from Edmontonians and your constituents about this project.
I think that similar to a lot of projects that we've talked about in this capital update or capital amendment process, a lot of the last 18 months has given people the opportunity to spend more time in their city and understanding the amenities that are local, that you didn't have to leave town for. A lot of what has been done at the zoo reflects, I think, the history of sort of the geographic history of Edmonton, and gives people an opportunity to connect with what's special about here, instead of as I'm sure you experience, you go to zoos and you see animals from other places. This also gives people an opportunity to sort of understand the nature and biology of our area, and that connection is important.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Principe?
My question or concern is that, once again, this seems to be packaged with upgrading as well as adding nature's wild backyard. So, sometimes I would like to see these motions or these amendments separated, so that, because as it stands, I'm not sure if I can support this. I am supportive of upgrading the infrastructure, that I understand, but I'm not sure for $50 million, adding those different elements, I'm not sure if I could be supportive of that without having, a better grasp or a better understanding of what these exhibits are actually going to be.
So in the case of this project, the replacement was actually not a like for like. It was, as Mr. Jevney identified, modernizing and repurposing the space. So to split it up is a bit difficult because it was never intended to be a like for like replacement. And in terms of the spaces and the attraction, they're not attractions, but the activities that are created on the site, I think Mr. Jevney spoke to some of that. The ability for us to split this up in terms of needed replacement versus additions is, again, very difficult because the design has progressed on the basis of this new design. And I don't know, if Roger, you want to add to this?
Yeah, Councillor, the challenge in replacing like-for-like infrastructure here is many of the exhibits were built in the 50s, so they don't meet the current standards. That's why they're not in use now. The Canadian Association of Zoos and Aquariums has different standards for each type of species, and this would bring us to meet those standards so that we can properly care for the animals.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Stevenson?
Just a really quick question as we touch on utilities. Is there incorporation of any green energy or just an approach to the building standards there?
Councillor Stevenson, we're still exploring exactly what we can do there in terms of if there's an opportunity for solar panels at the site. We don't have the answer to that yet. I'm not sure if Jason could add more to that. I know this utility upgrade perhaps would help with that.
So part of the work that we have to do, knowing that the design is now 4 years old, is basically bring the drawings back out and then update them per our current sustainable building policy. So we would be evaluating them within that context. More broadly, the master plan for the zoo does include some LID futures and environmental futures related to the parking lot, which is a future phase of this outside of the this nature's wild backyard. So there are aspects of the master plan that did envision environmental initiatives being integrated into the facility design and the park operations.
So just thinking a bit, thank you for that clarity. Just thinking a bit about the timing of this. So you mentioned that the plans are 4 years old. They'll have to be reviewed to increase the building standards. I'm assuming that there may be a cost implication of those new standards. So just wondering your thoughts in terms of, the commitment of the funding now versus is it sort of a year of rework and then coming back with a more solid budget ask in the 2023-2026 cycle?
The estimate that we provided for this adjustment, Councillor Stevenson, incorporates what we think the design adjustments would need to be. So then it's a question to probably more suited to the mover in terms of we're comfortable with this in terms of being able to advance this project. So then it would just come back to the mover in terms of their appetite for that.
Okay, yeah, no, that's clear. So, this is anticipating those potential additional costs, and it would just allow you to start that rework now instead of having to wait for the commitment of funding next fall. Yeah, that's great, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Tang?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and thank you for the mover for putting this on the table. So the difference from what you had previously was a difference of 2 million of tax. Right? You were going from 3 to 5 million from pay as you go. Oh no, sorry, I'm looking at the wrong. No, I'm not.
So the original motion was to do that design work
Right.
that Mr. Malifster referred to, which was around 3 million. On the basis of restating the motion the councillor has identified for the complete build, which would incorporate essentially the cost associated with that amount, but as introduced, it would be not drawing on pay-as-you-go, it would be using tax-supported debt.
Okay. I'm just looking at the slides that was provided to us yesterday in terms of impact on tax levy through debt servicing, et cetera. What would be the impact or the updated impact?
So Councillor Tang, for the Valley Zoo, if you're funding this with all tax-supported debt, in 2022, it'd be minimal, $35,000 debt servicing estimated. The total annual debt servicing once it's fully built out is around $3.3 million, which is equivalent of around a 0.2% tax increase.
Over?
It starts in 2022 and it builds up until the end of 2026.
Okay. And as a city facility, we fund all capital aspect of the zoo, and we govern the zoo as a council.
Well, actually, this one does have partner funding.
Okay. Can you tell me more?
Yeah, actually, Mr. Jevney probably could, but it's the Zoo Development Society, and they've identified a commitment of $5.4 million. Similar to Coronation, there's a group that is providing additional funding to this project if approved by council.
Okay. I don't think this is the time for that conversation, but just in terms of modernizing our zoo and bringing it to 2022, I think I'll be really interested in kind of how our governance model in general for the zoo compares to other 21st century zoos within other jurisdictions. I mean, I think that's an entirely separate conversation when it comes to this particular project, but I can understand and appreciate that so many projects have been, been put off for quite some time, and that will rack up additional cost for us as a city, both in terms of financial but also social cost. So, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Rice?
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. My question is already answered through other questions. Thank you.
Councillor Rice, Councillor Wright.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I'm just wondering where this would sort of sit in priority-based budgeting.
That's where it's tough for me to answer. We haven't gotten there yet. The criteria for how we would evaluate capital projects is currently underway for the 23 to 26. But when this was brought forward previously, it was identified as a priority for the reasons that I mentioned, that it was renewal driven, which was based on phase one, and as Mr. Jevney has said, modernization based. At the time, council provided the direction to split these into phases, so that's why this one was basically taken to tender ready and then shelved.
I agree with Councillor Tang that I don't know if this is quite the time to be looking at this amount going forward, and maybe it might be better to look at it in the next budget cycle.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Tang, can you take the chair, please?
Sure.
Thank you. So the master plan was approved in 2005, and this project was ready to tender, but was not tendered as part of 2019-2022 budget, right?
That's correct.
So can you give me an explanation if this was a top priority or top 10 priority? What was the reason for not this project to be tendered and not be approved?
I think it was just I would say part of what we're going through now on a larger scale, just available resources, the opportunity to build, the opportunity to phase, to pause, and I think it just council at the time looked at this as something that could be assessed in the future, but provided direction to carry on with the planning and design.
And our city spent money doing phase 2 design, but the life of that design now is probably expired. And if I understand it correctly, then you need to invest more money to do better design or renewed design.
That's correct. So the original amendment identified that work, which was to update the design.
Do you know how much money we spent doing that design that has no longer a shelf life?
I wouldn't say it doesn't have a shelf life, it just needs to be updated, so it's not like starting from scratch. It's bringing it up to the latest standards. In terms of the design efforts, I just have to see if folks have that available. I'm just looking to see if Mr. Livingston
And
has
part of that would, so additional money required to upgrade that design is $3 million.
Yes, that's what we've estimated it.
I think that's my question that I asked earlier on when we were talking about capital budget, that when we do these things in kind of these phases and don't have a long-term commitment, we end up losing not only the time that adds construction costs, but also start losing money on some of the work that we do. So how do we improve that process, that if we are committed doing the design work and we go to these stages from 1 to 2 to 3 to 4, right, which this will take to that 4 checkpoint. At some point, we need to decide earlier on whether we're going to do these projects or not instead of wasting time and resources.
Well, I think part of that is if we're getting commitment from council to carry the project on to beyond checkpoint 3, then for us, that's a signal that there's a commitment to the project. Okay. If there isn't, then I'd strongly advise, and it requires some discipline, that you stop at checkpoint 3.
I think this is something we would have to grapple part of our 4-year budget, because this $3 million will take it to checkpoint 4, right?
It's at checkpoint 4?
It is at checkpoint 4.
It would basically update it at checkpoint 4 because codes change, standards change, council policies change, and the market changes. We need to make sure that we're
So checkpoint 3 is probably the right point where we pause and think whether we want to move forward. But once we move to checkpoint 4, then we need to give a clear direction that this project will happen.
That's correct. And so for administration, when we get approval to go to checkpoint 4, our assumption is that the project will move ahead.
Yeah.
But it still provides council the opportunity to stop.
Of course. Yeah, it does.
And the part of the reason to go to checkpoint 4, Mayor Sohi, is you get greater certainty around scope, schedule, and budget. But if that sits for 4 years, you lose that certainty around scope, schedule, and budget.
Now, I'm a big fan of the zoo. It's an absolute asset, and we need to upgrade the infrastructure. We need to implement it. But I'm kind of torn in a way that because it did not happen in the last budget, now we are expediting then without actually doing in-depth analysis part of the 4-year capital budget. So I that's where kind of even though I absolutely get it that we should have done it 2015 or 2020-22 budget in that cycle, be based on where we were on the checkpoint stage. So without having a benefit of comparing this with other projects as well. So I would absolutely look forward to listening to the rest of the conversation. Also, Councillor Hamilton on rationale why this be prioritized, knowing all the back history of it. So I'll take the chair back. And I'll go to Councillor Rutherford. Sorry, Councillor Salvador, yeah.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So I just wanted some clarity on the, was it 5.4 million from the Valley Zoo Development Society? Is there, a time limit or parameters around how long that's going to be part of this conversation?
Mr. Jevney, can you speak to that?
Yeah, Councillor, the commitment would be to have it funded, all the funds in place before the construction was complete. And that would be the nature of the funding agreement that we'd enter into them. They do have a number of sponsors lined up now, or donors that are lined up now that are eager to contribute to the project. And certainly there would be a risk of losing those donors if we didn't proceed.
Do you have any idea of what that would sort of total to in terms of the potential sponsors and donors that you have lined up?
Sure. The society contributed $600,000 to the design so far for phase 2. They have $1 million in the bank, and then are working to secure the donors for the balance of the $5.4 million.
Gotcha. Okay. Can someone speak to me about just the popularity of the zoo and I guess how that has changed over time and potentially how this project could amplify that or support that?
I can speak to that, Councillor. In 2005, we did the master plan that we're following now. In 2010, our attendance was about 220,000. As we started to implement the changes to the zoo based on that master plan, we're up to over 400,000 is our attendance pre-COVID. And our goal was to get to 500,000. So we think this addition will probably generate another 15% in attendance. So get us somewhere around the 450 range, which is heading up to where we want to be at about 500,000 visitors per year. It's currently the second busiest attraction in the city behind Tales from the Science. Okay, thank you. And then just to the mover, Councillor Hamilton, you mentioned...
Can you just hold on for a minute? Aileen, there's a lot of kind of back and forth here. So I know Councillor Rice has some questions. Maybe if we can go to the back.
Yeah, my apologies for that.
Just because of what's kind of a distraction on this side, just to...
Yeah, that's no problem. We're
please,
happy to go in the back, for sure.
Good, thank you for that. Sorry.
Yeah, sorry, just last question there. To the mover, you mentioned that this project can support climate resilience. I'm wondering if you can just speak to that a little bit more. Is that, do you envision that on sort of the energy efficiency side on the built infrastructure, or are there other elements?
Definitely on the energy infrastructure side and the renewal side, but also, I like so, and that's I'll say the hard utility side. That's the built side. But so much of what happens in terms of climate change that spurs us to action happens, I'm going to say, outside of our everyday experience. You see flooding or natural disasters, deforestation happening in other parts of the world, and it frankly doesn't humanize that for a lot of people. I think when you talk about species survival and when you talk about why some of the animals are need to end up in zoos, for a variety of reasons, we no longer go out and take animals. It's usually because there's an issue there that means they can't remain in their natural habitat. I think it really sort of brings that to the fore for a lot of people, and has those conversations with actual, I'm not going to say people, but actual animals in front of you. Sorry.
Okay, thank you very much for that.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. We need a second round, Councillor Salvador. No, just hold on. Yeah.
Yeah, so moved.
Please, second by?
Second.
Councillor Tang, please vote for the second round.
Yes, Madam Clerk.
Thanks, Councillor Hamilton.
Was moved by Councillor Salvador. What is this? Oh, no, sorry, my mistake. Yes, okay.
Sorry, we just are waiting for Councillor Cartmel.
Yes.
Thank you. We have all the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, now we go to Councillor Rutherford. You are first up, right?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Sohi. So this is a change from what was in the original, substantially more, because we're going to all the way through to build. Ms. Padbury, I know that there was that chart that you showed us in that presentation yesterday, and this was not projected within those visuals that you provided us, correct?
That's correct.
So what impact does this have with regards to the bigger picture of if everything that we've approved and if this was approved as well, what does that look like in terms of that forecasting of our debt load ratio?
So we don't have the chart updated right now, but what I can tell you is the difference between the top line and the middle line, which is where you were prior to this, is $150 million in tax-supported debt. So you would inch closer to that line by $50 million. But you would still be under your tax-supported debt restrictions under the debt management fiscal policy. And we can update that chart, I just can't do it right this minute.
No, that helps, but so if you're saying basically 100 million, if we approve this one, that would be basically what we would have remaining for that 2023-2026 budget cycle in terms of debt supported capital?
No, you would have more than that, because what we did was we averaged out what you've typically approved in tax supported debt, and said if you approved another 150, if you approved that, so that top line was if you approved $150 million a year in each of 2023, 2024, 2025, and 2026.
Okay.
So you would be,
Okay, so
you'd
it's
be
per
closer,
annum.
but not at that red line, if that makes sense. Or sorry, the red line was not the line. I can't remember the color it is.
No,
The top
that's
line.
That's okay, that helps. I'm seeing it in my mind, so it does help. It's just different from what I was anticipating, so. And then my second question is, with this budget that is put up in the motion, if we have to go back and readjust checkpoint 4, is there potential that that budget actually changes? Or is that the budget that it will be?
Well, there's certainly no guarantees, but I would say we're comfortable with that budget number on the basis of the work that we've done to not only develop what it would take to update, but to carry that work out in the project. So I would say we're confident with that number, but again, there's no guarantees, nor is there, I'll just flag for everybody, all of the projects, there are no guarantees. There's still a plus or minus associated with each of these projects from a budget perspective.
But you'd have sort of a sense of what are some of the code changes, the policy changes. So you're saying that, just so I'm clear, you're not foreshadowing with going back and readjusting for checkpoint 4 for tender, that there would be any major policy or code changes that would add substantial financial impact?
No, on the basis of the number that we provided based on the motion or the amendment that's on the floor now, the 50 million, we're comfortable with that number on the basis of how long the design has sat on the shelf to what it would take to get it updated now. Unless there is a change in scope, which would only come based on direction from council. So we're working on the assumption that it's the current scope updated, and we're comfortable with that number.
Okay, and then I'm gonna bring up the L word, which is probably not something we want to talk about, but Lucy's, definitely at getting close to her senior years. And so what does that facility look like? And is there any plan for if we move Lucy, if Lucy passes, what that space is gonna turn into? Is that conceptualized, or would that be a separate project? Like, what is the thought behind that infrastructure? Or subsequently, if she is still here and we're using infrastructure from, outdated, are we concerned about her quality of care based on the infrastructure that we currently have?
Councillor, certainly that planning for Lucy is a work in progress in terms of her current enclosure. A number of years ago, We provided an additional area for her to be exercised, if you will, in terms of the repurposing potentially of that facility. Again, we're still looking at different scenarios for that enclosure. At this point, as you said, she's certainly getting into her senior years, but is hanging in there. I mean, there's no imminent information that we have where she may pass away. So certainly we're doing that work so that we have that plan, but it would be quite separate from this piece.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Stevenson?
Yeah, just following up from the question of the utilization of the zoo, I did notice that the entry fees for the zoo are proposed to drop. Just wondering what the basis of that was and if that is at all related to these works.
Councillor, I'll start off and then pass it to Mr. Givney. We did do some market research and recognized that our fees were maybe going to be increasing beyond what was appropriate for admissions. But we believe if there's a slight reduction as we've proposed in the budget, that from a volume perspective, we'll maintain the revenue targets that are established for 2022.
Great, that's helpful. So we would be doing that drop and feeling that we would have enough volume even without this additional capital investment?
That's correct, Councillor.
Okay, thank you. Well, I've really appreciated this conversation. I might just use my time to speak a bit to it. I think investment in the Valley Zoo is something that I'm really supportive of, but feel that there's no urgency at this point. The plan is on the shelf. It needs to be dusted off, and I think there's value in waiting to do that dusting off until we've had the complete conversation as part of our capital budget conversation planning next year. Thank you.
So just a procedural question on this, right? And if this doesn't pass, right? Then we would not be able to talk about this project for 1 year because this fails, or what is the procedure for? Or Councillor Hamilton would not be able to bring forward anything for 1 year, right? But other councillors can, as part of the capital budget discussions.
So just for clarity, so what's on the floor is moved by a councillor, but it's owned by the whole group. So the whole group's going to make a decision if they want to fund this or not fund this. If they don't want to, if this doesn't pass,
Yeah.
And let's say there's new information that comes up next year regarding partnership funding or something substantially changes, it's possible for council to revisit this.
Oh, I see.
Or if this fails and a councillor wants to pass another amendment related to this project, I have no idea if that's even possible.
What I want to understand is that we want to discuss this. If this fails, we want to discuss this as part of our 4-year capital budget.
That's absolutely in order.
That will be allowed. Okay, got it. Okay, got it.
What the purpose is if this fails,
Yeah.
To pick on Councillor Hamilton, she can't bring this same motion back on January 24th. It's to stop recurring motions from failing, from being put back in front of the Assembly. It's
Good.
not to hamper your
No,
budget discussion.
no, I just needed that clarification because I would absolutely like to have this discussion as part of the 4-year capital budget and how does this compares to rest of the year. So that doesn't take the ability away from this project being part of it. Got it. Cool. Okay, Councillor Paquette.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Mayor. To the mover, how do you feel about what you just heard?
Well, so the reason that I changed the motion from what I had originally proposed, which was $3 million over the next 2 years, was one, to, I think, make for a more sustainable funding source so that a lot of the priorities that we've heard council would like to accomplish, not just this year, but next year, early in the budget, could, it frees up funding. Otherwise, to do that planning and design update, you have to use pay-as-you-go funding, and that can be better deployed if the intention is that you're going to debt finance that anyway. So it allows, I think, a more sustainable funding source rather than that short-term funding that comes with pay-as-you-go.
Okay, so it sounds to me like you were taking the 4-year budget into account when you made the changes.
Yeah, and I recognize that a lot of new council wants to identify their own priorities. This is going to come up as another priority, but it would free up a lot of additional space, especially if you're starting projects new, especially either growth or renewal projects, and they're not yet at checkpoint 2. Then it gives you that space in the back end of the budget, of the 4-year budget, to finish that off.
So I recall in 2019, this was in front of council. It was, and it had been delayed in 2018, 18, yeah, in the fall budget, and so it was back for the spring budget. And at that time, council made a prudent decision. They said, okay, so we've got all of these projects on the floor, and you voluntarily withdrew the motion to hold it in abeyance until the fall budget of 2019. And in the fall budget of 2019, there were rumblings of further provincial cuts, and this weird thing called COVID was starting to rise, and we didn't know what the future of that was. So here we are, these many years later, and we're knock on wood, coming out of COVID. We are absolutely seeing an economic recovery, and you're bringing it forward again for consideration. So, do you want to talk a little bit about that? Because maybe that kind of context would be helpful.
I appreciate your memory, Councillor Paquette. You're absolutely correct. We had talked about this had been deferred from the fall 4-year budget. We brought it back in the spring, and it got punted to the fall. And as we are aware at that time, with the new municipal government funding, the budgets had changed, the MSI allocations had changed, and council at that time was wary of making any capital commitments. I believe that was one of our shortest budgets because nobody wanted to pass any new capital or operating expenditures. So this is a tough project because you have an absolute necessity. You have to update the habitats. You have operating on temporary utilities, which is not sustainable, and it's I'm going to say a Goldilocks project. It's not small enough to sort of take on sort of leftover funding, but not really big enough to sort of for people to rally around, and yet so necessary for the sustainability of the investment that the city has made in this attraction.
Yeah. Just on a councillor inbox note, do you ever get emails from people saying, why can't we have a zoo more like Calgary's?
All the time. And I don't think that's what, if I may sort of go into Mr. Jeffney's territory, I don't think that's what we're trying to do there, but it's very unique to Edmonton in talking about northern climates, in talking about species survival, and having that really human scale approach to conservation.
Yeah, so this gets us closer to conservation, education, provides jobs. It's amenity that people want to see, not just taken care of, but grow. And that's sort of why you're bringing it forward to us today. And also, it's been delayed for so many years.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette and Councillor Hamilton, Councillor Salvador.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I really want to support this, but I'm also hearing around the table, some concerns just around the timing. And just to the mover, I'm just curious, on postponement to really that opportunity to allow it to run through priority-based budgeting. Can you just comment on that? How would you feel about something like that? I can gather how you'd feel, but would that give, I guess, more surety that it's definitely coming back, or what are your thoughts?
I'm not worried about if it's not passed today, it will come back. What I am concerned about is that the longer we put off the project, the more it increases. It actually started, I think, at a much, and I think Mr. Laughlin's identified this. 4 years ago, the profile was much smaller, but because of code changes, because of the increased cost of materials, it continues to climb. So if, you know, my insistence on accomplishing this, I think, is that we have it tender ready. And because of that, you know, further delay might cause the profile to increase more in cost, and yet the necessity doesn't go away. And I absolutely agree with what the mayor is saying in terms of how council has previously advanced things to checkpoint 4 and then just stopped. And we've been in, I would say, pretty exceptional circumstances over the past 4 years. But I agree with him that that's not a sustainable approach to capital, because this is what happens. So absolutely, it could be put off, but I would anticipate and fear, frankly, that it comes back as not only a high priority, but with a higher price tag.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, great. Thank you so much for that.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Rice.
Thank you very much, Councillor Hammond, bring this and to our intention, especially as a new city councillor, and we didn't know what happened in the past. Thanks for that clarification and information and for the history. So I just have a question to administration regarding the process. So I do heard the concern and from my colleagues, councillors, and then so I just want to understand better the principle about the partnership funding. So for other projects, and my colleagues brought up, and in the council for discussion with the fear to lose some funding and from other order of government and from other partnership funding. And for this one, and I know you're not, yeah, I noticed we have partnership funding. So is there any standardized process or including the funding amount, the priorities, how we proceed the project, and then in terms of the lose the funding from partnership?
So the funding is identified in the profile.
Yep.
So it's included on the assumption that it'll be raised. In terms of what happens if the project doesn't proceed, I defer to Mr. Jevney on the outcome of that with the Development Society.
Yeah, so there isn't a set amount the partners need to contribute. The society is a separate organization that dedicated itself to fundraising for projects at the zoo. They've looked at their capacity, they've looked at their donors, and they feel $6 million it was reasonable. So that's where that number came from. If it doesn't proceed, then obviously their donors will look elsewhere to use their philanthropic funds for other causes.
Okay, thank you. So another question is about to say, this is new, it's my understanding it's new capital profile. And then I believe like for zoo development, and it's the same important as like other capital project that we discussed in the past few days. And then from social development perspective, and from infrastructure perspective, and also from our city's development perspective, I consider it's the same important as others. And then if that is the case, I would like to know more details about what is schedule and what's the detailed plan and for this project. And even though it's moved from the past and we postponed a few times, can you tell me more a little bit about that?
The scope and the schedule of the project?
Yeah. The scope of the project and what's the change and what's the impact. And then because I do notice the tax supported debt, that probably is a concern from my colleagues about how we impact this budgeting adjustment for this 2022.
So from a schedule perspective, it would be 9 to 12 months of design, approximately 3 years of construction, and then approximately 6 months to get the facility ready for operations. And I referred to it yesterday as fit up, which is kind of getting the systems ready to go. In terms of decisions of council, so this was one that council identified to fund to Checkpoint 4 tender ready, but then for the reasons that have been discussed, they paused it. So decision for pausing was a council decision. That happened as part of 19 to 22, as Councillor Hamilton and Councillor Paquette discussed. In terms of the scope, Mr. Malifsta provided some of that. I don't know if he's on the line, if he could do that again.
Yeah, thanks, Adam. It primarily includes 4 facilities. Each of these 4 facilities are focused on providing education and content and narrative around animals both under, sorry, I'm not a zoo person, but both underground, those that exist between areas, those that live and habituate on the ground, and those that live above the ground in trees. So essentially it's 4 themed areas and 4 distinct facilities to support each of those narratives.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Tang.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Jevney, you had mentioned the attendance rate before, right before COVID. Can you just update us with what's the attendance rate for 2020 and 2021?
Yeah, I can. Just give me 1 second. I think in 2020, 2019, we were at 353,000. We dropped to 176,000 in 2020. This year, I believe we're back up to about 85% of our normal attendance.
Okay.
And that's we were closed for the first a bit of time in January, February with many restrictions. So about 85% of our overall attendance.
Yeah, and I think the zoo is actually quite, in terms of COVID friendliness, it is outdoors and it is a COVID friendly venue when people are looking for things to do. And Ms. Pabry, from what I heard earlier in your response to Councillor Rutherford, this doesn't really jeopardize our capital needs for the 4-year budget cycle in terms of that debt ceiling.
It doesn't bump up against the debt ceiling. Like you would have room to approve this and still approve 100 million in those years. But that's the will of council on how you want to do that.
And I guess I have a general, just kind of curiosity question. We have a number of these capital adjustment items on the table. Is that kind of a standard number of capital adjustments during a sort of a budget adjustment period? Okay. No, it's not standard.
No, not at all.
It's far more.
This is far more.
Far
than
more.
anything we've ever seen.
Okay.
Both on the operational and the capital.
Right. And
but it's the will of council and
yes. Yeah. And far more at a time when material prices have really significantly gone up, which, I think current trend doesn't necessarily say they're going to come back anytime soon. And I just feel like this is a really important lesson for this current council, that I feel like a lot of the things on the table right now has been delayed because of whatever circumstances we were facing at the time. And right now we're faced with even more stringent conditions, and are now kind of in this position that we are paying the price of those delayed decisions. And I think it's really unfortunate. But I just want to let all of us heed that lesson.
And Councillor, if I could just
Yeah.
to expand, commodity pricing we are looking at. It's always being looked at, but so far a lot better than we anticipated. So that's good. And I think the other thing we'll be able to do at the summary of all the capital is show council how many jobs you've created with these capital approvals. In the order of 600 million jobs, 600 million in investment in capital, which we're looking at right now. could create well over 3,000 jobs, and not to mention the construction spin-offs. And so I am starting to see these approvals as part of our economic recovery out of COVID in many ways, and I think we will be able to define that a bit for council as we do the details of the analysis of your capital decisions.
So it's a good investment. Great, thank you for that.
And if I can just add, the one other thing I would mention in terms of debt is the amount of debt you take on as a city can impact your credit rating in the long term.
So, and if in the 4-year budget cycle, we really kind of come really close to that, what would be the impact?
So
assume that we bump up to the full.
Well, so the credit rating agencies look less at your policy and look more at their own metrics for but they're similar, like how much tax-supported debt is going to sustain, how much of the tax levy is going to sustain the debt. At the end of the day, in the future, depending on how the provinces chooses to establish our interest rates, it could slightly increase the cost of borrowing.
Okay, another long-term consideration that we should really keep in mind. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. Councillor Hamilton, I'm really struggling with this. I do appreciate what this project would bring to kids especially. I know when we first moved into our home in the Meadows, most of the area around it was undeveloped, and we did have our own, excuse me, wild backyard. You know, kids could look at the gopher holes, the frogs in the Mill Creek, and hear the coyotes far away. I hope they were far away. But I'm just wondering, you'd mentioned something about this doesn't restrict us for any projects that we might consider going forward. But yet, when Councillor Rutherford asked, it's going to add 2% to our tax levy going forward in the future up until, I think, starting in 2023?
So, not 2%.
Oh, I thought it was 3.3 million, which then equated to 2%. Oh, 0.2. Okay, that gives me a little bit more comfort. Thank you. But how does that? You said, like you said, it frees up money or doesn't restrict us from doing any other capital projects. Can you just maybe expand on that for me?
So my reasoning, and I might make the finance people cringe a little bit, so my apologies to them. My reasoning on that is that we have limited pay-as-you-go funding at the moment, and a lot of folks have put forward motions that use pay-as-you-go. I also put forward a motion to update the planning and design using pay-as-you-go. But if you're going to build the project, and maybe if you're going to build the project, because it's at checkpoint 4, then using that pay-as-you-go funding, which is like going into your savings account instead of your. I'm really going to muddle this. I can't use a metaphor on it. But using short-term funding for something that's a long-term investment when long-term funding is available, and the $3 million is a small portion of that long-term funding, is more sustainable. So, for instance, increased investment in, for instance, the downtown washrooms, that was the item before this. That's I think a really good use of that short-term funding, because it's a small tranche of money and we can turn it around really quickly. Using that short-term funding for a long-term investment when debt financing is available takes money away from some of those shorter-term projects. Does that make sense to you? Does that answer your question?
Yes, I think we're more so refinancing our mortgage at today's low interest rates rather than using our credit card and trying to pay that off monthly. Or draining our bank account. Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you. Oh, and to administration, does that Is that sort of analogy correct, that it is better to borrow for long-term?
So if you're going to use that analogy, I would say different households make different financial decisions, and that would be the will of council to make those kind of choices. But it's within your policy.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. So, Councillor Hamilton, if we were to, and this is to administration, there's two choices. We can vote on this, right, then see where it goes. Or would you be amenable, Councillor Hamilton, that can we refer this to capital discussion 2023, 25, 20, it's 4-year capital budget cycle, right? Can it be referred to that cycle from here?
If you refer just the motion. If you want administration to bring back this as part of the 2023 to 26 capital budget, I'll look to our colleagues behind us, but we can figure out a way. We just need to know what council wants us to do, and then we can figure out
I would
how
say,
to
Your
do it.
Worship, that if this motion is defeated, we will bring it back as consideration in the fall regardless. So I don't think we need any formal referrals. Okay. Really, the question is, do you want to fund it now or not?
Okay,
and we
got
will
it.
definitely bring it back.
You'll bring it back as part of the,
consideration.
got it. And would this, based on your old criteria, it was top 10 priority in that list, I can assume moving forward, where would this land? Do you prioritize projects based on?
We do. That's work that we're undertaking right now.
Okay.
And, I don't know specifically if it was top 10, but it was a top priority, which through the discussion here, it's been made clear that it was phased based on some of the pressures that the council of the day identified.
Yeah.
That they didn't want this one to advance because of those pressures.
Yeah.
Where it would fall under the updated criteria, I'm not sure.
Yeah.
I just, again, reinforce, council has made a commitment on this project, close to $10 million, I believe, or just under $10 million of work getting this ready to go. And at this point, it's, do you want the project to go or not? Do you want it to bring it forward in 23 to 26? I would say those are the considerations, but
okay.
It has been identified through the various approvals that it was something that council wanted to advance. That's all I can say.
So approving today or approving part of the 4-year cycle at the early end, so it's a 1-year delay in construction start. Also, the design work start and the construction start.
It would be so we wouldn't do that 9 to 12 month design update.
Yeah.
If not approved today. So you'd be deferring that 1 year of design.
So
you'd also be considering the additional year potentially of escalation associated with an extra construction
so
season.
1 year delay and whatever the inflation construction escalation.
Correct.
So that would be the difference between approving today and approving part of the capital budget if it gets approved.
That's correct.
Got it. Okay, cool. Councilor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I actually wonder if there is maybe a third option, and I'm thinking I'll put it on the floor. And sorry, just based on the discussion, I didn't have wording until didn't get to pre-draft wording. But essentially, what I think the third option could be is for us to approve this, but hold the construction and delivery portion of the funds in abeyance. So that allows them to do the 9 to 12 month work because we're approving that $3 million now, and still holds that funding, but it will give council that final check-in point. But it would ensure we don't lose that year, because I don't see a scenario next year where we don't advance this. So I don't see a point in having cost escalation. So, but I do appreciate some other councilor hesitation. So I'm willing to do that, and I'm sorry to the clerks that I didn't get to write anything in advance, but essentially it would be to approve this, but hold everything less $3 million in abeyance until the completion of the updated checkpoint 4.
I just can I ask a question to Councillor Knack on this? Am I allowed, Councillor, Madam Clerk?
Well, I'm moving up, so I need a seconder first, and then you could ask me a question.
Because my concern would be, again, going back to the same question that I was asking, we end up spending money without knowing whether we're going to approve the project, right? So we'll end up spending 3 million, again, not knowing whether we'll approve the project, so we end up wasting 3 million when it's already at a checkpoint 4, right? So that would be my concern.
And I appreciate that. I guess and I'm only going off my read on what I've heard from members of council today, which is I didn't hear anyone suggest today that they didn't want to see this move forward. It was a matter of when again. So that's why I think it might be a worthwhile motion. If I have misread the room, then you can potentially say that in the form of your vote on the motion to do that.
Sorry, can I just get clarification? What did you just move?
So, sorry, Madam Clerk, it would be that we approve. I just don't have, there's the wording is in the chat.
So just for real clarity, there's a motion on the floor to approve the budget, and now there's an amendment to amend the capital budget as per Councillor Hamilton's amendment. What are you amending as it relates to Councillor Hamilton's amendment? Can you just walk me through what you're trying to do, and I can try to help?
So specifically what I would like to do is to approve that motion, but hold the funds except for the $3 million that are required to update it to the new checkpoint 4 in abeyance until the completion of that work.
So just bear with me because I'm doing this completely on the fly.
Course.
So the motion that has been restated by Councillor Hamilton has an estimated completion date of December 25th. What I'm hearing you say is that we would cross that out and add a new sort of part 2, which would be that the funding be held in abeyance, and I will look to our colleagues behind us just to provide some specificity to that, but you're not actually changing the intention of the motion or the amendment, which is to approve the project, but you're putting a checkpoint in there. So you're actually amending, so this is an amendment to the amendment, so before that it's accepted by the chair, I just want to make sure I have the wording right so the Assembly knows what it's being asked to vote on.
Absolutely, that is a correct interpretation. Thank you.
Is there any way you'd give us 5 minutes so that you're not all staring at me while I'm trying to craft this, please?
We recess for 5 minutes. Yeah, we recess for 5 minutes.
is a fast growth, and then for city's core services and to support and people's needs, and specifically look at it right now for the snowfall happening. I received so many calls and emails talk about, and in the south side, and our nodes like snow cleaning is not good enough, and also the ice control and has some issue to support and respond and address the concern from that area. I do believe I can say, and from long-term perspective, there positive impact for that. And then, can you give me a little bit of details?
So I think we covered some of this in the presentation, but I can go over it again. In terms of the resources, what it does is it allows us to redistribute existing resources, some moving to a new facility in conjunction with additional resources. But what it does is it frees up resources to move to other areas in the city, and in particular in that vicinity, we do have a road or a yard on Gateway Boulevard, which now is servicing all of Southwest. With the new yard, that gives more capacity to that existing south yard to service some of the neighborhoods and communities in the south side. But that also translates to other areas of the city, as I was mentioning in response to Councillor Wright's question, is that we do have the ability to move resources and address needs on a more efficient basis.
Thank you. I look forward to the completion date 2026. I believe and many Edmontonians were looking for this completion and to support our snow and ice control and then improve the level. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. So, Councillor Rutherford, you wanted to speak to this?
Yes, thank you, Mayor Sohi. I'll be quick and brief. I just want to say that I emphatically support this capital project. I think of all the capital projects we've discussed in this supplementary budget, this is absolutely the most priority in terms of making sure that we're continuing to deliver on those core services that many Edmontonians have come to expect, including snow and ice clearance and removal. And I just want to echo again that while this is in the south, it does absolutely improve service across the city. And we need this. We desperately need this as we grow and as we see our patterns of weather changing. So my intent with the subsequent motion was simply to ensure that this project would continue, but in the context of our conversations today, I think it's really prudent that we don't just go to checkpoint 4 and stop. With this one, we should take it all the way. So that's what I'd like to say about that.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Cartmel to close.
Nothing more for me. Thank you, Mayor.
Nothing more, so please vote.
We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes, please. That is carried, and that also means that the CP 1.1 is
It's just moot.
moot now.
All
Right?
good. You
Cool.
are done.
We are done with capital budget amendments.
There might be a few teeny tiny operating adjustments required because of capital, and our friends are just going to need a couple of minutes to update their presentation. And it'd be great if we could get that information before we jump right into operating.
Okay. Do we need a recess for that, or?
So, new plan.
Yeah.
What if we start with police?
Yes, then that's what the plan was, that we start with the police budget, then they give you time to figure out this one as well as the adjustment or whatever we need to do on the operating budget. All right, that's fine. We are ready to go. We are ready to go on okay, Councillor Jans, QP 22, would you like to please read the motion amendment and introduce the item? Councillor Jans? Oh, he's gone to back. Oh, we never went, we didn't call for recess. Can you go check if he's there? Huh?
While you're waiting, I think Councillor Wright had an additional amendment for operating that she wanted to make. I'm not
Yeah,
sure if
Councillor
now is
Rice,
a
are you
helpful
ready to
time
make
do
that?
that while we're waiting.
Councillor Wright?
Thank you, I just had to swallow my cookie. So I would like to put forward an amendment that the 2022 operating expenditure budget for social development budget, citizen services be increased by $250,000 on a one-time basis with funding from the COVID-19 funds within the appropriated financial stabilization reserve for support to the Alberta Council of Women's Shelters for safety planning and to reduce isolation created by the global pandemic.
And I'll second that. So that's tabled now, right, Madam Clerk?
Absolutely, so it's OP 26. We'll just, so I don't really want to randomize, so we'll just put that at the bottom.
Sure, yeah, it's fine, yeah. Okay, now we are into our first item on, sorry, this is operating, this is capital. Okay, first item on the operating budget adjustment deliberations, QP 22, over to Councillor Jans.
Sure. Do I just read it into the record then, Madam Clerk? Yeah, okay. All right. I move that the 2022 Edmonton Police Services tax levy funding be reduced by $11,943,000 on an ongoing basis, with the funding held in financial strategies for reallocation to support addressing houselessness, community development, towards community safety, social services, prevention, and response programs and initiatives as determined by Council.
And that was seconded by Councillor Tang. Okay. You want to introduce the item?
Sure. So the effect of this motion would be to ensure that the Edmonton Police Services are resourced at the same level as they were this past year. I think it speaks to shared values that we all have expressed as a council, that we want to be efficient, we want to be economical, we want to make sure that in all of our decisions, we're making evidence-based decisions, and we're making sure that we have the maximal return on investment for every single dollar that we spend. We heard from the Chief of Police that the biggest drivers of crime in Edmonton right now are issues related to mental health, trauma, and addictions. So if we are going to be talking about spending an additional $12 million somewhere next year, it makes sense that we need to ensure that we get the maximal return on investment and that we can actually reduce the burden of service on the police. So with that in mind, I want to make sure that we as a council can work towards a reality where we have less work for police, where we are dealing with the root causes of crime, that we can ensure, as we read in the Safer for All report, where 32% of police calls are not actually police work. We want to make sure that we're addressing the right tool for the right, we're addressing the right problem with the right tool in the right way, and we're paying the right price for it. So I want to make sure that we're preventative, that we address the root causes of crime. Even if this motion passes, we still will have if not, I believe, the top well-resourced police force in any municipality in Canada. We still have one of the largest spends on policing compared to any of our peer jurisdictions in Canada. And that if you go back and look at the recommendations that this last council sought through the Safer for All report, of which the police were participants, and which we heard the chief say he was supportive of. This is the final recommendation. To start taking a look at the money, to start taking a look at the priorities. So our budget is our values. Our budget is what we, as a council, want to see going forward. We're going to have opportunities for future conversations about the big existential questions about what should be within the scope of the service, what should there, if any, should there be a funding formula, what should that look like? But ultimately, this is a recognition by our council that we need to, at some point, infinite, limitless increases are impossible to maintain and sustain. And at some point, when every other aspect of our city last year, including the Edmonton Public Library, which received a cut of $2 million, every other aspect received cuts last year, except for the police, who received 11 million more dollars. So this is about hitting pause. It's about taking a careful, measured lens and making sure that we can have that, as I said, the right service, the right time, the right place. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jans, for the introduction of this item, and go to council members for questions. And I'll go to Councillor Paquette.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, as we know, this has arisen out of the events of 2020 in the summer, and council heard an extensive amount of public response to policing. And then we got a report back from the Community and Wellbeing, Community Safety and Wellbeing study that asked for freezing police budgets, among other things. But my question to administration is, there's a lot of things in this motion that are being asked for as far as addressing houselessness, community development toward community safety, social service prevention, response programs, and initiatives, which I think is fantastic. But as far as our goals of measuring how we do these things, with the efficacy of them, of our police actually meeting the goals that the commission is approving, which is crime reduction through prevention and through addressing social services. Will this amount of money get us there, and do we have the measurements to tell us that? Can we measure results in a meaningful way?
Andre?
Yeah, Councillor, I would say we're not there yet. I think we are, we're building a lot of those systems right now with a lot of reports that are due back to council in Q1, including the Community Safety Wellness, Community and Safety report, as well as recommendations on the police formula. So I don't believe today we're measuring this as good as we need to measure it going forward. We're going to have a lot of recommendations coming to council for in the new year on that. There's just a body of work that is underway right now to bring all those recommendations to council, including responding to Councillor Tang's motion about making sure we understand what we do in this system and how that directly impacts less of a need for police at some of these calls. So we have to absolutely improve our data, and we're just not there today.
Okay, is Mr. Quach online today?
I'm not sure. Hoa, are you there? I don't believe so.
Okay. Well, in that case, I'm wondering, because this is a real contention and a real concern among the public. They want to see that moves like this actually yield results. Otherwise, it seems like to the public an emotional move without the evidence to back up the effectiveness of the move. And it's clear that we all want to get to the same place, It's just, I don't think the road to get there is clear. So I'm wondering if it would be friendly, Mr. Mayor, to add an amendment that asks the auditor for to come back to us in the new year with a one-pager on a potential work plan for an audit of this arena that we were focusing on, the arena of um, crime prevention. So that would be the commission's plans and the community safety and well-being report. What administration is working on, our proposed new formula for police funding, all of these things, and are helping organizations in their efforts to bring it all together as an audit in order to determine ways to measure the outcomes of our efforts. Does that make sense? Would it be friendly to add an amendment for a one-pager work plan from the auditor in order to help us understand this fairly large piece of work and to actually determine, and I can't believe I'm going to say this, targets, metrics, and outcomes? Because if so, I'd like to make that amendment.
That's a question to the chair, right, whether it's as friendly or not.
So just a friendly reminder that the city auditor's work plan is actually on today's agenda along with his strategic forecast. And so after council is done with its budget, you're going to have an ample opportunity to talk about the city auditor's work plan and if you would like to provide additional direction. So right now what's before you is a funding conversation.
Yeah.
If you want to make that funding decision contingent on something else, and that's something that we could look at. But I also want to check with law just to make sure that we're managing this and I'm giving you the right advice. Yeah. But right now, to be clear, it is council's ability to direct the auditor, but we would also just need to think about how that relates to the motion that's actually on the floor.
So why don't we just kind of park this for now, Councillor Paquette, listen to other council members, then you can come back for the second round. Right, if I understand, your intent is not to. Your intent is just to how do we get there and how we grapple with these issues and what role auditor can play. That's the intent I see from your questions.
Yeah, and I appreciate you allowing me to extend time that we can actually. I think it's extremely important that we get this clear that we need a plan, and otherwise we're shooting in the dark.
And I absolutely agree with you, and I have a few things to say about that as well when I get a chance to ask questions on this as well, right? So
yeah,
let's
I'll come back for a
now.
second round. Thank you, Mr.
Okay,
Mayor.
Councillor Knack.
Well, Mr. Mayor, hearing that there might be that, because I'm actually quite interested in that. I was preparing, and I know you would ask the Assembly for the ability to withdraw your motion, which I permitted, but I was comfortable with the amount you had suggested in your motion and was prepared to make that amendment. But I will wait until I see what Councillor Paquette is able to bring forward, because I think his point is very wise about the need to know how we're measuring what we're doing. So I'll await that, but I may put forward an amendment to do the amount that you had originally suggested before withdrawing of 5.7, but that may come after we determine Councillor Paquette's motion. Thank you.
Councillor Knack, Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thanks very much, Mr. Mayor. We've had many conversations about safety in our community, and I think what stood out most to me is that we can't carry on doing what we've been doing, that we're not seeing the type of safety that Edmontonians expect. So for me, what this motion does is it sets a very clear mandate for the Police Commission that we are looking for change, that it's not business as usual, and as much as that change has started and has been ongoing, I think this helps to spur and continue to drive that change. But I do absolutely take Councillor Paquette's points, very, very well put, in terms of, the need to have an approach that we can measure the impacts of this budget change. Just maybe to the mover, and I'm wondering if this might help address the issues that were raised in terms of some subsequent or amendments to the motion. But from your wording and from how you conceived of this approach, would some of that work in terms of data collection And I think it needs to be community-based, ongoing data collection, facilitated coordination within the safety ecosystem. Does that sort of fall within where you think how these funds could be appropriately distributed?
Absolutely. And I think part of the problem here, through you, Mr. Chair, to the Inquisitor, is that the Inquisitor made this point during the discussion with the police, saying, can you show us a relationship between whether we spend X on the police budget or Y on the police budget, how that relates to crime? And they said they couldn't do that. So we're kind of getting into this, trying to get it perfect, but we have to remember that our baseline status quo, we don't have the data. Or if the police have the data, they're not sharing it with us. We can't draw a relationship whether we spend 12 million more today or 14 million more today, what relationship that will have with crime. So I absolutely think it needs to be open, it needs to be transparent, it should be on probably our open data portal, and it should be peer reviewed, not just by people in the community and social agencies and others, but so all of us can look through and ensure that we are getting that return on investment that we want. So I think Edmonton Police has said and the Commission has said that they pride themselves on being data-driven decision makers. Here's a great opportunity to do it.
Well, when I think to that point, it is also, really on the city as well for us to do a better job of, I think, measuring what our investments in social programming are yielding in terms of our community safety and the other intent that those are going to. So definitely see that as a major project. But again, to the mover, that consideration, the data collection, the evidence base would 100% fall within your proposed motion. I'll take a nod as a yes. Wonderful. Yeah, I think those are all the questions and clarifications I had right now. Maybe just in terms back to administration. So that work is ongoing, as you mentioned, to develop that framework. And I'm hoping, of course, that you will come forward with the resources that would be required to implement that, and we could contemplate that at an early-ish date in the new year.
Absolutely, Councillor. And of course, there's several reports coming together so that when we report back to Council, we're going to try to embrace it all so that we can show where we think and make some recommendations on where that work should happen and why and how it can be connected. But I think, it's going to be a while to get the data pieces fixed because we can control some of what we're doing in resourcing in the city. We still have the same questions about the resources of other orders of government. And so when we talk about, cause and effect and outcomes of our resources, we also need the other orders of government to push for that, which, we hope to achieve as part of our discussion with the Homelessness Task Force and other groups. Because following the money in the entire system, not just the city system, is going to be crucial to making sure we can properly report on outcomes based on resources.
Yeah, and that's an excellent point in terms of, we can review each program or each organization, but then looking at the ecosystem impacts is a much more challenging one, but one that we need to take on, and really excited to hear that work is ongoing. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So I just want to sort of confirm the base point of this conversation. So the motion calls for a reduction of 11.943 million. So can you please just remind me at least what the budget is in 2021 and what the proposed budget is in 2022? Just because there's tax-supported budgets and this and that. So what are the numbers we're talking about?
Right, so currently for 2021, the tax levy budget is 383.8 million. For 2022, the tax levy budget is 395.8 million. So the difference between those is what's in the motion.
11.943. Okay, thank you. Now I'm looking at the PowerPoint presentation provided by the police service at our meeting a few days ago, and on the last slide it speaks to financial impacts, and it notes the way I understand this of annual costs that the police service has absorbed starting in 2021 of 7.3 million. Do you see the same thing I see? Roughly 5 million from government of Alberta changes to the Traffic Safety Act, etc. Truth and Reconciliation Day costs, lost revenue because of the SROs coming out of the budget, yes?
So if your question is, do we see the same things on the slide? We do, but we, as administration, cannot see the detail
You
of
haven't
police
vetted that.
actual expenditures.
Right, okay. So we're accepting somewhat on face value, well, we may be asked to accept something on face value that they're now absorbing a further $7.3 million in ongoing impacts.
We do know that the provincial reductions were contemplated within the spring SOBA. Like, we were aware of them at that point in time.
Right, yeah, we talked about that, because it affected our TASER reserve as well. And then there's, on the same slide.
Point of order. Mr. Chair, I believe we had discussed the ability to use questions as debate. And I believe saying something like, do you see what I see on the slide? And would you, I believe
No,
we
I
had
think that's a fair question, because that is information that is shared with us by commission and its administration. I think it's fair to ask questions based on this presentation or making reference to the presentation. So I won't going to allow Councillor Cartmel to continue on that questions.
Thank you. I lost a minute there. I see also about $11 million in one-time costs. And so where I'm going with this is, if the police service was anticipating an increase of not quite $12 million and is faced with contemplating making up $7.3 million in ongoing costs and $11 million in one-time costs, what does that do to their budget, do you know? Do they generate a deficit? What happens there?
We don't know yet, Councillor, is the real answer. I believe that the deficit that they're explaining is true and actual based on the discussions we've had over the years, because we've had to make some very similar decisions. For example, on Truth and Reconciliation, there was a cost to that, and we made those decisions together, I would say, or at least in collaboration.
Yeah.
So what will come, I don't know. And I can't speak for the commission or the police chief on what will. I will say that, we'll certainly work with them to move forward and figure out how to mitigate any concerns or shortfalls or deficits.
If they run a deficit, just in general terms, do they have the same requirements that we do to be balanced at the end of the calendar year? Or and if they are in a deficit position, do we have to make that up?
So they must balance their budget, so they must present to you a budget that balances to the bottom line of what you approve. The policy is if they end up running a deficit after they've completed the year, so actuals are higher than the budget, that is covered by their reserve, or their reserve would go into a deficit, and they would be required to address their deficit from in future budgets, similar to what we do with the FSR to bring it up to a minimum. They have to work the deficit into future budgets.
Into future budgets or into the following year's budget?
I'll just, give me a second, I can just double check with the policy.
So regardless of the numbers, the police service could be according to what they presented to us, they're in a deficit position now. If they see a further reduction in their budget, they will be potentially further in deficit unless they make some changes. And we also heard that roughly 82% of their cost is personnel, so very difficult to change. So they have 18% of their budget in which to absorb a deficit plus a $12 million reduction.
I think that's a fair characterization, yeah.
Right. So I do appreciate this, I'm being sincere here, that there's a mandate for change and people want to see change and we want to see resources migrate in the larger social service ecosystem and start matching resources to solutions. I completely support that and understand that. But one of the things that the funding formula gave the police service was certainty of budgeting. So I would like to contemplate an amendment to the motion that essentially the police service budget returned to 2021 levels in 2023. So essentially, they get a one-time increase of $11.9 million or some other number, and that they return to essentially a freeze in 2023. And I'll try to craft something like that. Okay, thank you.
And I can just provide clarity on the policy. So in the event a reserve falls into a deficit, they're required to come back with a strategy to be approved by City Council in order to achieve a balanced position over a period not to exceed 3 years.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Cart, and thank you for that answer. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually have the same question as Councillor Catmull has. So I'm not going to repeat. I agree every point and he mentioned here, and also for the amendment. I do have a larger few questions. So it's my understanding, and then the police gate funding reduced starting last year and for the $11 million. But I heard they say that it gets increased in 2021. So can you clarify a little bit about that?
So Councillor Rice, so the anticipated increase for Edmonton Police Services from 21 to 2022 before the $11 million cut was around $17.5 million. So now incorporating the cut of $5.5 million in 2022 and the 5.5 the year before that, the increase is now 11.9 million. So they're still getting an increase. It's just a smaller increase than it was before the reduction.
Okay, thank you. The next question is about the police funding formula. I do believe that formula is related to our budget discussion and will determine which direction we go. So I just need a little bit of background information for that formula. I do understand that there's principle applied for that formula. Can you tell me why the specifically for funding formula we set up in that specific way?
The funding formula was designed, in essence, to constrain the growth of EPS to inflation plus population, and to provide some certainty around that and constrain their growth rather than them coming and appearing at each budget cycle with increasing service packages.
Okay. So this conversation regarding the police funding increase or decrease, the conversation started from 2022 or 2020 or 2021. So I ask this timeline because my next question is related.
So the adjustments to the police budget were made in July of 2020. And at that point in time, council reduced police's 2021 budget by making reductions of $5.5 million in 2020 and another $5 million in 2021, which effectively reduced their base 2021 budget by $11 million on an ongoing basis.
Okay, with that said, and besides the financial number, is there any indicator to show Edmontonians we reduce police funding and to support other social programs and to actually to make the positive change into our society in terms of the community safety, in terms our Edmontonians' expectation and to the services?
Not a lot of indicators, Councillor, because a lot of that money still hasn't been allocated, I would say. So we and of course, A lot of the direction we've received from the former council and this council now is to do some body of work to inform some of those. So I think that would be coming forward in Q1. We just don't have a lot of clear indications yet. Do you want to add anything, Ms. Padbury?
No, I would just say that that $11 million it was held in financial strategies, and it's still there on an ongoing basis. There's only been allocations of that money on a one-time basis for only the 2020 portion.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Hamilton?
Thank you very much. So I just want to clarify, and this caused some confusion for me looking at the operating budget amendment. So did administration just say that the money that council withheld over the last 2 years hasn't been fully deployed?
So that's correct. There's $11 million in ongoing funding held in financial strategies that has not yet been allocated.
Okay. And I think that some of my colleagues have some recommendations for allocating it, which I'm not going to debate. But Councillor Paquette had mentioned, I think, something that is at the center of this motion, which is the necessity of having appropriate metrics for understanding how our community safety investments are manifesting in the community. Mr. Corwald, you said that a report will be coming back in Q1, but in your experience, sort of what is the sort of the timeline on developing a robust framework for evaluating this level of economic investment, not just from within the service, but in terms of the community itself?
Yeah, I anticipate, Councillor, that we're going to come in Q1. I think we're going to get some. I don't think we're going to get it perfectly right for council. I think there'll be lots of debates about that, and I think the community will weigh in as well. So I think it's going to be at least until May or June of 22 before we have absolute clarity, unless we get the recommendations just perfect in the first go around, which I don't anticipate, not for lack of trying, but I think there's going to be a lot of debate, and people are going to want to weigh in on it. So I think it's going to be till May, June before we absolutely have the essential clarity we need from council on exactly what outcomes you want us to achieve and on what timelines and with what resources.
And so thank you for those clarifications. Given, and this is pretty much to, I think, Ms. Padbury, I am in agreement with the tenor of the motion, because I think that we have heard the call for more strategic investments within and without policing over the past few years. And I'd venture to say that is not such a foreign idea, even within policing. But I am concerned about the reserve piece. And so are we as the 3-year reserve goes, or sort of replenishment policy goes, Ms. Padbury, are we at the beginning of that 3 years, or would we be at the end of year 1 to replenish the reserve?
I just need to double check, but I believe that the police hasn't run they did not run a deficit last year that drew their reserve negative, that this would be the first year that the reserve would draw negative.
Okay, so we're at the
3 years
beginning of
would
the
start
3
next year. Sorry, apologies for
Yeah.
interrupting.
Thank you. And if over that 3 years the service cannot replenish the reserve, who absorbs the risk?
So as council at that point in time, you would have to decide whether you would continue to require police to come up with strategies to replenish the reserve, or whether you altered the funding that you gave them.
Okay, so either we would have to replenish, either we essentially abolish the reserve mechanism that was designed to prevent service packages, or council sort of completely reconfigures the funding to them. Sorry, am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah, so I would just say that the funding formula and the reserve policy were designed to work together. So if the reserve policy did not exist, by default, the city as a whole would absorb the Edmonton Police Services deficit without the reserve policy.
Okay, that is very helpful. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. Councillor Tang.
I know we only have 2 minutes left, so I'll be just quick. And does the police service or police commission have an equivalent of the auditor's office like ours?
I understand they do have an auditor within their organization.
I see, okay. I'm very interested in whatever Councillor Paquette is going to put forward, but I do have a question related to that. Should I wait until the next round when he actually brings it forward? Sure, okay, I will do that. I'll wait for the next round. Thanks.
Cool. We'll be back at 1:30. Until Okay, everyone, colleagues. I would like to bring this meeting back to order, and we'll do a quick roll call. Councillor Wright,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Knack,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe,
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson,
Hi there.
Councillor Paquette,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Tang,
I am here.
Councillor Hamilton, Councillor Hamilton, Councillor Rutherford,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Salvador,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Cartmill,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rice,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Jans. Michael?
And
are
Mr.
you-
Mayor, I heard that Councillor Rutherford is on her way to the office. So she'll be there shortly.
Any
Council-
minute now.
I completely missed what you said, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Rutherford is here. She is here.
Oh, sorry, Councillor Hamilton is on her way to the office. She'll be there shortly.
Oh, no worries. Okay. Yeah. And Councillor Jans is here as well. Cool. Okay, Councillor Tang, you were on the list, or you already had, okay. Councillor Wright.
Oh, that's right, I was up next, thank you. So I just want to, I guess, solidify my understanding. The 11 million that was reduced by 5.5 million, is that the remaining 5.5 million, is that still an increase to the budget?
So council approved a reduction to EPS in 2020 of 5.5 million, 2021, in 2021 of 5.5 million and 2022 of 5.5 million for a reduction of 11 million. And while that reduced EPS's budget, they're still receiving an increase of 11.9 million.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Principe.
All right. Well, this is kind of a little bit in line, I think, with what Councillor Cartmell was mentioning. First, I just want to say that I don't think that it is right, or you could possibly even argue maybe it's not ethical to decrease a budget within a budget cycle. And this is exactly precisely what we have done. And this discussion, I believe, should be held in the next budget cycle, not currently, okay? We have already decreased the budget by $11 million. Not, I shouldn't say we, previous council decreased the budget by $11 million. And to expect us to do that again during the same budget cycle, I just don't think is appropriate. I think we need to delay this conversation for the next budget cycle. And, you know, there is a lot to say for supporting the social services, of course, but when we take a look at the report that came back, an audit, in fact, from the Police Commission, not the EPS, but the Police Commission, they came back stating that the social impact finds $7.5 billion spent annually on Edmonton's social safety ecosystem. That is a significant amount of money, which we need to hold. Even if everyone has the best intentions, we need to make sure that everyone is being held accountable and that we can see some parameters and we can see some results. Yes, it's hard to measure those results, but I know that the task force that our city manager, Andre Corbold, is on, will be meeting and they have been meeting, and they will be getting back to us in June with a report on what we can do. And that task force, I might add, is comprised of many people with a lot of varied experience and expertise and ideas that I think will be very beneficial for the people of our city. And I would just like to say, I want to reiterate at this point that
I believe this conversation needs to be held off until the next budget cycle. And at this point, I will not support a decrease in the police budget. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Rutherford, have you had a first? You haven't had a first round, right? Go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I actually have an amendment or another motion to put on the floor. Is that, is it an amendment to the amendment, to the motion?
You got it. It's an amendment to the amendment.
Okay. So in line with Councillor Jans, I do absolutely support freezing the police funding. I believe that we need to look at it, but while we're looking at it, it is the biggest budget line. Every other area of the city has had to take price reductions, even in this budget cycle. And so I don't feel that the police are immune. That being said, I do think that there is one cost that compelled me to make an amendment to this, which is the costing for staff for the Day of Truth and Reconciliation, because that will be an ongoing cost because it is now a nationally recognized day, and so to pay stat for that. So I would like to make the amendment for a $1 million funding for 2022.
So just to clarify, and I'm stalling so that we can get it into the system. So the amendment you would like to make is to delete 11,943,000 and replace it with 1 million?
No, will be 10,943,000.
But you want to reduce, sorry, can I just get, do you want to reduce the 11 by 1 or you want to replace it with 1?
Replace it with 1. I want the police.
You want to give police an additional million
Just to,
to pay for.
to give them 1 million instead of the 11 million. So to reduce it by 10.
Okay, thank you for that clarification.
Yeah. Good. Okay. Councillor Rutherford, more questions?
So, so anyway, so I do, want to speak to this at the time, but I really thought long and hard about this. I get this is a really complex issue. I've had many conversations. I think this can become very polarized, but at the end of the day, while we don't know what we don't know, I don't think it's prudent to also continue with the status quo.
Good.
Thank you.
So Councillor Rutherford made an amendment to reduce the budget by $10,943,000 instead of $11,943,000 to ensure that police has enough money for reconciliation commitment, right? And we need a seconder for that.
Second.
Seconded by Councillor Wright. Got it. Cool. All right. So Councillor Cartmel, you had first round. Councillor Rice, did you have first round? I don't remember. Did you have first round of questions on police budget? On this motion? Not yet? Okay. Go ahead then. No, Councillor Cartmel has one round.
But we're on the amendment now.
Are we not kind of bundling everything together, or are we just?
How would you, so there's an amendment to the amendment, which trumps the amendment. How would you like to do it? Do you want people to talk to both at the same time?
Because a number of council members haven't had the chance to ask questions.
That's okay, that Councillor Rutherford's amendment to the amendment now takes precedence, but if you would like people to be able to talk to all of it, we can adjust our procedures. We're happy to make this work however you want.
Yeah, because I think otherwise we'll be here for a long, long time if we just kind of talk about amendment, then go back to motion.
Absolutely.
There'll be another amendment.
Happy to
right?
adjust.
Is that okay, council members, or just?
That's fine.
Okay, cool. Okay. All right, then we'll go to Councillor Salvador. Have you had first round?
No, I haven't, and I was actually.
Just hold before I go to you. Councillor Rice, did you have first round on this?
On the police one?
Yeah.
Yes, I
You
did.
did, okay.
Yeah.
Okay, good. Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, I just had a question about the amendment to the amendment. I definitely understand the intention, but my understanding is we don't get to dictate where those dollars go. So even if, they were given that additional $1 million with the intention of going towards reconciliation, we don't really know if it will. Is that correct?
That's correct. Yeah.
May I speak to this? So, yeah, absolutely, we don't have control. My point is, when Police Commission brought their budget forward, they demonstrated some places where they have fallen in deficit, and one of them was specifically the National Day of Truth and Reconciliation. So it's not for reconciliation work, it's for paying the overtime costs associated with that now National Day. And so that will be an ongoing cost that they will either have, so if we do a zero, I talk about freezing, but if we do the previous motion, that's actually a reduction when I'm considering that cost. That will now be ongoing.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for that clarification.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Tang, can you take the chair, please?
Yes.
So I have two lines of questions on this. One is the overall financial sustainability of our city in light of the formula being developed, which I see has led to disproportionate amount of increase for the police budget, but at the same time saw 1.5 reduction in other operations of the city. When I look at 2019, police got 1.2% increase, and in 2020, they got 1% increase, and 2021, they got 0.6% increase. And over the same amount of those 3 years, other operations got 1.5% reduction. So how do we sustain it, right? That with a limited amount of capacity for Edmontonians to pay taxes, right? How do we balance that we continue to support other operations, not be so much burdened by the police budget alone that we don't have the capacity to support other departments?
I guess I would say, Your Worship, that, I kind of focus on the city side of that, and while we've had sustained decreases, we kind of balance that over the city as well.
Yeah.
So I don't take the approach as city manager to do an even cut across all city operations. It really depends on priorities and what we have to do in the city. So it's not going to be, so when we approach this fall budget, for example, we did not take we're going to do like a similar percentage cut across every line of business. We made different decisions. So as we said in our briefing, we cut $4.5 million out of city operations work, but none of that touched sort of frontline work. It was all sort of back of house and travel and those kind of things. So the way I do it as city manager is I look towards priorities and needs and services, and I'll make distinct cuts as opposed to taking a broad, even Steven across. That's how I do the city. I guess I would say council just, that it's up to you on how you do that between the city and the police, and that's your will, I would say. So I don't know if that's a good answer.
Yeah, no, I know you're not making indiscriminate cuts. You're making targeted reductions, which is a responsible approach.
Correct, yeah.
But overall, all of the city operations combined together have seen a decrease in expenditures, when at the same time, police budget has gone up to 2.8% over the last 3 years, even if we don't include 0.7% this year.
Yeah, I believe those facts are accurate.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's a concern for me. The other is being here for 6 weeks now. One thing that I'm noticing more and more, that we are, as a community, we are lacking integrated, coordinated approach to community safety. There are many people in the ecosystem doing wonderful work, and police is doing its part, and the social agencies are doing its part. But we are not seeing that integration, we are not seeing that coordination, and really focusing on whether we are actually getting the value for the resources, but at the same time, are we actually making a difference in reducing, disorder and trauma, houselessness, mental health, addiction. Like I'm kind of struggling to understand, whether it's the province's support, city support, police support. Am I kind of sensing, is my sense right that we're lacking that?
Yeah, Your Worship, I think you're absolutely accurate, and I think the good side of that is everybody recognizes that, everybody agrees with that generally when I talk to everybody, and that's a body of work that, the chief and I are working on with our own resources in terms of security resources. Then we're working on it as a community with social services as well. And then, as we've mentioned several times, we also need the province to follow all the resources and make sure we're tying resources to outcomes. So I think there's unanimous agreement throughout the system. I don't want to speak for everybody, but what I hear is yes, we need to be more coordinated. It was one of the first topics of discussion at the homelessness task force discussion. We need to better coordinate, and as Councillor Principe said, when you look at who is on that task force, it's got all the right people to do that coordination. And that's what we're coming back to with the community safety report, with the report on Councillor Tang's motion. They're all about coordinating. And so while we recognize that, we've got a lot of work to do, and we're going to bring that in front of council as soon as we can, and I think that's going to make a huge difference.
No, I'm running out of time. I do have more questions on that. Maybe we'll come for the second round, but it's becoming more and clear that we're lacking that coordination. Okay, I will move the second round.
Second.
Please vote.
Just waiting for you, Mr. Mayor.
Oh,
Your vote.
oh, my vote. Oh, there you go. Sorry.
We have all the votes, Madam Chair.
Please display the vote. And passed. Back to you.
I'll take the chair back, and I'll see the list. Councillor Knack.
Sorry, I just have a.
There's a different list, though. I thought Councillor Cartmel was at the top whenever I saw the other list.
I'd prefer that he go because my questions are going to be process related, so I'll wait. This is not my round.
I thought it was Councillor Cartmel, Councillor Rice. Yeah, Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you. So let me ask this, I guess, first of all. I think we heard from the police service the other day that they have, at this point, an accumulated deficit of 6.2 million. Is that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
And that's to the end of 2021?
Correct.
And I just don't recall, did they tell us what their accumulated deficit would be at the end of 2022 if their budget was held at 2021 levels?
I don't believe so. I do believe they said that they're planning on absorbing that deficit with the current managing that with what they have coming in the current proposal if there's no changes. Yeah.
So in other words, if they were to receive the 11.9 million budget increase, they would be able to resolve their deficit and presumably get back to zero by the end of 2022.
That is my understanding of what they said, yes.
Right, okay. So I did offer an amendment to the clerk, but I'm guessing that we've reached the limit of stacks of amendments, correct? Because we have an amendment to the amendment?
We have, and at the risk of complicating things, there is something called the fill in the blank. So there are occasions during budget where somebody wants to make a budget decision, and let's say there are 3 or 4 different options. There have been times where the chair will permit a fill in the blank motion, so it could be making this up, that you reduce the budget or increase the budget by X amount of dollars, and you can then stack multiple, but that would require consent of the assembly. Otherwise, you're right, we are at full stacking capacity.
So just to tease that out a little bit, I might move an amount of 6.2 million, for instance, that eliminates this deficit. I might move an amount that is a zero cut but I think there would be a problem with replacing the 11.9 million value with a zero value. Am I correct in that?
So you're absolutely correct. So a proposed amendment must be relevant and must not have the effect of defeating the main motion. So replacing 11 with 0 would actually be, if that passed, would be defeating the main amendment, so that's not in order. 0 is not in order.
So, thank you for that, Madam Clerk. And I'm just trying to speak plainly and hope to get to a question at the end of this, but I would like to, I support this in very broad general terms. I'd just like to do it in a year from now to give the police a chance to sort out their deficit and wrap their head around this reduction, just stating it plainly, and purely from a numbers consideration, and understanding that Councillor Paquette will be offering either an amendment or a subsequent that speaks about a work plan to begin to resolve the lack of coordination and integration that Mayor Sohi spoke about. I guess, Madam Clerk, my question to you is then I would be better to defeat this motion in whatever form and offer a replacement amendment should this one be defeated. Is that correct?
Yes, so if what you're wanting to do is to change the direction fundamentally, then that's not actually in order. So once council's dealt with the amendment to the amendment and the amendment, if those both fail, then the matter is still before you and you could provide alternative direction.
Then a motion could be offered to, as I'm suggesting, do 1 year later. But we have to go through this process first.
Absolutely, thank you.
Can I make a point of order?
Yes.
I have a question for the clerk then. Could Councillor Carmel not make a replacement motion and the Assembly could vote on that?
So great question, and replacement motions are one of my favorites, but they can't have the intention of defeating the main motion, because that's just that's getting around it. So for absolute clarity, what is before council right now is to make a cut of a certain amount. There is an opportunity to change that amount, and that's the process you work through forward, first of all. Otherwise, everybody could supplement and change that. It would just get super, super confusing. So delete and replace is to delete and replace part, not the whole, especially if the whole has the fundamental purpose of undoing what you've already put on the floor.
Okay, thank you.
Good. Thank you, Councillor.
I still have some time, Mayor Sohi.
Sorry.
So I would like to offer on that basis an amount of 5.7 million in replacement of the 11.9 million.
So council is going to treat this as a fill in the blank. If that's okay with the mayor, that's
advice.
totally in order.
Yeah.
As long as they're all going in the same direction, which is reductions, that's okay. So just for clarity, we have.
So instead of 11.9 will be 5.7 a reduction.
So right now there would be, there's actually an amendment, and then there's 3 options. Forget the stacking.
Yeah.
Call it 3 options. So the first option is the 11.943.
Yeah.
Then there's another fill in the blank option with 10.943. And now we're getting a third one. If that's okay with the Assembly and that's how you want to do it, it just makes it a wee bit faster. Otherwise, we have to keep voting on the amendment to the amendment and then wait for somebody to put another one on.
Yeah, and we will still be voting on the highest number first.
Biggest impact first, 100%.
Got it. Okay. Good, got it. Okay. Councillor Rice, you were next up. I don't know what happened to the order, but you were next up after Councillor Cartmel.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Chair. I do have a larger motion, but I heard the process you explained very clear, and I don't think I have opportunity and for my motion. But I do have a few questions, and also I want to give a few words to speak to this motion as well. I understand it's important. Yes, it's important for the collaboration to be fully reflected in our system, and so I just want to remind everybody and then to look at the social experimental outcomes, and so this practice and moving and police funding to social programs is happened not only in Edmonton, is across world and is specifically in North America. And so by looking at the outcome from the social experiments, and then even like recently, and we know one city and specifically a mayor is reverse their decision of funds from police to social programs, and because the crime rates and they skyrocketed. And so facing them too much, both the police funding, and so I don't know the process very well, and then administration and Madam Clerk and can help me. So I was thinking, and then we can postpone and for the vote to reduce funding from police and to look at allow administration to produce the reports on the outcomes of other North American cities that have attempted to divert funds from police services to social programs, and also a specific look at San Francisco in this report, and because the results actually gave us, that is actually fact, and gave us what outcome could be like that. And so I don't know if I can ask this or not. I just want to say my motion, and I would like to postpone, and but I may not get opportunity to say that. And I just want everybody to look at the outcome from social experiment, what already happened and in our world. And then we don't want that similar sense happened and in our city as well.
Yeah, so thanks, Councillor, for the question. I think some of those answers would come in some of the jurisdictional scans we're doing on community safety and wellness. And I think some more answers would likely come through in what I understand might be Councillor Paquette's work with the auditor. So I think depending on some of the other motions we get with respect to that, I think that work will eventually come to council as part of the consideration. And so I think we don't have that specific outcomes knowledge today, but I do believe it's part of our work going forward already.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Paquette.
Actually, Mr. Mayor, I believe I'm after both Councillor Knack and Councillor Jans.
Okay, Councillor Knack.
I don't know if I have questions or if I just need to speak to it. No, I think I'm just speaking to it at this point, so I'm going to wait.
Okay, got it. Councillor Jans.
I have a question. If I speak to it in my closing debate,
You will be closing the debate
So are
on
we
the
on the-
bigger motion. Yeah.
and are we on Councillor Rutherford's amendment, or are we on, so we're in Councillor Rutherford's amendment, not my main motion?
No, we are talking about any questions that you may have to Councillor Rutherford's or Councillor Cartmel's or yours.
So I can speak without closing debate? So I'm good. Okay, green light, thank you.
Okay.
No?
I'm getting a nod from clerk.
It's okay because we're not stacking, we're filling in the blanks, so you're all part of the same team right now.
Okay. My question would be to administration. How did the city of Edmonton absorb the costs for the Truth and Reconciliation Day?
We essentially took, trying to think, we did our estimate, and essentially we did it through sort of internal cost savings, and I think we're still working through that, to be honest. I'll just see if Ms. Pabry knows the details of that.
So at the time that we made that decision, we actually knew that we were running a surplus for 2021. And then we're factoring in how to make that ongoing by making some internal adjustments.
Yeah, so it was really those surpluses that we got because of the COVID stuff and the fact that we had had some layoffs throughout the year, so that allowed us to absorb it. And as part of this submission going forward, we can do that with this current budget we've tabled.
So there were layoffs, there were mitigating measures, those sorts of things. Okay.
Yeah, and they happen to be a lot of them associated with COVID, which resulted in a lot of our surpluses.
Right. And building off Councillor Principe's point where my colleagues, through you, Mr. Chair, my colleague suggested, or I heard my colleague suggest, that it is unethical to cut budgets or change budgets mid-year. Has the city manager ever cut or changed budgets mid-year?
I haven't, but I'll just see if we get other history.
So, I mean, it's the city manager under the delegated authority has some ability to move money between programs as required and under the delegation of authority. But supplementary budget adjustment processes allow for council to adjust budgets.
Yeah, sorry, I shouldn't have said the city manager. I should have meant the city court, like the city council. That's what I meant. So it is fair to say, like, we have had to adjust for different contingencies, changes, provincial government changes, MSI changes, whatever it may be. This isn't unforeseen. That a mid-year adjustment isn't a cataclysmic change.
Yeah, I don't know if I would categorize that word. I don't know how to comment on that word. But I will say that, yes, budgets change, and yes, budgets get cut. As an administrator, I say that the more time you have to foresee and to mitigate those kind of cuts, the easier it is. It's harder when you have little notice, and it's harder when you've got no notice, and of course the numbers change. So I've done a lot of budget cuts over the years. If you have lead time to prepare for them and plan around them, then that is a lot easier to administer than if you get it very early to when you're supposed to be spending the money.
And when the provincial government, I believe I saw in the presentation from the police that I'm not sure, Minister Madu or the ministry, I'm not sure, but they reduced the police funding by $5 million. Was there any mitigation, or what the timeline for that? Were they given notice of it? Were the police told by the province that their funding was going to be reduced a year from now or something? Because I guess my worry is, are we backfilling a provincial cut by $5 million? And maybe cut is not the right word, maybe a removal of revenue by $5 million. Are we backfilling it now with the Edmonton taxpayer? Because we're told all the time we can't spend money on housing because that's a provincial responsibility, but it appears now we're paying provincial police costs. Is my analysis wrong here? Or am I understanding this?
So the funding wasn't cut, but the province made decisions which resulted in increased costs to police for biological testing, and they took a greater portion of fine revenue, so a greater allocation of the fine revenue. And by virtue of that, that was a roughly $5 million impact on the police budget, which they absorbed in the spring.
And I believe that was announced at the provincial budget time, so they would have
had a month's notice, 30 days?
Yeah, the budget comes out in February and the supplemental was passed in April.
Okay, thank you for clarifying that.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Paquette, now over to you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So if council were to vote for the option to cover some of the deficit, which we are legally responsible for anyway, if we cover that $5.7 million deficit, is there a way to hold the release of those funds in abeyance until we get better clarity on how we are going to be approaching funding formulas into the future, and also, and other aspects? But we'll leave that the rationale beside a bit. Is there a way to hold those funds in abeyance until we have greater clarity on a few issues?
I don't believe that using that term is the right mechanism. I think if you put it into financial strategies and say it will be held, which is sort of in line with the current motion on the floor, that's the best way to hold it for council, I would say, is you say you want that money or whatever portion of it you want in financial strategies. And then you tell us when you want to move it out of financial strategies.
That's much cleaner. So thank you for that. So we can hold that money until we get greater clarity on the direction that we need to go. Because I think there is still the question, and correct me if I'm wrong, and actually just here's the question. One of our requirements is to appropriately fund police services. And we're sort of in a challenge of understanding, in light of changing societal requirements and demands, what appropriate funding may actually look like until we have this conversation. Is that right?
I think that's a fair characterization. The only thing I would add, though, is that in the meantime, there's stuff to do from a community and safety perspective. So,
Yeah, of course. Yeah, I mean, it's like we've got some simultaneous streams going. And so I'm just wondering, do I need to make a motion for that? Do I have to add that in as an amendment? That how would that work if we were going to hold that money until we had some greater clarity? Because greater clarity may say, actually, you don't disperse that money.
Money will be held in the financial stabilization on the strategies fund. That's what Michael Jensen's motion is, Councillor Jensen's motion.
yeah, I mean, I think that's what will happen right now.
Yeah,
with
money
the
will
main
be held
motion.
within
It will be
different-
put into financial strategies, subject to council's further direction on where that money would be allocated.
Yeah.
So I
Right.
think
So
that's essentially what.
I
is
guess
the
what I'm
main
saying
motion.
is if there's the other option of 5.7, that would be the same. So we could just hold that money until we get greater clarity. But in the meantime, a deficit that we still have to cover. And this is where it gets complicated and why it's not just 1, 2 through and through. It is actually, we are dealing with a lot of issues here financially and legally. We have a deficit that ultimately we are going to be responsible for, that we are making decisions on now as far as police budgets, yeah?
Yeah.
Is that right? Do I understand this?
Yeah, I think that's fair, and I think the X factor in that is that I can't tell you what doesn't happen with that money being held in financial strategies and not being used in the police service. That's what I don't know. I don't know all the mitigation or impacts that will happen, which is more of a matter for the police to answer.
Yeah, because while it might be satisfying to deliver to people like, oh, look, we froze the budget. That's actually not what's happening, considering that we do still have financial obligations legally that we'll have to account for later. It's just striking me as a bit of a shell game in anticipation of a larger conversation that we have to have, including what the mayor had just referenced as far as community organizations coming together. Am I understanding that correctly?
Yeah, I think you are, Councillor. I just, I'm not sure I'd use the same characterizations, but yes, I think.
Yeah,
think
I'm just trying to find
following your
different ways,
logic.
different angles of looking at the same issue.
Yeah, and I'll just ask Ms. Padbury to comment.
And so just to be clear, under the current police reserve policy, they're required to cover their deficit in future years with a plan to cover it through their budget allocation over a period of 3 years.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette.
Thank you, Maritime. Yeah.
Councillor Stevenson.
Yeah, thank you. That dovetails into the question I wanted to get some clarity on. So when we talk about deficit, I think it's maybe more accurate to say that EPS dipped into their reserve fund this year.
So the deficit represents that they have spent more. So when they say $6.2 million, and we have that number at $5.9 million in the August 31 operating financial update, which was provided to council, they are projecting to spend $6.2 million more than they have been given in the year. So by virtue of that, it draws on their reserve, and it will draw their reserve into a negative balance.
Oh, into a negative balance. I had understood that it was still a positive balance. I thought the reserve was at about $8 million right now.
So on the basis of what is in their operating financial update, the unrestricted, they have currently, as of December 2020, so the end of last year, they had $7 million in that reserve. of which 2.54 million was restricted for Alberta First Responders radio communications system. And so once you take the deficit, it will draw that into a negative balance.
Okay, because there's the reserve fund, or the unrestricted funding within.
Correct. If they didn't have that restricted funding, they'd draw it closer to zero, but it would be slightly positive.
Thank you. That helps clarify for me. Because for my look at this, I think that it was actually, what we saw last year was just an appropriate use of contingency funding to respond to an emerging situation. And I worry, and again, just maybe that clarification around the liability for deficit. Under the current policy, the deficit doesn't automatically fall back to the city. It would just be for the police commission to set up a way to rebuild that reserve fund over the next 3 years, or at least move out of deficit, out of zero.
Yes, they'd have to have a plan to bring the reserve back to a positive balance over a period not to exceed 3 years.
Okay, so there's no, that would not fall on the city if they were to run there's a policy in place that requires that they rebuild the reserve over 3 years.
Yeah, not immediately, but I also understand from their presentation that the current increase, they were going to use some of that to offset that deficit as well. So I think though it's fair to also say that there will be more of likelihood of a deficit if the increase is cut as part of this motion than if it's not, based on what they're planning right now.
Right. Well, and that's it exactly. And I think that there are different plans you make depending on what reserves you have to draw from. And I think that kind of comes back to where I see the value. I actually think that the approach put forward in the initial amendment provides greater clarity and certainty. Again, sort of, I don't know, this is maybe wildly inappropriate, but if I think about being on commission and the role of responsibly coming up with a budget, I think that the initial approach, the initial amendment, provides greater clarity in terms of the expectations of the organization from our key funder, I guess is how I would phrase it. I just worry that there would be nothing to stop future years of deficit, and then do we always come through to offset that deficit? I think that's the trap that we potentially put ourselves in with this, because as much as we say, well, we'll get it to zero next year, that leaves the door open for us to think, well, maybe we can get through with not doing that really transformational change, which again is ongoing, but I think this just provides the greater clarity and actually gives the commission a greater heads up and an earlier heads up about the future that we're looking at and how we need to prepare for that. Which I guess is more of a statement than a question.
Yeah. No,
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Principe?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Jans, I agree with you. Maybe we do need to look at, a new funding formula, possibly, right? That's something that we can consider and discuss in the future. And Councillor Rutherford, I agree with you as well. Yes, other areas have had to make cuts and that's understandable. But that was a financial strategy because of, the pandemic, correct? We're here, when I read the amendment, this is on an ongoing basis. So that's not because of a response to the pandemic, okay? And it's for reallocation to support addressing houselessness, community development. So we're trying to reallocate the money. We're not, there's a purpose behind it. So that's how I see the difference in those two. And also, I just wanted to say that, does the city, can administration tell me, do they know, is the Edmonton Police Commission audit, is it accurate? Do you see, from what I read, $7.5 billion invested within the city of Edmonton in a year?
I think it depends on perspective, Councillor. We are aware of that number. One of the reasons that we have asked the province to dig into it is that number is not from the province. And so I think that is a perspective that I think I can't validate 100% whether it's accurate or not, and which is why we've said that the next step, we need to get the province to follow their money in the system, which we hope that they will do. So I think it's a respectable perspective. The city's not able to sort of make a comment on that. And I think that's one of the reasons we've asked the province to do it, to follow their books.
Okay, thank you.
And I think I'll just add that it would, I think it is prudent to get the city auditor to look at our part of it as well.
Yeah.
And if we could get the provincial auditor to look at their part of it, that would be very helpful to giving all the decision makers details on where the money is and whether it's achieving outcomes, which is, again, gets back to a lot of the body of work that's underway.
Okay, great, thank you. And again, I'll just reiterate that I do believe that this should be a conversation for next budget cycle. And I hope that with this task force, the Coordinated Community Response Task Force, I hope that we will find some ways of how we can really help find a solution to the issues, the crisis in not only our city, all over, but specifically our city. Because one thing that I've learned over this past month about all my counselors is that everyone seems to really care. Everyone really cares. We all want to help. We want to make it better, but maybe we just have different ideas of how to get there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Hamilton.
I determined I do have questions, by the
Oh,
way.
you do?
So
I'll come back.
Whenever the appropriate time is, I just have questions now.
Okay, got it.
I think I'm to speak to.
To speak? Okay, got
yeah.
it. Councillor Knack.
Sure, sorry. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And sorry to complicate things. I just, based on some of this, I developed a few questions I need to make sure I've asked before I get ready to speak. So first, just a process question. I think I know the answer to the question, but I want to make sure I've walked through it in my head here. Originally, and while it is not on the floor, Councillor Carmel had suggested a possible motion, which is not before us, but the idea he was presenting would have been one where we would have frozen the budget at 2021 levels, but provided a one-time increase for this year. That is not on the floor. It is not before us. It would not be in order for us to make that motion right now, especially based off the stacking, correct? Is that, I mean, it could be, but it'd be terribly complicated and our lives would be difficult. I just want to make sure.
That is not on the floor, and it shouldn't be on the floor.
Yeah. So the only process question I have is if I liked that idea, would it be in order if the first two items were defeated, the 11.9 million, then the 10.9 million, if those two were defeated, and then the only one left on the floor was the number by Councillor Cartmel, would it be in order to make that amendment at that point in time, that amount be a one-time increase?
To turn that number into a zero would still be out of order because it has the intent and purpose of undoing. So what I'm hearing you say is
it would be bringing in that amount of money for 2022 only on a one-time basis, but maintaining the permanent budget at the 2021 levels.
Could I just ask for a few minutes, because the way you worded it, Councillor, is different, and I would like to discuss it with the clerk and Ms. Padbury.
It's not before us, so I don't know if it's relevant to take a recess. What I want to know is that would I have that opportunity if we reached that point that the other two motions were to fail?
So I think it'd be good to chat. The relevance of the other two motions is that's not the point, but what you have said is slightly different. Okay. So we can carry on, or if you'd like, we can connect with the city manager and finance.
I'd like to have that answer to help inform what I'm going to decide on today, if that is possible to take a few
Can you
moments.
articulate your question again so that,
Sure.
yeah.
So what I am curious about is taking Councillor Cartmel's original idea, which was to state that the EPS budget would be the ongoing budget would be fixed at 2021 levels, so what they've had this year. But they would receive a one-time increase for 2022 of an amount. I think the amount that is currently being talked about is this sort of idea of a $6.2 million to deal with deficit. That was the net subtraction amount, I think. So because otherwise, what is happening is that we're debating on 3 separate amendments that essentially permanently change the ongoing budget. So I don't disagree with the idea of maybe having their permanent budget forever and always fixed at their current levels today. But what I'm not sure is if I agree with having that take effect next year, or
Give
if there
them
should be a
one-time
change.
funding for 2022 to meet their deficit.
Yeah, so if I can get an answer, and I'm happy to take a few moments, that would just help inform what I might or might not speak to when we debate the motion.
Can I ask a point of clarification?
Yep.
When we do ongoing.
Can you speak up a bit
Oh,
more?
sorry, yep. When we do ongoing, that is ongoing even into the next budget cycle, is that correct? So even though we don't have a set budget for 2023, it would still be ongoing?
Yeah,
Okay,
their base
thanks.
budget remains the same.
Great, thank you.
Yeah. While you're figuring that out, Councillor Rice need another round, Councillor Hamilton to speak, and Councillor Wright, you have questions to ask, right? In the meantime, I don't know if I just trying to understand the deficit part. When I asked Commission when they were here, I understand many of the items that led them to deficit are one-time items, not ongoing items.
So I think that is, I only have limited access, the same ability to access as a citizen, the reports of the commission, but that appears to be what their August 31st report characterizes,
that's
that
what
some
my
of the deficit is a result of one-time impacts of COVID.
Yeah, got it. Okay, good.
Yeah, and I would just say, Your Worship, that, in the city's case, because I can speak to that, for TRC, for example, we initially did it as a one-time within this year, and we're going to work between now and the 4-year budget to make sure it's, implemented ongoing.
Got it.
We've done that. So sometimes you do one-time decisions knowing with intent that, we always knew TRC would not be a one-time thing for the city of Edmonton.
Yeah.
But in the time we had available when we made that decision, we did it as a one-time decision, knowing that we were going to plan for the future to make it ongoing, which we're doing now. So.
Yeah, so the question for us to figure out is that process point of view, Madam Clerk, that we vote on what is in front of us today, and if that is passed, then can Councillor Knack bring forward something that meets the deficit, but keeps the base budget at 2021 level, but meet their immediate needs or other deficit needs for 2022, right?
So
Would that be?
Can I
could
just
be
make
a
a
substitute.
Can I make a suggestion if the principle that council's working under is it's fill in the blank? So to not use, I don't want to overcomplicate this, but if what I understand Councillor Knack is suggesting is he wants to change the number, forget if people have voted on it, let's just say you want to change the number, and then instead of it all being on an ongoing basis, some of it's ongoing and some of it's one time. So there's 2 parts of the motion that can be changed, the number and the time. Both of those things can be changed, and if you are adopting the same principle of fill in the blank, then that's okay. Because what I'm trying to create a situation where the Assembly fully understands the suite of options before it starts voting. But if what I'm saying is not in alignment with the city manager CFO, love to hear that. But is that what you're trying to do, Councillor Knack? Some of it could be ongoing and some of it could be one time.
And to be clear, it's not what I'm just taking what Councillor Cartmel had
Fair.
originally been talking
Yep.
about, and I don't want to lose that idea. And so yes, the intent would be essentially a one-time increase for 2022, but then freezing at 2021. So to your order of operations motion, it'd be 11.9 million, 10.9, 5.70, which I realize, but the zero is a one, but see, then you added in the one-time.
No, I mean, I don't want to turn this into a procedural.
Yeah. Yeah, okay.
Yeah. Maybe the clean process be that that can be brought forward later on to add one-time funding. Cannot somebody bring forward another amendment later on saying, add 6.2 on one-time basis to 2022 police
This is what we're trying to figure out, Mayor. I think, to be clear, I think if the original motion were to pass for ongoing, because that's what the motion says, then I think, and we're just trying to confirm, that theoretically it would be in order to then pass a one-time increase for the year 2022.
That'll be clean way to do it.
The net result is essentially what originally Councillor Cartmell's motion was not in order in that way, but it's the same net effect.
Yeah.
But that requires two separate votes essentially if you wanted to do that.
That'll be more clean, probably. Yeah.
So I don't know, my time sort of froze and then ended, but I'm going to assume that was a quick recess to get that answer. And just quickly, the one complication it creates in terms of voting is that creates a scenario where I have to vote on the original motion, which I don't necessarily disagree with, but then I don't have certainty. I don't necessarily agree with just a cut on an ongoing basis without a one-time increase. Yeah. So I'm put in a bit of a procedural bind because I might then agree with that without any opportunity for council to then debate. We could debate it afterwards, but if it loses, I might not have supported the original $11.9 million reduction, which is why my suggestion was if we got down, because if the 11.9 million passes, it passes. That's fine. The Assembly agrees with that. Likewise with the 10.9. But if those two don't pass, I feel like we should be able to amend Councillor Cartmell's motion to be what he was originally intending in the first place, because that would be the only motion still on the floor. And that's why I think it would feel like it's in order for that. But
I've given you my advice. Okay. You're not so. First of all, we're not doing motions owned by people because we're doing fill in the blank. That. Yeah, so fair. So you can't, if the number is to be 5 and then replace it with 0, it has the intention of undoing what is already on the floor. I mean, I'm happy to recess and I'm happy to go talk to law and happy to talk to people and try to figure this out, but this takes more than 2 seconds to figure this out.
Appreciate that. No, I'll reflect a little more while there's others going through, but I don't know if there's a good path forward on that. Thank you.
Good. Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. Just in regards to the reserve and the deficit, I guess. I think I've got clarification. There was 2 numbers being floated around for the deficit of 5.7 and 6.2, but the 5.7 was as of August and 6.2 is as of year end or projected year end. Is that right?
Yeah, the most recent report that we included in the financial update was the August 31 number, which was the lower number, and police gave you verbally a higher number.
Okay. All right. And then in regards to the reserve, I think I recall you just saying there was $7 million in the reserve?
So on the basis of the August 31 report that they provided, there was $7 million in that reserve at the end of last year.
And projected for the end of this year?
And so, so projected would be, you want to help me with the math? $2.4 million less because it's being held for a capital project, minus
yeah, I can try to.
The 6.2.
Yeah. So just for absolute clarity, or as much as we can provide clarifications on, in the August report, they had, as of end of 2020, the reserve balance was $7 million.
Right.
Okay, and they have 2.5 million, according to that report, kind of held for the Alberta First Responders Communication System.
Yeah.
So that leaves you with around $4.5 million in that reserve.
Okay.
And then now you can do the math there. So whatever their projected deficit is, if they're funded out of the reserve would be in a deficit. So.
Okay, so that's what I'm just trying to figure out is how much really they would be short.
Did that make sense, Councillor Wright? Okay.
Yeah, okay. And I guess I just, I also, maybe just, I guess, speak to it a bit. So, Mr. Corbell, I do appreciate that you had to do some targeted reductions with the city employees and try not to touch those frontline workers. Are you bringing sort of that approach into the task force as well, or that thought process?
Yeah, I'm going to try, certainly. I mean, we've only had one meeting so far. You're talking about the provincial task force?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think we definitely need to talk about where redundancies are in the system, because I think that's part of the issue with the amount of money that's in the system. I think there are redundant funding efforts, and some that are really well tied to outcomes and successful, and some that are less so. And so I think we will definitely be trying to make I don't want to speak for the task force, but I will try to influence some of those discussions in that regard to make sure we are following the money and understanding where things are successful or not.
Okay, and looking for those efficiencies and, okay.
Yeah.
Because I think we've all, the city, all organizations and businesses, I think Edmontonians and their families have all had to try to adjust their own budgets through this time, through the past couple of years. So I'm just wondering why EPS hasn't been able to adjust.
Well, I mean, I think they have. I think when you look at the funding formula, that was originally done with the intent of reducing this bouncing up and down and a whole bunch of service packages and greater increases. In many ways, it smoothed it out a bit to a certain point. So I think that does happen, and I think they have done some of that. I think the other piece, just getting back to the task force work, is that part of the problem with the inefficiencies is a lot of these social organizations do not get funding guaranteed or predictable. They're going from month to month in some cases, which is, we're living this right now where we're working with social agencies because they haven't had time or they haven't had the predictable funding resources. So we're having to sort of step in to help them out and keep them going until they can get staff hired, for example, right? So.
And I think that's all I had. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. And Councillor Tank, you're next.
I think these questions came up a few times, but I just want to be really absolutely clear. We're talking a lot about sort of certain amount to help offset the reserve. Can we direct the EPS to use the money for a certain purpose, or can we write that into certain things?
No, council cannot do that, Councillor Tang. That is essentially the responsibility of the commission.
The commission, exactly, okay.
And in some cases, much like I've got delegated authority, so does the chief of police, so, no.
Yeah, and I can appreciate that, funding is a lever, and certainly the makeup of the commission is also another lever that is within the jurisdiction of this council. And I can also appreciate a lot of the questions have been asked of you that's just so, I feel like, so separate from what is within, a city or even city manager's power. But anyways.
Yeah, and I think the other difference, of course, is that with the police service, there is another governance level between council and the CEO, if you will, the chief or the chief of police, whereas in council in the city, there's only the one governance level, which is council, and you direct directly the CAO. So it's a bit of a difference with governance. There's two levels of governance.
But definitely very, very complex. And also I just want to make sure I also absolutely understand this notion that we're liable for their deficit only until all methods of trying to kind of fix that has been exhausted over a period of 3 years.
So they're responsible for their deficit and coming up with a plan to rectify it over 3 years.
And
if
after
they
that,
can't do that, ultimately something will need to be done. And then I would just signal that the reserve policy and the funding formula were created at the same time and intended to work together.
So when the funding formula discussion comes up next year, right before the 4-year cycle, yes?
Correct. Yeah, it should be in first quarter, I think.
First quarter.
Right now, yeah.
Okay. That in conjunction with that, we will be also reviewing the reserve policy. Is that right? or not necessarily?
Whatever is selected for a funding formula would ultimately impact the reserve policy, but we might have to come back with that at a later date.
Gotcha. And we set the reserve policy. They set.
It's a city council policy.
Okay, gotcha.
And just for clarity, I want to make sure, nobody has suggested that they are not going to balance their deficit over the next 3 years, as far as we know, so.
Right. And I know that the formula offers, certain financial certainty. And even within sort of a regular year, there's fluctuations, and I think that's been built into that, as you've kind of alluded to, but also I think the last 2 years and even now, I think that fluctuation is just a lot higher for everyone. And is anything really certain? So that's it. Thank you. And I'm happy to speak to it, but I'll come back when the timing is right.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Rutherford? She's Councillor Hamilton's to speak.
And I might have a motion.
So I just wanted to jump in on this discussion on the deficit, because when we had the presentation from the Police Commission, I think it's really important to highlight that police funding since 2000 has gone up 134%. So we're talking right now about finding $6 million in a $86 million budget. And I have serious questions as to how they could not find $6 million. I have serious questions, and so I'm not having the sympathy that I'm hearing from some of my colleagues on their deficit, quite frankly. I feel like I've been generous enough with my one motion. I also want to highlight that there were some things that I flagged. I think paradigm shifts are so important to changing systems. And in the presentation from the Police Commission, there were some uses of language that were concerning to me if we actually want to move towards community safety and well-being, such as the amount of times that people were referred to as criminals. And that is very stigmatizing language to me. As an example, when they use the terms such as divert, detain, arrest, and they use the terms such as putting the criminals behind bars, right? So to me, if we continue to give them money, we are absolutely not going to see a paradigm shift and a cultural shift that we are all anticipating. I know that this is scary. I'm scared to do this, but I'm also ready to stand up for a bold action. But I do think when we're talking specifically about the deficit, they have the largest budget to work with, and 37 million of that budget alone, they said that last year went to Vision 2020, which is around community-based policing. So even in that, it's all duplication of what we're trying to do. So I really wanted to highlight my points on the deficit piece.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Hamilton?
So I feel like this conversation about police funding reform has been ongoing for probably the last 6 years, which started with the original police funding formula in the 15 to 18 budget. And it was because time and again, when, frankly, council came up against a police service package, the public request writ large for investment in public safety was resulting in these enormous leaps in funding. And if you look at that 20-year span, the years in which the funding went up the most were years in which service packages were presented. Actually, once the funding formula was introduced, you saw smoothing because it was based on, I think, Alberta Weekly Earnings Index and a rate of growth. So while I think that there is some really valid critiques of the funding formula, I want to point out that most of those increases that happened because of service packages, not because of the funding formula. And I think that sort of the subsequent gift of the funding formula discussions has been what this council's really narrowing in on, which is not only stable and predictable funding, but also those metrics, targets, and outcomes. And I am especially appreciative, for instance, of the motion that Councillors Rutherford and Tang brought forward regarding seeing some more, I'm going to say, some accountability in our social services sector. What concerns, so where I am, and I've heard this from council, is we are looking for some, we are looking for a new deal, essentially, on police funding. We are looking for a much more sophisticated conversation around what our outcomes look like and how we drive towards them. But I also am hearing from administration that we are not equipped at the moment to drive towards those outcomes because we don't have the tools to measure them. And my concern at this point is that if we don't have the ability to ramp up support on one area and we are holding, and we do not continue to appropriately, and that is a problematic word for sure, but we do not continue to, and I'll say, and we let our service run into an ongoing deficit situation, we will find ourselves in a position where we are trying to catch up rather than coming from a position where we are transitioning funding smoothly from one sort of manner of service to another. And I think that's what Councillor Paquette is getting at. That is why I think the one-time funding idea is probably the most, that is acceptable to me because it does send a clear message that council is looking for that new deal on funding, that the funding formula of days gone by is not going to be what is expected in the 23 to 26 budget, but it does cover off my concerns about the liability, not only in the 21 deficit, but what's looking to be a deficit for 22 as well. And we don't have a conversation around a potential gap in services. So I know that we're now at motion Mad Libs. I would support either Councillor Jans or Councillor Rutherford. I actually think Councillor Rutherford's motion is a little more nuanced in terms of that ongoing piece, understanding what ongoing costs are. The 10.9 plus a 10.9 one time to cover off the deficits into the end of 22. And I would support what Councillor Paquette is saying with respect to that audit, because coming into the 23 to 26 budget discussions, we will have a really robust toolkit to have an informed discussion about not only the community safety outcomes that this council wants, but the pathway that we are going to get there. And in turn, we can be accountable to communities when people come and say, your cuts are making us less safe, then we have a way to show them how we're achieving those outcomes.
Thank you, Councillor Hamilton. I see Councillor Rice and Councillor Cartmel have another round, right? So I have a couple of quick questions to clarify. So before I kind of think where my headspace on this is, Councillor Tang, can you take chair, please?
Yes.
So do other cities have formulas in place to fund police services?
Mayor Sohi, last time we did a kind of a review of other municipalities, there were no other cities that had a funding formula in place for their police. There were a couple that were considering it, but they weren't there yet.
Yeah, and this formula was developed before we got into a very dire situation related to COVID, and city managed COVID with reductions and strategies, and police continued their business, all continued to project their budgets based on the formula, right?
Yeah, I think that's fair, Your Worship.
Okay. And that led to this continued ongoing increase, despite the $11 million one-time or ongoing reduction of 5.5 in 2021 and 5.5 in 2022, which is 11 million ongoing reduction.
Yeah,
So
they
they
essentially stuck to
So
the formula.
the overall, they got the increase, but not the increase expected based on the formula.
That's correct. yeah.
Okay. And how would we react to if one of our own departments, without having, what I'm trying to get at is that if police was here, commission was here to make a compelling case that we should fill in their deficit, I will be willing to have that conversation and listen to them. But as a practice, do we want to encourage any departments that we fund or any organization that we fund that they can run a deficit with the expectation that we will fill that gap somehow later on?
Yeah, I don't think that is the EPS expectation.
Yeah,
I think
okay.
my understanding is they're fully planning on managing that deficit.
So they're planning on
based on the
managing.
funding formula.
Okay.
And that will be harder for them to do if we change the funding formula on them midstream.
And 1 million for Truth and Reconciliation Day stat time. You know, honestly, I know they want to be transparent with us, right? But everyone else in the country, and particularly in our organization, absorb that money because it's the right thing to do, and police thinks it's the right thing to do as well, right? Showing that as an additional cost, and I think, again, it goes into that communications, right? How we communicate on police budget, right? So, yeah. So I think my points are clear. I don't have more questions on this. I am absolutely ready to vote on it, and I look forward. And I'll speak to when my time comes to speak on it. I'm actually ready to support Councillor Jan's motion on this, and I'll state my reasons why when I'm ready to do that. And I will move the third round. That'll be third round, right?
Second.
Please vote.
Please.
We have all the votes.
Please display the vote. Okay, back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. I'll go to the list of speakers. Just give me 1 second. I think it was Councillor.
Sorry, we're just, when the vote's up there, we can't see the speakers list either.
I think it was Councillor Rice and Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Rice, go ahead.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. I know my colleague councillors discussed a lot of deficit. I do want to mention the deficit by looking at the data, by looking at the presentation provided by Police Commission. Yes, they have deficit, but the reason why. So I think we need to ask that question. And specifically, and they used their reserve to manage and to deliver the services, and then our city and every Edmontonians and expected and needed. And even though, and then I believe we have a different perspective on the service, how to be delivered. And then if we keep reduce their funding, and in 2022, and their reserve right now, the balance is negative. They don't have enough money even cover the services they need to manage, how they deliver to our city. So I just want everybody think about this way. For the police services is our city's core services. That is right and very clear in our MGA. We can, for past few weeks and few days, we request so much money, tax-supported debt services even, and to support so many things. Why we cannot just look at what our Edmontonians needed, and for the services, for the safety perspective, for the health city perspective, that is actually along with our city plan. And then I understand and appreciate there are so many, my colleagues try to find a different solution and a better solution to ensure our city to have these core services in place to achieve the goal and for us to feel safe in this city, even walk on the street in the evening. And who can do that? Who can protect us to do that? So for this way, like I said earlier, I'm not feeling comfortable to vote on something. I don't have like detailed data to demonstrate the outcomes for this social experiment and how could it impact our city. And specifically, the results is already come out from other same level and same culture and same population and different cities, and they already start reverse their decision by moving the funding from police to social programs. They're starting right now to reserve that decision. And why we need to go to that path, and specifically, and then from efficiency perspective, from cost perspective, and also from public accountability perspective. And do we do our job as a city and to provide and to ensure our police to have sufficient resources and to provide that core services to us, and even for us to feel safe, like I said, and go walking in the evening in our community. I just want to say that. And then, so I'm looking forward and a different option and come out and for this motion. I do think, and for me to vote, and then I need that detailed outcomes and come out and before next year spring and budget adjustment, and can I request that to administration?
Yeah, I'm sorry, what is the question specifically? Sorry, Council.
So I would like to ask administration to provide the report and to do some analysis for the indicators and outcomes and how we do this social experiment, this practice. And then compare to the different city and with the same level of population, same services provided.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, we're going to do our best for Q1 based on the other direction we've got. I'm not convinced, as I said earlier, that we will have it before May or June. And it really depends, too, on some of the outcomes of the other things that we know are being considered, like auditor reports and things like that. But we will certainly have some answers by Q1. I don't believe we'll have all the answers, but we'll keep working on it.
Thank you very much. I'm not going to move any motion to add complexity and in the process right now, correct, work with our colleagues.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Cartmel, you speak to or questions?
I have some questions.
Okay, go ahead.
They're quick, however.
Yeah.
So, first of all, I think we got some revised advice on motions that can be made or amendments that can be made. So an amendment that is 0% in 2022 and 11.9 million in 2023 might be in order.
Yeah, so I did
Correct.
have a quick chat with legal services, and if we treat the amount of money and the time as two different things, you have a variety of fill-in-the-blank options. If that's okay with the Assembly, we can make that work for you.
Okay. And then I think I heard Councillor Hamilton make a motion, but wasn't seconded, but the effect is the same. So I guess my question is, can I offer another option, or do I withdraw the option I've offered and revise it?
If it's up to the assembly to not get this too procedural, right now I just have you listed as option 3. If you want to just to change that and that's agreeable to the group, that would be the simplest thing.
Okay, then I would change that to, option 3 would be an $11,943,000 reduction in 2023.
So if, just to be clear, 11,943 in 2023, one-time basis or ongoing basis?
So the effect of that option would be that the increase stays in place for 2022, but then the budget returns to 2021 levels in 2023. It's effectively one-time funding, but it's stated in the way that's required for this fill-in-the-blank motion.
Second.
Okay, so their budget for 2022 will go up by 11.9.
And then come down
Would
again.
come down to 2023 by the same amount.
Right.
So we'll be back to 2021 levels.
Right.
And whatever the new formula or future budget consideration will be, that'll be separate discussion, right?
Well, there's lots of things to talk about over the next year, but if a funding formula came forward that adjusted that amount, the base amount would be starting at that $383.8 million number.
Got it. Okay, got it.
Not the 22 number, but the 21 number.
Okay. And how does impacts the ranking of the votes, Madam Clerk?
So I hadn't even got to figuring out the biggest impact. So just to be clear, I just want to make sure I've got the wording. First of all, just take this one step at a time. So what I've got here is the option 3 would be Cartmel-Nac. It would be that the EPC budget would increase in 2022, and then it would decrease of the same amount, $11,943,000, starting in 2023 on an ongoing basis.
Correct.
Did I get that right?
Yeah.
Okay. One moment, please.
Can I ask the mover just a clarifying question on the, so
Yep.
then dollar effect would be 383 in 21, 395 in 22, 383 in 23, 24, 25.
Pending any further
change.
adjustments that might come out of our conversations over the next year.
Just making sure I wrote it down correctly. Thank you.
So we gave them interim one-time increase of 10.9 million for 2022, then bring it back to the same level as 2021.
That's right.
Okay. Okay, so it's a one-time increase. So it's a one-time increase of $10.9 million into 2022.
And I'd like to speak to it for 30 seconds once we're back.
So just confirming here, our recommendation would be to vote on option 1, then to vote on option 3, then to vote on option 2. Not sure if there's any more options floating out there, but it'd be great to get those on the floor as well.
Okay.
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 Okay, so I just want to, so I'm coming at this again, I want to state this very clearly because it's going to get confusing about how this is reported in a number of ways. I'm supportive of the move. I'm just not supportive of the timing because one of the things that the formula gave us was predictability. And if you go back to where the police service was at the beginning of this budget cycle, they had an expectation of an amount, an annual budget in 2022 much, much higher than this. And so when I do the math, if they were expecting $396 million, and 18% of that is discretionary and 82% of that is fixed, then before you reduce the number of sworn officers, you've got $73 million to work with. And of that $73 million, we're suggesting that they absorb a $6 million deficit, an $11 million in one-time costs, and a $12 million reduction. That's not $6 million on 383, that's in the order of $25 million on 70. And that's a pretty big hit to figure out in the next 2 weeks. So by delaying it for a year, but putting the police service on notice that in a year, it's going to be different, I think is the prudent way to go. And so that's why I'm putting forward this option in this way. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Paquette.
I had questions from previously, so I'm going to step back and hear what Councillor Knack has to say.
Okay, Councillor Knack.
Sorry, I'm just on to speak now.
Councillor
so.
Knack is to speak. Councillor Wright.
Okay, I just got to pull this back up again, sorry. Okay, so we're voting on number 1 first. If that gets defeated, my only other choice then is the 10 or the 11.
No. So we will vote on option 1, which is Councillor Jans's motion first, right? Which is a permanent reduction of $11.9 million
Yeah.
ongoing basis. Then we will vote on option 2, which is Councillor Cartmel's motion, which would be an increase of $10.9 million for 2022, but then a reduction of $10.9 million in 2023 on a permanent basis. So that's option 2. And option 3 would be Councillor Rutherford's motion, which will be reducing the budget by $10.9 million on a permanent basis starting in 2022.
Can I call a point of order? I don't see how that option 2 is less impactful than option 3. If we're going in cascading order from most impactful to least, option 3 is absolutely more impactful.
Because it's
reducing ongoing than option 2 that we're voting on. So I just want to make sure they're in the appropriate cascading order.
Because
But I'm saying it should be 1, 2, 3.
Yeah, because my concern with it was it's kind of all or nothing. It ends up being.
I think that's a good point. Like 10.9 is ongoing reduction, which is a larger impact than a one-timer increase. But then it's 2023 is a larger impact, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
But, sorry, on option, on the 2023, is that not ongoing 2023 and beyond?
Yes, on 2023, beyond 2023 is ongoing, so it could be, so
both
that,
those
we'll
motions
leave
are
that to you to
ongoing.
figure
There's
out
an
which
element
was
of
the
ongoing,
better,
but-
larger impact, right, so. Yeah.
Yeah, it was just a recommendation. If the assembly wants to change it, that's fine. Yeah.
There's a fourth option, but to council, if it fails, then it goes.
Can you turn your mic on, Councillor?
So I just want to clarify that there's a fourth option, which is if all 3 amendments to the amendment fail, then it's, if the amendment fails essentially, then it goes with as administration has proposed.
Yeah, which is 0.7% increase, which is kind of given because that's what the recommendation is. Okay, got it.
Can we do 3, 2, 1?
No,
No?
it has to be based on the value,
Yeah, so
the greater value.
just for clarity, it'll be options 1, 2, and 3 as shared in the document. And just for absolute clarity, the first thing you're going to do when you get there is you're going to decide what number you want to put in the blank. That's the first step, and the second step is to vote on the amendment as amended for absolute clarity, because somebody might vote, that's it, it's a 2-step process, that's just what I would like to make sure everybody's really clear on when you get to the stage of voting. Sorry, a fill-in-the-blank motion is not me filling in the blank. It is creating a space for council to decide what number or what option. So the reason you use a fill-in-the-blank, it's when there is almost an unlimited amount of options that you could use. You could put 1, you could put 2 million, you could put 12 million, I don't know how many options there are. So that's why we've created this space. So the 3 options that have been made right now are for you to fill in the blank. So you have to decide as a council what number you want to put in the blank. Once you've put a number in the blank, option 1, 2, or 3, then you vote on that main motion. If
So
all of these options fail, then basically the motion's out of order and you're back to what administration recommended.
Yeah, so is it okay that, Councillor, that we vote on as presented, option 1, Councillor Jans, option 2, Councillor Cartmels, and option 3, Councillor Rutherford's?
Can I?
Or, I'm sorry? Not, but is Councillor Rutherford's up? Have you updated that?
So the document
what-
that I've printed out for you has option 1, Councillor Jans and Tang,
Yeah.
11,943.
Yeah.
Option 2, Councillor Rutherford and
Okay.
Wright, which is a reduction
Yeah.
or a change to 10,943.
Yeah.
And option 3 is Cartmel and Knack, which is basically keeping it as is for 2022.
Got it.
And
Okay,
in
got it.
2023,
That's
there's
fine.
the reduction.
That I just need to change the number, just need to change the amount then, right, in option 3.
I
Because
have
you haven't given, you gave me the 5.71.
That is because I printed that
Got it.
before that was made, but I'm
Got
happy
it.
to make another paper copy.
Good, all right, cool.
Just in respecting to that there is still a speaker list, and I did have a question about a potential option 5.
There isn't an option 4, just for absolute clarity,
okay.
and if
Yeah.
there is, I'd love to
Fine.
know what that is.
There's no
Well,
option
option
4.
4 as per Councillor Hamilton's comment earlier,
That's-
but I can do option 4.
Good.
So
That's the
from what
default.
I understand, we have to put one of these numbers in?
They
The
can-
11 point,
It is absolutely possible that the Assembly doesn't like any of the numbers, and then you're left with a motion with nothing in it, therefore it's not valid and you can't vote on it.
Good.
So you don't have to vote for any of the 3 options that are before you. You can vote against every one of them, should that be your choice.
Okay, so everyone on the list is to speak? Councillor Paquette to speak?
Quick question.
Yes?
Yeah, just to clarify, so, I understand option 1, very straightforward, same as option 2. Option 3, I just want to clarify. It means that there's a massive impact on the police budget going forward after this year. So when we're here next year, what we're looking at for the police budget is the same as the previous budget. So that's why we're calling this conceptually a one-time funding. But the impact, the fiscal impact of option 3, as far as reductions, is the greatest impact going forward.
No,
Is that correct?
option 1 has the greatest impact because it starts in 2021. It starts in 2022 and carries on. And Councillor Cartmel's option is less than that, or impact is less than that, because police will get one-time funding in 2022. They'll be back to the same reduction that Councillor Jans's motion will impose.
Okay, because option 1 is an ongoing basis.
Yeah, option 1 is ongoing basis, yeah.
Okay.
Is that clear?
Vaguely. Thank you.
Okay, got it. Councillor Knack to speak, right? Yeah. And Councillor Stevenson to speak, and Councillor Salvador to speak, and Councillor Tang to speak, right?
Question.
Okay, go ahead.
Question. Okay. Thank you for making clear all the options in front of us. But we spent a lot of time talking about the deficit. We spent a lot of time talking about the reserve. And if the goal here is to, I'm just trying to think of something that's not the all or nothing, as Councillor Wright is suggesting. And if the goal here is to help offset this reserve so we can kind of have a clean slate moving forward, why can't we do the option? So I'm just doing the math here. If the reserve is currently at 7, but take away, the capital hold of 2.4, and you have around, 4.6, and the deficit right now is at 6.2, the difference of that is 1.8, or 1.6, I'm sorry. 1.6 million, correct?
Yes.
I see head nodding, okay. Which is slightly over than what option 2, what Councillor Rutherford had proposed, which provides back 1 million. I'm talking about 1.6 million here. I guess it's not too much in the in-between option, but it at least kind of satisfied that intent of offsetting this deficit.
Yeah, I guess I would say, Councillor, if I may, is that I think that sort of line of if the commission had come to the council and say, we need help offsetting the deficit, I could understand that. They haven't asked for that, though. And so I think by that kind of motion, you're really trying to solve a deficit problem nobody's asked council to solve. And so that would be my concern with that option, because again, they don't have to use the money to solve the deficit. Even if you give them the money, they don't have to use it to solve the deficit. They probably would, but so that's my only comment, is that nobody's asking council to solve that deficit problem just yet.
Okay.
They've said they will solve it.
Well,
they are
then,
responsible
in that
for
case,
solving it.
I'm ready to speak.
Us are ready to speak. So, option 1, Councillor Jans moved and Councillor Tang seconded. Everyone is clear that we will be voting on $11.9 million reduction in the police budget starting in 2022 on an ongoing basis. Right, Councillor Jans, that's the intent, right? And then that money goes to things that, or money would potentially could go to other things, right? But that's not.
It'll go into financial
and
strategies.
go to financial strategies.
And all these options, the number
Yeah.
goes into financial strategies
Okay.
until we get direction from council to do something with it.
Okay, so that is on the floor. Who wants to go first to speak? I see Councillor Knack. You are at the top.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So I think to a couple things that I've heard over the years in these discussions. One of the things that really resonated with me over the years, over the last recent few years, was the chief has said publicly many times that we can't keep doing the same thing we've been doing for the last 20 years for the next 20 years. And fortunately, I don't think I haven't heard anyone here at this table suggest that we should keep doing the exact same thing. So really, it's just the debate about what's the best mechanism to make sure we're not going to continue to do the same thing for the next 20 years. And at the same time, I recognize that this is a topic that people are passionate about. About 3 years ago, during our last 4-year budget, I brought forward a motion to increase police funding only by $8 million per year for 4 years. And I didn't even make it to a vote. That's how unsupported it was by members of council and the public and pretty much everyone. And that was still an $8 million a year increase. And I share that not to relive that terrible moment in my life, but because it is an area that this topic does have a lot of public interest in, and there's a lot of moving parts. And we need to be very thoughtful about our decisions going forward. So I very much agree with the sense that what the 2021 budget should be the permanent budget going forward. What my debate has been is whether or not to do anything in the interim for 2022. And I could have nitpicked and done a fourth piece, but I'm good with the 3 options. And where where I settle at this now is I am comfortable with Councillor Carmel's version, not because I think we owe it to any department to give them what we've once said. I mean, again, we've heard it many times. Last year we cut $55 million out of our budget in everywhere else except policing. So the system, the formula idea is right, but this year showed how flawed that approach was, because we had to cut so many important services to make sure we hit 0 and make sure we funded an increase in policing. So to me, that's why I don't want to do the same thing. And I'm really looking forward to the conversations we're supposed to have next year. Where I'm struggling right now is, in either case, in a bit of a way, the options feel a bit arbitrary, because we don't have $11.9 million worth of potential funding sources if we pull out this money this year. I don't know where that money is going to go, because we haven't done the work, because we haven't had the reports. So the question is, do you leave it in policing, which I do think there is an intended use that we have heard about, or do you just let it sit in sort of the ether without any sort of plan? And I might have been more happy with an increase that was, halfway for one time, but I didn't want to complicate things more. But I think of these options, it is better to make sure we have a clear plan of action that we have had a thoughtful conversation with the community, and that part of that conversation is an understanding and a recognition that we cannot keep doing what we've been doing because this is our runaway budget. Councillor McKean used to say that this budget is our version of the provincial healthcare budget, and he's absolutely right because it was always, no matter what we did, this is always something that would go up. And so we have to stop that. I just think it's worth taking a bit of time, and that's why I'm willing to support Councillor Cartmel's piece of making sure that we're doing this thoughtfully with the community. And I recognize there's members of the community who want this change tonight. They want the 2022 change. That's going to be their piece. There are other members of the community, we've heard it from some other members of council, who not only don't want to change, who want to see police funding increase. And I heard that a lot at the doors that, in the ward that I represent. And they won't even love the fact that I would support a change like Councillor Cartmel's, although I think it's the right thing to do. And I want to take the time and engage and make sure everyone is coming along. And I know you're never going to please everyone. Yes, we're in this political world. You can't please everyone. You're never going to get 100% support. But I do want to make sure we aren't losing the vast majority of people in a very important conversation. So that's why I'm comfortable providing one-time funding for 2022, and then going forward, making sure this formula is adjusted so we will not get trapped in the same place again where the police are essentially guaranteed an increase at the expense of everything else we do as an organization.
Thank you, Councillor Knapp. Councillor Salvador?
I think Councillor Stevenson got bumped. She put a note out there.
Oh.
Thank you, and it is in the system as me next, so I'm not just making it up, but thank you, Councillor Salvador.
Here you go. Here we go. This comes back now.
Great. Thank you so much. And thanks to everyone for the conversation today. You know, I certainly appreciate how challenging this transition is. It's an instance of flying the plane as we try to build it. And there are so many unknowns, so many things that we don't know at this point and that we may not know in the future either. But there are a few things that we do know absolutely. We know very clearly that our community has asked us to do safety differently in our city. So this came out most clearly in the Community Safety and Wellbeing Task Force. And I heard differently on the doorsteps. I heard people wanting to see us address the root causes of crime and make our communities safe from the ground up. We've also certainly heard, many of us, a desire for fiscal sustainability from taxpayers and clear return on investment and strategic use of our funds. The other very certain thing is that there are community safety initiatives that are proven and demonstrated to have value that are ready for funding. I would be able to spend that $11 million tomorrow and have a number of motions coming up to talk about. So I don't think there's any lack of areas to invest in again, recognizing we do want to be investing in initiatives that have positive impacts and demonstrated positive impacts, but I believe those are out there. So again, we absolutely need to be investing in that governance structure, in that coordination and data collection. And it's, again, going to be challenged, and there's going to be a lot of iteration. The reason I think it's essential that we move now is that gives us a year of seeing those changes and collecting that data that will help us make even better decisions for our 4-year budget next year. So this is why I think that change needs to happen now. And why, you know, I'm grateful to Councillor Jans for bringing this forward. And again, really, really grateful for all the conversation that we've been able to have about it today. So thank you. I look forward to supporting this motion.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Councillor Salvador?
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. Yeah, just start by saying really, really grateful for the conversation around the table today. I will be supporting Councillor Jans' amendment, and I'll just speak to a few reasons why. So first, start by saying this year, virtually every department is being asked to manage with a funding freeze. With this motion, we're placing the same expectations for efficiencies on EPS as others. And I find it quite hard to justify sticking with the planned increase given that broader context that we're currently in. So Absolutely, I believe we need to do better for community safety. We must look at how we can work together to really modernize our approach to community safety and well-being to better serve all Edmontonians. And, as we've heard, I think there is that understanding that in order to reduce demand for police service, we have to address those root causes of crime and social disorder. So we can do that by funding things like social services and programs, encouraging the development of permanent supportive housing, and assisting people who are experiencing trauma, distress, or homelessness. The Safer for All report does show how we can start to apply proactive, preventative strategies to foster community well-being. And if we want to prevent crime, we do need to be able to allocate funding to those preventative approaches. So things like mental health supports, addiction supports, youth supports, crisis diversion, harm reduction. And in doing so, I really do think we're moving closer to that shared vision that we have for that integrated community safety and well-being ecosystem that we've heard so much about. I do hear the need for appropriate metrics, evaluation, and thoughtful strategic reallocation. I'm also hearing that work and work related to coordination is underway, ongoing, coming back to council relatively soon, and I think that this can be done alongside that. So I also understand, related to the deficit and reserve fund, EPS has a 3-year window to rectify that, which makes sense to me. So for all those reasons, again, I will be supporting this amendment and would encourage my colleagues to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Tang.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So I seconded this motion, and in fact, I seconded the other motion with the other option that was then rescinded, because I think it's a fair discussion. I think all of my colleagues have mentioned this, but when at a time we are asking everyone to do more with less across the board, within this corporation, but also across sectors, and I understand we're not talking about new funding, we're talking about what is determined by the formula. I do think it's a fair question to ask why the additional money, but also what is appropriate. So I'm going to stand by my position that I started out today with. And I think, in the 2 months we've been here, I think it's been very, very clear that these issues around safety, community well-being, and policing are extremely complex, and the status quo is just not going to cut it. And we're in some extraordinary times, and I don't just mean COVID. I mean, are we being thoughtful? I think we have had a very long, I think a lot of thought and reflection have gone into this conversation about community well-being and safety, and I want to bring it back to that, to the Wellbeing and Safety Task Force recommendation number 14, which is the outstanding recommendation that we were left with from the last council, which is to bring the funding, comparable to other cities and tie portion of funding to performance. And we spent a lot of time talking about that first portion of this recommendation, and not enough attention is paid to that the second part, which I'm much more interested in when it comes to outcomes or performance-based funding models. And not just for a portion, but really the whole thing. And right now, our approach to policing is, I think, very piecemeal and lacks a much broader strategic conversation that takes outcomes and performance into consideration. I think this is what should have happened in the past year, but from what I can gather, that has been absent. And I'll just give an example of that. I think there's good work that's being done through the HELP program with EPS. The partnership between our transit officers and Bent Arrow, I think that's good work. And there's looking ahead, there's work to reimagine the interactions of our peace officers and folks who are marginalized. And all of these are meant to really re-envision well-being and safety and the role of law enforcement. But they're all happening separately and lack that strategic, concerted vision that we really need. And I get that this is not easy, and appropriate outcomes that respond to safety is complex, and it's not dependent on policing alone. But isn't that the work? And coming to a shared understanding with shared goals and outcomes of what it is that we want for well-being and safety. And I'm fairly certain that by next May or June, we're not going to get all the answer, that it's gonna be iterative, it's gonna take probably this term and beyond. And I will be the first to say that we have well, I don't think I'm the first to say, but, we do have a imperfect helping ecosystem of which policing and social services are a part of. And if we want to achieve that common vision that we all want as a council, regardless how we get there, I think we need to make more significant strides in creating the conditions for positive systemic change to happen, and I don't think those conditions are there. And so I don't want us to lose sight about this, conversation around the need for more innovative and creative approaches of communities working together towards community well-being and safety, rather than having a single institution owning that. I don't want us to lose sight of, outcomes and performance, and regardless of who kind of carries on that work, whether it's the auditor or others, that is where I am very much looking forward to dedicating some energy. But for now, I feel like I'm not compelled to explore those other options, and I will stand by my initial position. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Paquette.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Politics around this issue are pretty hot. As council, our job is to be cool and level-headed, informed, and strategic. The informed and strategic part is the part that's really bothering me, because I don't think we are. We've got the task force report, which I think is a phenomenal piece of work and that can help guide us in the future, but we don't have a way to measure outcome performance. We don't have a way to know what the right sizing of a police budget is and social budgets in comparison to the challenges we face and the goals that we have set. And that's a little bit frustrating. I mean, namely prevention and reduction of the determinants of the issues that may lead to police calls. I rarely bring this up, but I am an Indigenous person with an Indigenous community, and I am aware on an extremely personal level of the challenges involved. And it's easy to fall into emotion, but that's not my job. It's easy to fall into crowd pleasing on issues, but that's not my job. My job is to act as a prudent governor. And frankly, we just don't have the facts to support decisions at this point. When we say what is an appropriate amount to fund the police, we don't know. We do not have that metric. We do not have that measurement. And so every move that is on the table right now is frustrating to me, because that's all they are moves. I mean, we have academic studies. We have information that can lead us in particular directions, but nothing that tells us about what a budget should be. And that's why it's very frustrating. I don't think any of these options, frankly, are the right options, but we have to vote on one. And so I'll be supporting Councillor Rutherford's motion, and I'll tell you why. First of all, I'm a little bit resentful that Indigenous people are used as sort of a justification for increasing a budget when other organizations have absorbed it into the cost. But I am also not going to be happy with the idea that, and it's already out there, that Indigenous people might be responsible for an increase in budget or responding to Indigenous issues. It's frustrating to no end, and I don't think that it's appropriate. So if I have to choose one, I'm going to support Councillor Rutherford's motion. There are going to be real consequences from our decision, good and bad. It's going to be tough to go back to a community and say, oh yeah, I heard about your catalytic converters, your garage, your car. Don't worry, cutting the budget to increase funding for the social determinants of crime, and you'll see results in a couple of years. But it's also hard to go back to the community and say, you've asked for change. You've asked for a new way of doing things. You've asked for us to take a look at a better approach to policing. And guess what? We didn't do it. So that's why we're stuck in this position. And the adversarial way that this conversation has gone on in public, it's difficult. It's difficult for everyone. People have so much invested in this question, and they should. But it's up to us in a leadership position to be the ones to step back from that emotion and determine logically how best to proceed. And saying that I'm frustrated doesn't mean that I resent any councillors' motions. I think that everyone's operating from a good place and a place where their intentions are absolutely good. And that's something that I take heart in. And so I want to thank council for this wonderful debate. I want to thank all the organizations that participated. And as you know, I'll be having another initiative coming forward that I think will start to answer these questions that we are frustrated with grappling with. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Rutherford.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I just want to take a moment to again sort of echo Councillor Paquette's comments in thanking everybody for the rich discussion and all of the perspectives that are at this table, let alone in the city of Edmonton. And for me, this is not an emotional decision. This is absolutely, that doesn't mean I'm not making it with heart, because I think heart and emotion are different. I'm doing it with compassion and caring, but I'm absolutely doing it with rationale and logic in mind. This is not a populist decision for me. In my ward, it was split, and I said that in the second week when we shared what we had heard on the doors. That for me, I was getting 50-50 in don't defund or fund them more or defund. And what I do know is while we don't know the answers, we also cannot keep just writing a blank check. And that's essentially what it is. We as council have two levers, as I've learned since taking this chair. Our funding to police and who we appoint to the commission. And anything beyond those two things are out of our control. And so for me, this is a paramount decision in starting to shift that culture. I won't be supporting my council companion, Councillor Jans's motion, solely because I do think it is fair to have that ongoing cost reflected. And I don't want to have that vote pass, and so we don't get to the option 2. I understand the concern around, saying the rhetoric around the others have absorbed the cost of the Truth and Reconciliation. When we talk about the City of Edmonton police budget, we say 82% is human resources, and then that other percentage is for everything else. If we do not acknowledge this $1 million HR cost, then they're going to take that from the everything else. And so for me, I hope and I encourage you to realize that option 2 is the freeze. It is what I've committed to and what I will put forward or support with that in mind. So thank you everybody for your great perspectives. And I know over the next year we're going to have many, many more conversations about this. The last thing I will say as somebody that's been in the community building, social planning sphere is that yes, some of these things we're talking about are not quick fixes. They're not things that happen overnight, and they're lagging indicators. So even when we're talking about outcome measures, it's important to recognize that some of the outcomes that we're going to see from this are not in the immediate. But at the end of the day, what I hope the outcome is that police can do their job in keeping us safe, addressing organized crime, addressing drug trafficking, making sure that people that are, excessive speeders are being dealt with, and that things like one of the folks that I talked to on the doors who was actively suicidal and then was re-traumatized by the response from the police stops. And that was one of many, she was in tears, but there was one of many. And it was not appropriate for the police to be responding to an active suicide case. There was no weapons, there was no harm, and it re-traumatized this woman further. And we have to stop that. So I think that this is where it's a complex conversation, but the right thing is right now to freeze while we have those bigger conversations over the next year. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Tang, can you take the chair, please?
Yes.
I am deeply impressed by the thoughtful conversation that this council is having on this very charged and sometimes polarized issue. And I hope that as we move forward on this together, that we will continue to engage the similar way, and I hope that other partners whom we need to engage with and bring to the table will bring the same type of thoughtfulness and compassion and care to this issue. I do have many friends who are police officers, and we all do have friends who are police officers. They go out of their way to keep us safe, and they do their best. And we need to continue to support them, and will continue to support them. But we also need to look carefully at the larger issue at play. We need to take bold steps to shift our approach to community safety so that we can address the issues of disorder, the issues and the pain that Edmontonians feel every day, those who are houseless, those who deal with mental health issues, those who die because of poisoning on our streets. And we need to tackle these root causes. I know that everyone involved wants to ensure that every Edmontonian is confident in their safety on our streets, that our police practices are accountable, and our uniformed emergency responders are trusted by all members of the community. We all want those who need our help to be treated with empathy, compassion, and be supported by the service most appropriate to their needs. Reallocating these funds into other safety initiatives will keep them directed toward making our communities safer for everyone. Supporting initiatives that are seeing good early results. But we need to continue to advance that community safety discussion. One thing that I am committed to doing, working with council colleagues, with the administration, social services, EPS leadership, police commission, the province, and other community members and organizers, I commit to bringing together a group to the table to shape what is the appropriate integrated community safety approach for Edmonton is and what it should look like. Because that's something that I have noticed is lacking. We must come together and grapple with these fundamental questions about that integrated community safety. Edmonton needs an approach that will tackle these issues in the most effective, coordinated, and sustainable way. As a community, we have the shared values to get this done. We know what the issues are. We just have to work hard and collaboratively to find the right solutions. And I will be supporting Councillor Jan's motion. And I will take the chair back and go to Councillor Jans to close.
Thank you. One of my colleagues said, we need outcomes, we need performance, we need measures, and I couldn't agree more. And that is precisely why I cannot in good conscience allocate a single dollar to the police service until I have a single additional dollar, until I have the confidence that it's being spent in the best way to get the best impact possible. I did a quick run of the numbers here. If the budget is about $384 million and 85% is spent on staff costs, and we know that 32% of the calls, by the police's own admission, are not police work, that's roughly $105 million. So we're spending $105 million next year on policing, which by their own admission should not be policing. So the fact we're trifling here over a couple pennies for the last 6 hours, we're still missing the broader point here, that we are paying for, and we're paying way too much for the wrong services at the wrong time at the wrong place. If the fire department was here and said 32% of the calls we actually go to are Humane Society related, we would all be sitting here, gee, why aren't we paying for the Humane Society? Why are we continuing to give fire infinite increases for an infinite time? We at some point need to stop and say, listen, we know we need housing. We know our last mayor went red in the face going to every order of government and everyone who would listen. We know the Chamber of Commerce. We know all of these other partners kept saying housing, housing, housing. And we have the opportunity right here, right now, to set aside $12 million that we know could make an enormous impact through evidence-based interventions. We heard from the chief himself. The biggest challenges to crime right now in Edmonton are mental health, trauma, and addictions. So how does paying for another tank, more minutes in the helicopter, more backfilling the Casey Madu $5 million defund the police cut, how does any of this help? So I appreciate the discussion, but I feel like we're not starting at ground zero here. The Safer for All report is fantastic, and I just want to, if I may read from paper, Mr. Chair, Recommendation 14, bring police funding in line with comparable cities and tie a portion of funding to specific performance. 14.1, freeze the current level of EPS funding until alignment with comparable cities is achieved. 14.2, tie a portion of the funding to performance expectations. And 14.3, take the additional funding that would have gone to EPS under the previous funding formula and use it to refund the community. And they talk about 24/7 shelters. For 2 years, I lived over in Church Street in Macaulay, and I think I would wager you one of Knack's milkshakes that I called the police more than anyone at this table. I saw lots of need for police, but I saw even greater need for 24/7 shelters, for safe consumption sites, for housing, for people who are walking around without shoes in winter. Do we need police? Absolutely. And this budget, despite any misinformation, will continue to give the police the exact same amount of money that they received last year. What it will do, though, is take the burden off police. When I did my Malmo community walk a month ago, the community relations person said, yeah, the police would like to be here more, but they're busy out Narcanning people. Like, we are paying for a system, and we are perpetuating a system that is so broken. I'll yield my time.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Please vote.
Can we just clarify which, just so that we're all really clear what we're voting on? So we're going to start with option 1 first of all, Mr. Mayor.
So we are voting on option 1, which is Councillor Jans and Tang, second by Tang, Councillor Tang, sorry, 11.94300. 11,943,000 ongoing reduction to police budget starting in 2022.
Thank you. Councillor Jans?
Michael? Councillor Jans?
Councillor Rice?
It didn't show up on my screen.
Would you like to say your vote verbally, or would you like to wait?
I would like to wait to come to my screen and I will see that. I will vote. So,
We have sent it, and yours is the only one that we're waiting for.
so I'm not in favor of this.
Okay, thank you very much. We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Please display the votes. That is defeated 5-8. And now we vote on option 2, which is moved by Councillor Rutherford and seconded by Councillor Wright, which is $10,943,000 reduction in police budget
That is correct.
on an ongoing basis starting in 2022.
That is correct. We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes, please. That is carried 8-5.
Now, if you would like to vote on the actual amendment with the correct fill in the blank, that would be great.
Okay, what that correct fill will be 10.85?
Yep, so what you were just voting.
10.943.
You were just voting on what number to put in the fill in the blank, and now it's up to council to actually approve the revised motion.
Okay, so we will be voting on, can you say that so everybody's clear?
Yeah,
instead of
absolutely.
me
Thank you very much.
trying
So
to-
that the 2022 Edmonton Police Services tax levy funding be reduced by $10,943,000 on an ongoing basis, with the funding held in financial strategies for relocation to support addressing homelessness, community development towards community safety, social services prevention and response programs and initiatives as determined by City Council.
Got it. So that needs to be moved?
It is already moved.
It's
It was
moved.
originally moved by Councillor Jans and Tang, and then it has been amended by the Assembly.
Got it. Okay, got it. Okay, everyone is clear, please vote.
We have all the votes, Mr. Mayor.
Display the votes, please. That is carried 8-5. We are past our break time, right?
You are, but you're welcome to take a break at your leisure.
Yes, but do we have anything else related to this before we take break? So
Related to the police?
This, related to police, done. Okay, we will be back at little after 4 o'clock, 3 minutes after 4. Yeah. Okay, I would like to call this meeting back to order. Do a quick roll call. Councillor Wright,
Here.
Councillor Knack,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Principe,
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Paquette, Councillor Tang,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Hamilton,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rutherford will be joining us shortly, and Councillor Salvador,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Cartmel,
Good afternoon.
Councillor Rice,
Here.
and Councillor Jans will be joining us shortly as well. So we are going over to the next amendment, which is QP1. It is from Councillor Tang. Councillor Tang, would you?
Sorry, Your Worship, Your Worship, did you want a summary of the capital before?
Sure.
We have an update of that presentation. We could go through it quickly if that's amenable.
And it's just an update. I hope we don't get into too in-depth questions on it then, because my concern would be that just give us a quick update then.
That was the plan, to sort of finish it off. But.
Yeah.
And the only other question is, did you want the operating overview like we did for the capital overview before to give you the context of if everything was approved, what it would look like?
I think let us go through the amendments, right? Then you can give us maybe update tomorrow morning when we come back, right?
Let
Let
yeah,
us,
partway through. That's what we did last time.
Yeah,
So
that
sorry,
is good.
I
Yeah.
just wasn't sure.
Yeah.
All right, let's do the quick capital update and then we can move on quickly.
Okay. So good afternoon, mayors and councilors. Yesterday afternoon, administration presented council with the impacts of all capital amendments that were put out for consideration prior to council voting on them. So we are now returning with an updated version of this presentation that includes the final decisions made by councilors over the last 2 days. Next slide. So during budget deliberations, City Council approved an additional $472.5 million increase to the city's approved capital budget. When combined with the recommended $216.8 million increase recommended in the main motion of the SCBA, the total increase to the capital budget would be $689.3 million. The totality of these adjustments would increase the city's total approved tax-supported operations capital budget from 2019 onwards from $10.7 billion to $11.24 billion. Next slide. This slide shows the impact to the corporate funding pool of all capital amendments passed by City Council. Prior to amendments, the corporate funding pool was projected to be in a deficit of $55.5 million deficit subsequent to the recommendations in the fall 2021 SCBA. The total impact of all capital amendments passed by Council and the impact of operating amendment 17.1, still to be voted on, is an additional $11 million of corporate pool funding being allocated. This is comprised of $19.9 million of pay-as-you-go, offset by $8.9 million of MSI funding back to the corporate pool. We've included the potential impact of operating amendment 17.1 related to the A1 sports facility service package within these figures. However, this item is still up for debate within operating. The additional draw on the corporate pool approved by City Council results in the corporate pool being in a deficit balance of $66.5 million. Once factoring in the deficit funding strategy outlined in the SCBA report, the ending corporate pool balance would be in an $11 million deficit. This deficit strategy includes previously approved pre-commitment of $46.5 million of pay-as-you-go funding from 2023, meaning that this funding will not be available for prioritization within the next capital cycle. Next slide. During capital budget deliberations over the last 2 days, City Council approved an additional $460.1 million of tax-supported debt, above the $44.4 million of new debt that was recommended by administration in the fall 2021 supplemental capital budget adjustment for the 50th Street CPR grade separation project. The table on this slide shows the new debt servicing costs and estimated tax levy increase for this new approved debt. The total debt servicing impacts of the 50th Street CPR grade separation and of all the capital amendments passed are estimated to be a total of $32.8 million per year, phased over 2022 to 2029. The tax levy increase required to service this debt is estimated to be 1.89%, phased in over the same time period. The motion amendment required to the operating budget for 2022 impact is an increase to debt servicing budget of $378,000, which will result in a tax levy increase of 0.02%. This motion will be added to the list of operating budget amendments as we start debating operating. Next slide. This graph on the slide shows the impact of capital amendments passed by council and the city's most restrictive debt limit, the tax-supported debt servicing limit under the debt management fiscal policy. So very similar to what you had seen before. The blue bars on this chart represent the estimated debt limit each of the years. The red line presents the current approved debt servicing for everything previously approved. The yellow line represents the total estimated debt servicing for all the amendments passed in the capital budget. Finally, the green line represents the impact of approving an additional $150 million per year tax-supported debt in 23 to 26 capital budget cycle. So this is just provide for demonstrative purposes to all council to see what the impact of additional debt may be in the next budget cycle when layered to the amendments that you made today. Next slide. Finally, this slide represents admin's estimate of additional net operating impacts of capital related to the capital amendments passed by council. Their net operating costs are in addition to the debt servicing that was presented in the previous slide. The total impact of additional operating cost of all amendments passed by council is estimated to be $17.8 million per year, phased in over 2022 to 2029. The estimated tax levy increase required to fund these net operating costs is 1.02%, phased in over the same time period with no immediate tax impacts in 2022. I'll now hand it over to Andre.
So just to conclude, Your Worship and Council, through the supplemental budget process for capital, Council has pulled forward to debate a number of projects that were planned for the debate on the four-year capital budget in the fall of 2022. We've now estimated the economic impact of the approvals of these projects and anticipate that the City of Edmonton's capital investment of $689.3 million is estimated to support the creation of up to 3,830 local jobs throughout construction, which will also support other facets of our local economy. So that concludes our update, and we're happy to get on with the next amendments.
Thank you so much for this update. Really appreciate it. And we'll go back to our amendments. Oh, Councillor Cartmel, you had a clarifying questions?
I just wanted to ask if we could get the presentation by email or in e-scribe, if we could. Great, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, just to interrupt, Budget does have a motion that they'd like Council to pass based on the amendments that were just done to capital.
Okay. So say it again, sorry.
I'll ask Budget to explain it to you.
Okay.
Because they'll get it more clearly.
Okay.
Yeah, so typically after the capital budget motions are passed, any operating impacts of capital, we just pass that through an official motion as well to reflect that in the operating budget. So it's what I read to you there about the debt servicing impacts of $300,000.
So we need that approved now?
Right.
Where is it at?
We're going to put it up for you.
Can you please? Okay, that the 2022 tax-supported operating budget expenditures be increased by $378,000 as a result of increased debt servicing cost related to capital budget amendments approved through 2021 fall supplemental capital budget. That's all, right? I don't see the rest. I see the tail end of it, but that's the end of the motion, right? Okay, okay. Okay, I can move it if I'm a chair. I'm allowed to do that, right? Or I'll move it. Somebody second?
Second.
Councillor Salvador, seconded. Councillor Cartmel, you have questions on it? Okay, no. And Councillor Rice, you have questions on it?
Yes, I do have one question. So if we pass this motion now, does this mean we passed the part of 2022 budget?
So this motion is just giving, or this amendment just takes what you've done on capital and the operating impacts of that and adds it to the operating budget.
So is this motion like $378,000 will reflect the how much tax levy increase?
It's 0.02% of a tax levy increase. It's related to the debt servicing on the tax-supported debt projects you approved to the capital budget.
So accordingly, we will make that change and in the operating budget as well, right?
Correct.
That's what this motion is for. Yeah.
So 0.2%.
Yeah.
0.02%.
0.02. That's difference, big difference. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor Rice. Cool. Okay, that is out of the way. Okay. We have to vote on it, absolutely. Please vote.
In favor.
We have the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, let's go to our next item on the operating adjustment, which is QP1, Councillor Tang.
Okay, great. And by the way, I think that's OP1, just for operation. So I'm happy to introduce this amendment that the 2022 operating expenditure budget in social development citizen services be increased by $250,000 on a one-time basis to provide funding to Recover Urban Wellbeing so that Recover can continue to support the social infrastructure work for urban well-being with funding from the Edmonton Police Services funds held within financial strategies. And I just speak to it? Or I just...
And this is one-time funding, right?
This is one time, that's right, and I will be speaking to that portion.
Just told that. Can you you can introduce the item?
I can introduce it?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's great. So I think, in past presentation, we've learned a little bit about Recover, but just to remind everyone, this is an urban wellness initiative that directly meets community well-being and safety outcomes. We've spent a lot of time today talking about community well-being and safety. And this initiative intersects much with, some of the things that's coming forward today, this budget adjustment period in terms of ending poverty and anti-racism. It's on its final year of a multi-year project, but has demonstrated a lot of value in terms of bringing creative and socially innovative approach to asking different kinds of questions and rethinking the relationship between the city, service providers, and communities. And some of the work stemming from Recover has direct implications for so many priority areas we're working on, including building a community care network that complements professional care, bridging relationships between everyday Edmontonians and those struggling with disenfranchised trauma and grief, or it's around focusing on collecting stories as data and involving people who are not normally involved in these public engagement processes. I mean, isn't this what we always wanted from public engagement? And on the horizon, I mentioned earlier that there are opportunities to explore new interactions for peace officers with marginalized folks, ones focused on peacefulness rather than enforcement. And so this is the stuff we talk about all the time. But here we have within the city recognize internationally, concrete sets of tools and methods that bring different kinds of people along, that decolonizes, that don't just talk about collaboration and partnerships, but actively rallies co-funders, as we heard so convincingly during the public hearing from Downtown Business Association and MacEwan University. And so I'm putting forward this today as a one-time funding because I think moving forward, I like it to be really embedded in the base budget for the 4-year cycle, so it can be ongoing and permanent. I think there's incredible value for Recover to be an internal resource in terms of its human-centered social research and development methodology that not only connected to systemic changes in the social development world, but can help achieve better outcomes across the corporation, whether it's city operations or even employee experiences.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Cartmel?
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So I just want to be really clear here on the financial strategies. So we had $11 million in corporate strategies that came from previous changes to the police budget.
That's correct.
Right, and now we have a further $10.9 million in corporate strategies from the motion just passed, or pardon me, the amendment just passed. But
That's correct.
I understood that the 10.9 was being held essentially discreetly for particular purposes. Is that right? Or do we just have a great big bucket right now that's not quite $22 million?
So both of those reductions had wording associated with them to hold them for specific things and slightly different wording.
But this would fall within those
Okay, so you,
words from my perspective.
Okay, so
So we think the recover program would fall within that.
So I don't want to ask this question on everyone. So can I presume that the list we have of motions has been vetted and that if they say they come from corporate strategies, that that's in order?
Yes,
Yeah.
you can, Councillor. We did review all the ones, especially for the ones for the funding that came out of the police, and we've compared that to the original motion where that came out of, and we think it's appropriate.
And anything that's funded out of corporate strategies, if I've got my computer went blank, so I'm not sure if I got the title right anymore, but anything that comes out of that account means it's not increasing the tax levy. It's not coming off of the tax levy. Correct?
That's correct.
Right. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Knack?
Thank you, and thanks for those questions. Just one last one, and I know you sent that message about the funding sources, and I know we've talked about it a million times, and yet I still forgot. There was 5.5 million one time that was set aside this year. Did we use up that?
You have allocated all of that.
So that's all gone. So that's why this is fine. So what happens if we're doing this in a one-time fashion? Is it just frees up that funding potentially for 2023 and beyond? So last question, and I don't know if it's valid. I just feel like I want to just double check, especially with the change. I mean, I know we've just added 10.9 million, but did we tally up how much, what's the total of the asks that are using this source? Just so I get a sense. I support this one, but I'm wondering if I don't think we're going to come to a point where we have more asks than money in the bucket, but I'd just like to be sure I'm getting a sense of what we're at.
I'm pretty sure we checked it even before the police decision, and there was room. Oh, sorry. Okay.
So the total out of each of the amendments on the floor that are asking for funding from police funding held in financial strategies, the total number of all those motions is 7.8 million.
7.8. So even without the motion we just passed, there's money for every one of the asks and that you have vetted. So I just wanted to make sure that we didn't come up against a potential, prioritization. We still might have that debate as a council. I wanted to be sure. So thank you. I'll support this.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Principe?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I just wanted to start by saying that, again, I do support social programming. I think it's very important. But we're always discussing at this table accountability and transparency. And yet I feel that sometimes we don't expect that as much from social programs. Even if we do have more than enough funding, I still think that we need to ensure it is being spent properly. And even if it is with the best intentions, sometimes maybe it's not with the best application. So I'm not going to support this simply because I want to see from the auditor, from the task force, I want to see the results, just because I think it is better to wait until we finish this and put the resources where we know it can be used properly. And that is the only reason why I'm not supporting it. Not that I wouldn't say in 6 months, not necessarily I wouldn't in 6 months, just I would like to see that report first. So it's just really a timing thing. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Rutherford?
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I hear, you know, that tension, because I feel that tension too, especially with the motion on the floor that we have for both administration to kind of come back with some, you know, logic model and sort of those direct lines to the work, and making sure that we also still make sure that that money is doing some good into 2022. For me, Recover is such an impressive program if you're not familiar with it. It is the gold standard, I would say, in social innovation and prototyping, and it really takes social science into having a scientific methodology of actually having a theory, testing that theory, refining, and continuing to go. The Recover actually does have an entire framework for like a well-being framework, which is essentially a logic model. So to me, this is an example where it's very sound in terms of the direct link already, because they've done that work of how their work leads to community well-being. So for me, this one is a direct hit for sure. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Rice?
Just to have one quick question regarding the financial implication. Based on the presentation earlier, and it's my understanding we have deficit and in our financial strategies. Is that correct?
No, Councillor, that's not
So,
correct.
before we reduce the police funding, and I think, so if it's not correct, and then how much money we have in financial strategy left right now?
So in financial strategies related to EPS held funding, you have $11 million from the reductions made previously, plus the $10.9 million that you just passed with that initial police motion.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Tang, can you take the chair?
Yes.
So just to understand the 11 million allocated here, the intent is that the money be used because came out of the police budget to reduce pressure on policing and improve community safety, and you will come to us in the first quarter of next year with some strategies and saying the criteria for using this money, right?
Yes, Your Worship, but that doesn't prevent council, as
Yeah.
in this case, of putting an amendment that would go to that, and,
Yeah.
you know, we
On-
feel it's
and-
appropriate.
So if you take money on one-time basis, we can still have conversation about the $11 million for a long-term basis, as
Yeah.
long as we don't allocate money on a long-term permanent basis without knowing and understanding the intent of the report, so what is going to be in the report and the criteria.
Yes, and like we said, we'll be coming back in Q1 and Q2 with those kind of details.
Okay, got it. The way we allocated one-time funding in 2021 and previously that became available.
Yeah.
Okay, okay. If that's the principle, if the principle is one-time funding, right, allocation out of that 11 million, I'll be comfortable supporting this. We also put that $6 million of EPCOR dividend into financial strategies, right?
That's correct. So that 21.9 million number, like the 11 plus the 10.9 is only police. There is an additional 6 million in there from the EPCOR dividend.
And that can be used to fund some of these strategies as well, right?
That
Some
can.
of these amendments can be funded through that source, right?
That's correct. There's also an operating amendment.
Yeah.
So they just all weave together.
Yeah, but that money is there for us to use to fund these amendments. That's all I wanted, that's all I want to know.
That's correct, yes.
Okay, got it, cool. So because some of these amendments make reference to financial strategies only, don't say police part of the financial strategies. right? So.
Then those are the ones referring to the $6 million.
Those are
coming from the
referring to
dividend.
$6 million. Got it. I just wanted to understand that. Okay, got it. Thank you.
Yeah, we have vetted all the ones that would use the police money to make sure they're consistent with the original.
With the intent of
Yeah.
that original guidance, broad guidance, not detailed criteria.
Yeah, and I would say that's when we declared all the motions in order. That was part of that work.
Got it. Okay, that's clear. Good. All right. I will take the chair back. And see no more questions. Councillor Tank, would you want to close it or?
Sure, yes. I really would appreciate that opportunity. And, I think a fair point around, the source of the funding, which I've thought long and hard about. We're talking about $250,000. Thank goodness we finished the conversation about the $380 million budget. But, this work has been going on for so long in terms of achieving outcomes in community well-being and safety. And in fact, I don't see this as contradicting the motion that I have put forward. And I think it actually supports it. As Councillor Rutherford, mentioned, this is, Recover is a leader in social innovation, and I think it will add a lot of value to support that work that is ongoing right now. And I guess I want to also kind of define, and this is, I think, incredible value that they bring, is when we talk about well-being and safety, ultimately we're talking about connection to all kinds of things. And, when we say well-being and safety, who is it for? We have very diverse Edmontonians with very different kinds of needs. And what this initiative brings is very different kinds of perspectives, rally different kinds of people together for solution building that sometimes may or may not work, but for those that do show promise, they work to amplify that. And I think that kind of method of trying things, working with Edmontonians in a very iterative way, in a very hands-on way, beyond developing a policy, but developing policy through a very ground-up approach, and that involving partners who both contribute cash and in-kind contributions, returning a value that's far more than the $250,000 that's on the table, generating outcomes that I think achieves many of the goals that we've talked about all day long today. I think we absolutely need to support this, and I want to see this really moving forward, especially for the next 4-year cycle, embedded as a very much a permanent kind of service and initiative within the city that can potentially touch on things beyond urban wellness or community well-being and safety, but support other areas of the corporation that ultimately achieve all of these outcomes that we're talking about. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tank. Please vote.
Just waiting for Councillor Jans. We have the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay. That is done, and QP3 was withdrawn. Going over to, am I looking at the wrong? Hold on. Hold it. Let me get it the right way. Okay, so QP15 was withdrawn. And now we go to our next one, which is QP14. Councillor Wright.
Thank you. So do I read out the?
Yes, please, and then introduce the item.
Okay. So that the 2022 operating expenditure budget and community recreation facilities, citizen services be increased by $49,000 on a one-time basis to fund civic services support for Millwoods President's Council Summer Festival with the funding from Council Contingency 2021 and 2022 funds. So the Millwoods President's Council is an association of the community leagues presidents throughout pretty well at the southeast quadrant of the city. And it's 12 community leagues that are represented on the council. And the council does advocacy work for the community leagues, and their main focus, they've been around since about 83, I think, and helping new leagues develop. But one of their main focuses that they've had since 1990, I think it is, has been Summer Festival, which celebrates the diversity of our community. It draws in not only those from the Southeast Edmonton area, but from all over. And then it culminates in a fireworks display for Canada Day celebrations then in the evening. It does attract about over 50,000 people throughout the day long. It's filled with diversity of performances, dances, music, fun. What's happened here is that the city did at one time fund the full event with also support from each of the community leagues. Each of the community leagues would also contribute, I'm thinking it was $1,000 each. So what's happened now, they did receive notice back in 2019 that the city was going to be canceling their support. Then, of course, in 2020 and 2021, there was no event scheduled. So now the city has reduced the funding. We'll only pay 50% of the eligible civic service costs, and the remaining $12,000 will fall on the Millwoods President's Council. And then the cost of the fireworks display, which they're estimating to be about $37,000. So in total, $49,000 needing to be covered. The city will continue to cover other costs, such as setting up a civic command center and covering costs for increased transit and other fees associated with the parkland use.
Thank you, Councillor Wright. Councillor Hamilton?
I believe Councillor Rutherford was.
Councillor Rutherford is first. Councillor Rutherford?
Yes, thank you so much. My question was related to the council contingency fund, where this would come from. My understanding from the previous presentation is we had $700,000 from 2021 that we never allocated in 2021. So does that just roll over year if it's not spent?
It does. That's what the recommendation was, Councillor. But that really is the will of council. But
Okay.
that was what we had submitted as part of the budget. I think last year was, election years are always different years. And so
Yeah.
I think from our perspective, we didn't want to bite into that and give that the opportunity for the new council to consider that.
Okay, so for 2022, we're really looking at 1.4 in that fund?
Yeah, that's total, yeah.
And is there any policy, like I tried to just look up the council contingency policy, and I also was looking up the council's budget and expenses. Is there a policy on specifically how contingency funds can be used or decided on?
Sure. It's $700,000 a year, and I think it's at the discretion of council, however they want to use
So
that.
it just has to be a collective council decision?
Right, on a one-time basis, and it's $700,000 a year. So for 2021, it's unallocated, and for 2022, you have another $700,000. So what we're doing here is we're going to be drawing down on the 2021 fund first, and then whatever you use out of 2021, we'll carry that forward for you into 2022, and the rest would be released, whatever's unused for 2021.
Okay. So is it a friendly amendment to just say from council contingency 2022 and take off strike the 2021? Because we're really talking about 2022 expenses, and so 2022 budget.
Well, what'll happen, Councillor, is at the end of the year, we'll do an end of the year report, and the recommendation would be that any funds not used would roll over into 22. So it doesn't matter, because the 21 funds, if council approves the end of the year financial report, will then roll over into 22. They'll become 22 funds.
Okay. Sounds good. And then yeah, that's it. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Hamilton?
Thanks to Councillor Wright for some of the background. As I was listening to that, I'm unfamiliar with funding in this space, or more unfamiliar than I should be. But do we ordinarily fund sort of individual community league initiatives, Mr. Smythe? Or do we tend to run funding through the EFCL historically?
Certainly, this is tradition going way back, as the councillor alluded to. The reduction of this program was made when we had to reduce our expenditures last year. And our logic behind this reduction was that city funds the Canada Day fireworks from Kinsman that are launched. So we would just fund that one event. But because of the size of the Mill Woods festival around that time, it would fall into one of our categories of an event, so to speak. So it could get reinstated, and as the councillor mentioned, we would provide some support for civic services, and the President's Council would provide the balance. But our logic was the city at the time, the city would support just one fireworks in our city on Canada Day.
Well, I look at this and I wonder about organizations like TRAC, which are of similar scale in the Southwest, and who, and my concern is if council is one-off funding, with respect to, I know the Millwoods fireworks are big because you can see them from quite far away. They're very popular, but I think I'm more concerned about the one-off funding to specific community groups out of council contingency and how, that aligns with, I think, and maybe this is better directed to the city manager, council contingency aside, how is that aligning to what I see as an attempt to smooth sort of our directed funding to community groups? Because I see this and I could see TRAC coming, I could see different area councils coming looking for similar tranches of money. At the same time, EFCL is also trying to fund initiatives like this. So can you help me reconcile sort of that thinking?
Yeah, I think it's certainly an exception as you've explained it, Councillor. But again, that's why when this came up as an amendment, we strongly recommended that be a council contingency funded initiative because nothing else aligns really, and so that's why that was the recommended funding source because it's not aligned with the other
quick point, Councillor, is that certainly take your point about area councils and larger community or groups. This being one-time funding, I mean, we could consider supporting it for this 1 year, and then as we look at it for the balance of next year, look at how that equity question that you're raising can be addressed.
All right, so, and this is something I'm guessing you're looking at sort of realigning in the 22, or in our budget discussions in 22 relating to the next 4-year cycle, giving us clearer policy direction on sort of
That's correct.
the latitude of funding.
This event does kind of have feed in both the sort of the community system as well as the event system. So those two pieces certainly are integrate for this particular event.
All right, thank you. I'm uneasy about this, but I'm going to listen to what other councillors have to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor.
Can I speak to Councillor Hamilton?
Well, you'll have the chance to speak to it when we come to that, Councillor Rice. Councillor Cartmel.
Well, I thank Councillor Hamilton for introducing the concept of TRAC. That's the Twilliger Riverbend Advisory Council, and I have essentially the same question. And had the opportunity been offered, I suppose that organization would have had several asks. There's the New Year's Eve fireworks that one of the community leagues puts on in that community that in recent years has been challenged by city regulation that now requires traffic officers instead of volunteers to marshal traffic, which added cost, which has been challenged by fireworks permits, which have gone much more expensive in recent years, which has added cost, with no relief of those regulations and no cost relief from the city. So are we expecting a set of applications or requests for funding for various area council events like this?
Councillor, we don't put out a request for applications to support this. Millwoods is, when we funded it a couple of years ago, it was a very kind of unique arrangement. It was, not consistent across our city. So the flags that you're raising as well as Councillor Hamilton are certainly out there.
But if this is approved, I would anticipate getting more requests coming from two councillors for this kind of thing.
Well, it's unique in that it's not widely known, I would suggest, because you're right. Now it is going to get all kinds of requests.
Yeah, it is not a program, which
Yeah.
again gets to when the amendment came on the table, our advice was because we don't have a program for that, the only real option was council contingencies.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. Councillor Tang.
I was gonna just speak to it.
Oh.
I don't have any questions.
You don't have any questions?
If-
Okay.
If I can, I'm happy to speak now, or.
You can if you want to. Go ahead. No, go
Yeah,
ahead
no,
if you
sure.
want.
I absolutely appreciate the concerns that my colleagues are bringing, and I think this was even, this was, even our, my initial reaction as well. This isn't just about a firework. This is about a much larger scale festival that during the past few years, was canceled due to COVID, and actually last year due to a heat wave. That many people have looked forward to in this, I think, a very, very difficult time. And of course, I think there's many things that's been happening in the city that's been canceled that I think is very worth, looking at, which is why which is why I'm supporting this as a one-time use for the contingency fund with ample, notice to the community. And this isn't a single community league. This is a consortium of, I think, a dozen or so community leagues for them to continue to really think about their funding strategy or diversifying strategy. And I would be very interested in exploring as a council something within the next 4-year budget cycle, a program that might be ward-specific, or if we want to be less political, with maybe district-based kind of approach to contingency to, things that might pop up in our wards that could, use some of that relief. And I will also just mention, this is this summer festival, and, the initial intention is that we only fund one firework centrally in the city. And given that we're not out of COVID yet, there is, I think, benefit in terms of not concentrating the crowd. And finally, I'll just say that, in the same way, and for the same rationale I've advocated for so many of the other initiatives and projects in other parts of the city, this isn't just about one neighborhood or one part of the city. Over 50,000 people participate in this festival that really have benefit from. They come from all over the city, in fact, and within the region. And so I think there's benefit that's much more far-reaching than Mill Woods. And yes, okay, I think I'll end there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. And I think this is really everyday learning nuisance. By looking at this motion, and specifically it's very specific to certain area of the city, I just have a question regarding the process. If we open the door and for the community event like this, and then how that could be impact the entire city. And I do believe, and then for us to support our community initiatives, community facilities, or any recreation events is very important. So I just think, and with the high budget pressure, and in 2022, we council just requested so much money and for other things. And then if we open the door like that, and even for me to understand in my ward, there is a Southwest and the President Council as well. They have so many similar events planned and going to do it. And so that means like we'll, like my colleagues mentioned, and we will receive lots of application for this. And then if we don't have program, and then is that fair to say, and we just open the program and then give this opportunity and fairly to all the community, and then they can just apply, and instead of use this council contingency specific to support the one, and then to create the impression and cross city say, well, we support certain, we don't support certain community events. Yeah, just for the process question.
Yeah, so in terms of process, Councillor, as you've indicated, there is no program for this that we have, which is why the only option was us to provide a funding source through contingencies. As was mentioned, there will be 1.4 million in councillor contingencies for the rest of 21 and 22. And so the only process I would see is individual councillors submitting motions to access that money. But I do believe that if this gets approved, you will all get other requests for the use of the council contingency fund. Yeah.
And basically, Councillor, this funding reinstates funding they had 2 years ago. So that's what this particular motion does. But certainly take the point about across the city, what could this look like? So we would do some of that work next year.
With that said, and then for the councillors bring their own motion come only allow during budget adjustment, or any time we can do?
No, the budget when approved, unless there's another change, would continue to have 1.4 million in 2022 when 21 rolls over, and councillors can access that anytime they choose throughout the year, up to a maximum of 1.4. And you just simply do that by putting a motion on the table and addressing it at any upcoming council meeting.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Principe?
I just wanted to say that I think, it's great that you brought this forward for your community, and I would like to come join one day. It sounds like a lot of fun. But having said that, I don't support this simply because I do see other communities coming forward and doing this, requesting this as well. And Councillor Tang, the points you made, the ideas you made, it sounds great, but it comes at a cost. If we start a program like this, we're going to be increasing the tax levy, and something that could be going towards snow and ice removal. So those are just the things that I'm taking into consideration, but I do admire you for bringing this forward for your community.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Paquette?
Yeah, that's fair. So, to the mover, you touched on the history a little bit and the need. I'm just struggling a little bit with this because I think that there may be a lot of folks in Edmonton who don't know this history and don't know the disbursements that we're going to this community for these events. I'm not saying that it's wrong in any way. I'm just saying that other communities on finding this out might be thinking like, wow, so that's a lot of money over the years. How come my community wasn't getting any offers like this? So thoughts on that?
Well, I knew this was going to open up a can of worms, but I do think it does provide a good chunk of Edmontonians the opportunity to come and gather together. And why can't we look at doing something within our communities to bring people together? And as Councillor Tang has suggested, maybe not on a ward basis, but do it on a district park basis. Now that everybody's going to have district parks in their areas, I think.
Yeah. Okay. So.
Go ahead. No, I actually have a question for administration, because from your perspective, Councillor Paquette, what else has the contingency fund been used for? It just seemed to me it was just sitting there.
Yeah, sorry, this is not the process. I wish it was, but okay. So I'm just wondering if there's a way to say yes to this. Or to say no to this. How about, I don't want to say no to this, but I want to have a bigger conversation with that before saying yes. And I'm wondering to administration how we would do that.
Councillor, I would say that the only way in the proposed budget that we would have a funding things like this are through council contingency funds. So if council decided that they wanted to have a discussion about how to use the 1.4 million as a whole first, then I would suggest that, you know, this motion either be withdrawn, or if it's defeated, that's a conversation council could have any time in the year, because the money will be there, the 1.4 million will be there, and you can have perhaps a more strategic discussion about how you want to spend that money throughout the year 22. And you could do that whenever you want to put it on the agenda in the year.
Okay, because I would, like, as Councillor Wright said, if this opens a can of worms, hard to put it back in. You know, now it's out. Every councillor is aware of it. The public's going to become aware of this. And I think that it might be appropriate to now have a large conversation. And I don't want this to get voted down today, because I think there could be merit in it. So I'm just wondering how we would proceed with that. And I'll let other people ask questions. There actually may be solutions in the process. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Stevenson.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Certainly echoing some of the comments from my colleagues, and I have an idea to throw out there that may allow us to say yes, and also you know, address the concerns. So just wanted to ask the mover. And, you know, I think one option is that we just set this conversation aside for another time. But, you know, I would be open to, if something was added on to this amendment, that it be increased by $49,000 on one-time basis for this event, and an additional, let's say, $500,000 from the 2021 council contingency budget to be run as a program over the next year for community events. And the reason I suggest that, you'll all discover I'm a big fan of pilot projects. And so, I mean, it is a big request to administration in terms of setting up that program. But I think it would give us a sense of what that ask is without each of those individual asks having to come to council to have that conversation. So a couple questions in there, I guess, is just what is the degree of effort to set up a program like that using sort of the remainder of the 2021 council contingency budget?
Certainly, Councillor, our civic event staff are well equipped. They have processes in place. They would have to set up the criteria and who can apply and so on. But they're pretty expert in delivering that. So it's certainly something that they could activate, you know, fairly rapidly. I don't want to give you a number in terms of weeks or months, but it's certainly something that could be in scope.
Okay, so I would just put that to the mover if that was something you wanted to add to your amendment, and just my idea. I think I would otherwise be hesitant to support this, just for the reasons outlined by others.
Thank you for the suggestion. So you're suggesting that it just be opened up, or programming, and then that's where track and whoever can
We'll just
come apply.
we'll just open up that can of worms.
Okay.
Give it $500,000. Again, just recognizing that contingency wasn't used last year. I think in many ways too, this is hopefully a year of celebration and an opportunity for us to be coming back together in community. So I think there's a reason to consider it for this year, and it would give us a sense of the demand and the desire for that, and help us measure outcomes in terms of if we design to make it a permanent program in the 4-year budget cycle.
So, councillors, I think these are very important questions, but I'm very cognizant of the time, and we have many items to go through yet.
Sorry, I think we're 5:15 tonight.
Yeah, we only have 15 minutes to finish this off, then we need to break, then we have many other items too. So I think all these has valid points, but I think if we need just make a decision on this, and maybe next year when we come back, we can look at some policy options or what the best use of contingency is. This may not be the only time these precedent-setting questions have been raised because of contingency funding, because it's for unforeseen unforeseen issues, right? And this is one of those unforeseen issues, and we can have a broader discussion about some of those ideas maybe next year. Maybe just focus on this particular issue. If we want to fund it, not fund it, then we can have further conversation. But just cognizant of the how much we have to accomplish yet on the other things, yeah. Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Mr. Smythe, you know how much I love paying for our own services and debates on paying for our own services. It's been something I've talked about for a lot, because that's money that we have to spend to pay ourselves, yet again, like many festivals and events. So my question, how do we stop paying ourselves? Is it, are the costs that we're incurring that we have to pay ourselves for something that we truly, is this again one of those Traffic Safety Act that we have to fund that's under the rules, or is this other civic services costs?
I think I'll try to answer
Sure,
that
please,
if I can, Councillor, just because I've had several conversations with the Festival Consortium on these, and so I've had conversations with them, and I've asked them what their priorities are, and I'm following those priorities of the Festival Consortiums. The first priority was to start working on multi-year agreements for pieces, and we've started to do that this year. We did talk about the paying ourselves people, and that's on the list of things to do. And what we did this year for the Festival Consortium is council approved money out of COVID funding to give them some relief on those funds. And that was a bit of a stopgap measure during COVID to get them up and running, and $1 million of which I believe 500,000 has been expended, and they will continue to be able to access those funds in the new year. Your specific question is another piece of work that I intend to follow through on. We just have not done that yet. I want to find ways of doing that.
So then, with that point, I guess I just want to double check. Are one of the costs traffic safety related costs?
A good portion are for police services.
Perfect. So
where we need to,
which
there's a requirement.
My favorite cost. Yeah. I know we've talked about that. So, Mr. Corbould, if you're doing some work on that, we've been trying to talk with the province to help them realize that their red tape is costing large sums of money to preventing festivals. So I'm wondering if maybe we could postpone this motion for a couple of months while you're undergoing that work, because it's not just this festival, it's every festival. We're paying our cops, and they don't need to be there. We need volunteers to do those roles. We don't need to pay ourselves civic costs. So that's what I'm just wondering. Do you have a sense of if there's an opportunity to try to make some progress in that, because they've seemingly been uninterested in realizing that red tape is holding us up on that.
Yeah, I'm certainly trying to make progress before the next big summer festival season, but that's not going to help, Skate Fest and others for now. But we're
But this one is late summer, July 1st, right? So I'm wondering if there's a chance that might be our solution. So maybe I'm just talking myself into putting forward a motion to postpone this to the spring supplemental operating budget adjustments.
There's always a chance, and the money's not going anywhere because it's in council contingencies, so.
Yeah, I just don't, to the point I hear, I don't want to lose this conversation, but it's a bigger thing about us having to pay for police officers due to the Traffic Safety Act in the province. So I'll just do that motion to postpone it to the spring with the intent to get some more information about how we're making progress on traffic safety.
Yeah. So I think that's good. Sorry, that's a good idea. So I think the timing might be issue for the festival on this particular issue, right? So so they may postponing to spring, they will not be able to hold the festival, right? So
and I'm sorry, I've just been confirmed that the GOA will not get a chance to change this legislatively between now and the summer is what our understanding is. So we'll keep working on it, but what we're hearing is that it's
then in
not
which
likely to
case
happen.
that motion probably, as much as I'd like to make it, wouldn't help in this case. So we should just vote yes or no. Okay, thank you.
Okay, please, quick, sorry, Councilor Salvador.
Councillor Knack covered it.
Okay, cool. Everyone okay? Okay. Okay, Councilor Tim, Cartmel and Rice have second round on this. Councilor Tan, can you quickly take the chair?
Yes.
So we have funded Millwood's President's Summer Festival since 1990, I guess, right?
I believe that's correct, Mr. Mayor.
So we've been funding this since 1990. We stopped funding in 2019. Then because of COVID, organizations were not able to hold the festival, so they never had the transition plan in place. So this kind of one-time funding to help them through the transition of getting city support over the last 20 years. And no other organization, no other community league got that kind of support over the last 20 years to run a summer festival.
Yeah, that's the history,
I think that's the history. I think I absolutely get it, what council members are saying. but there's always a risk of using contingency and setting a precedent. I think we had a number of discussions in the past around that. So always a risk of that, right? I think that's why contingency fund is available. So we as a collective can decide whether to fund or not, right? And that's one. How much does Downtown Festival cost us? Fireworks?
The city fireworks?
Yeah, Downtown City Fireworks.
I think it was $400,000 last summer, but that close to that, I believe.
Yeah, and this is one of Western Canada's biggest fire festival happening in our city. Millwoods one is one of the Western Canada's biggest festival happening with $40,000 or $49,000 support. I'm just kind of trying to figure that out. Maybe we give them one-time funding, then figure out the long-term strategy. Otherwise, this firework was not going to happen. That's one. You know, we encourage local living, and this is a local festival, organized by the volunteers, and available to every Edmontonian to attend. We talk about our commitment to 20-minute communities. I think should be encouraging more of these festivals. So I'm really open to the idea of Councillor Tang's idea. We should be figuring out a way to support these kind of local festivals that we can start celebrating our communities, right? There'll be a longer conversation. I would suggest that we give this one time that they can hold on festival and then figure out how we support local festivals, whether run by track or other organizations, because that's kind of vision we have for the city, for supporting local living and local activities, amenities.
Yes, Your Worship, I would agree. I mean, we're working with a consortium. We've recently asked the consortium to start giving us their long-term growth strategies so that we can work with them.
Yeah, good.
For that very reason.
And I will move, we have 7 minutes before we break, and I will move the second round.
Second.
Please vote.
We have the votes.
Please display the vote. Thank you. Back to you, Mr. Mayor.
Councillor Cartmel?
Thank you. Sorry to belabor this, but I want to support this, but I want to be certain. I hear the consortium, I hear the festivals, I'm not hearing area councils. Track, the Castledown Sports Group. I want to know if there will be a mechanism where other area councils can access funding for these kinds of festivals. Because Track has been trying to get support for years and has been getting zero.
Yeah, so there is not a mechanism right now, Councillor, and this is a one-off for Councillor contingencies. If Council wants us to create a mechanism for those areas, we can, if that's the will of Council.
Okay, so then we need either an amending motion or a subsequent. Is anybody offering an amendment?
I will be happy to make a subsequent motion to initiate that kind of conversation to support local communities. That'll be a good idea. I'll be happy to do that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Okay, Councillor Rice.
Same point as Councillor Cartmel. I appreciate that you brought up Councillor Wright, and then that's so important for our community. And I agree with you and Mr. Mayor as well, and support our local living and community life, a rich life, and then to increase the quality, to improve the quality of life. That is so important. Yeah. I just start from this is a city, this is a council contingency, and then without any criteria and how we spend this money or any mechanism in place. And then we start to give money and to specific area and then not across the city area. And I think that's actually give us the opportunity to think about like how we can move forward for this. And so I support any motion come up with like amend this motion or subsequent motion and then or postpone and for this money going out. So I just want mention that at this moment, and in is this motion directly, so I'm not going to vote yes.
Okay.
And then, but with amendment, and then yes, because we need to support our community. That's very important.
Absolutely. And if, Madam Clerk, I'll work with you and City Manager's team to put together a subsequent motion on how we support local communities, organize local festivals, and remove barriers that exist because of the whether policing cost or the logistical cost that barriers that exist. So I'll work with you on a wording to put together that subsequent motion that we can make at the end of the budget process. Cool. Okay. So, all right, please vote.
Just, we have the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried, and we'll break now. Oh, we will be on a recess till 7:30, right? Till it is 7:30 because Councillor Knack can Okay, colleagues, I would like to call this meeting back to order, and we'll do our roll call. Councillor Wright,
I'm here.
Councillor Knack,
Good evening.
Councillor Principe,
Hello.
Councillor Stevenson,
Good evening.
Councillor Paquette,
Good evening.
Councillor Tang,
Good evening.
Councillor Hamilton, Councillor Rutherford.
Good evening.
Thank,
Good evening.
Thank you. Councillor Rutherford,
Hello.
Councillor Salvador,
Hello.
Councillor Cartmel,
Hello.
Councillor Rice,
Good evening.
and Councillor Jans.
Hello.
All right, so we are now at our OP10, not QP10, it's OP10. I can actually read it now. OP10, which is Councillor Cartmel, is your amendment.
It is. Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So I'll read it in to start with. And that is that the 2022 operating expenditure budget in social development citizen services be increased by $600,000. And I'm going to alter this a little bit as I read it. On a one-year basis, to the end of December 31st, 2022, 1 year, to reflect grant funding for free play for kids with funding from the tax levy, with funding released upon receipt and acceptance of annual reporting back to administration to the satisfaction of the city manager, including measurable results and outcomes such as an increase in program users, program delivered, and impacts on participants. I'd also, I'm sorry, I should have done this earlier. I'd like to change the source of the funding from the tax levy to the corporate strategies, using the police money on a one-time basis.
I think it's COVID recovery, Councillor Cartmel.
That's nice, that's fine.
Yeah,
Okay.
COVID recovery. Okay.
Is it? I'm sorry. Thank you. That's, I'm sorry I missed that, Mr. Coble.
Yeah.
So COVID solutions. Thank you.
Okay, cool. You want to speak to it? Oh, sorry, you want to introduce the item?
Yeah, I do. I think we all generally know the history of free play for kids, and it was originally known in its original iteration as free footy. And, you know, this is a program that's been long sponsored, supported, and run by Mr. Tim Adams, and has spawned all kinds of really positive outcomes for children and youth from families and parts of our city that may not have the opportunities that others of us have. And there's been large success not only in introducing those kids to first soccer, but then other programs. But the program in its current iteration is as much about giving those youth that could really use some, you know, an ear to talk to, a little bit of insight and coaching and compassion and guidance and mentoring, surrounded a little bit around sport, but certainly surrounded about, you know, community supports for our youth. This program has got a lot of cost to it right now. There's transportation costs, there's facility rental costs. I believe they're currently using the Southeast Soccer Center, and that comes at a cost. And you know, this is perhaps a program that might attract some future sponsorship and funding. There may be some solutions with some of the city-owned facilities that we might be able to craft going forward. And so the program really needs a year of support and sponsorship from the city while we craft some of those more community-based solutions. So one-time money from the COVID strategies aimed at giving us ear to find a more permanent, more supportive, more ongoing support for this program, and perhaps an expansion of this program to all corners of the city to serve youth in all parts of our community. So I'll leave it there, and happy to take any questions.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel, and thank you for bringing forward such a great program. Probably won't generate a lot of questions. I don't know if council members are lining up to speak to this or ask questions. I'll go through the list. Councillor Knack, questions or to speak?
Yes, questions, please.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah, and actually, just a question on I understand the recommendation from administration was the COVID funding. This actually feels like a perfect contender for council contingency. So I just was unsure as to why we wouldn't use that fund for this. So I'll start with admin for that question. That to me feels like this should be the funding source.
Yeah, thanks, Counselor. I mean, that was our recommendation because I really did see a lot of the work that Play for Kids are doing as part of COVID recovery, honestly, in terms of getting people exercise and moving them from schools and that kind of work. So I thought it felt really good from a COVID perspective. The reason I've also recommended one time only for now is we're doing a lot of work with free Play for Kids on other ways of doing things. It gets back to your question earlier about giving grants to pay ourselves, because some of the use of the facilities and transportation right now involve us paying ourselves with these grants. So we want to work with them over the next few months to figure out if there are other ways of doing that. I do believe it's tied to COVID recovery, much like the festival grants we provided in the summer were tied to COVID recovery.
Yeah, I appreciate that point. I'm considering an amendment to make it council contingency. Just frankly, I think I'd like to make sure we don't unnecessarily use COVID recovery unless absolutely necessary. So, and because if for some reason we don't, anyway, I will speak to it at a later time. How about I'll just make the motion right now to say change funding source to council contingency.
Second.
Okay, second by Councillor Rice.
And then just briefly, I do think it's important to, and I do very much understand administration's perspective and I think a case could be made for COVID recovery, but we don't know what we don't know yet about COVID, and I am not, and this is in my mind truly a relevant council contingency funding opportunity. This is the exact type of thing we would use this funding source for in an emergent situation like this. And I'd rather have a little bit extra in council contingency for COVID relief. And if by chance we don't need to use it, well, we can return that back to FSR in general. So I think it's just more prudent for us to use that funding source. And I don't see anything else on the upcoming list of amendments that would justify the use of council contingency for 2021. And we haven't used the 2021 funding. So I'm going to leave it there. Otherwise, fantastic program. I'm supporting it. I'm not going to speak to it later. It's great.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Jans.
So I heard an amendment and a seconder to change the funding source.
Funding source is do we vote on the funding source change first, or like
Sorry, was it changed to the police funding?
No, it's the contingency funding.
The contingency funding. Okay, that's great. My second.
So this is just before you go. Do we have to vote on changing the funding source, or it could be just?
Well, you can deal with them separately. So you can deal with the council contingency.
Or it could be friendly too, like it's not a.
That would be up to.
To the mover?
They are different because they are from two different funding sources, so I would deal with them differently.
Okay, let's vote on the changing the funding source then. Any questions on changing the funding source?
No.
Any questions? I don't see any, so let's vote on changing the funding source, please, from COVID contingency to COVID recovery to council contingency.
I'm a yes.
Yeah.
I'm a yes.
I'm yes too.
I'm a yes.
I'm a yes.
Is that Councillor Hamilton? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
And Tang.
Councillor Jans?
I'm a yes.
Councillor Salvador?
Yeah, I'm a yes.
You're a yes? Okay. Yes, we have the votes. Thank you.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Now, Councillor Jans to the question.
Thank you. My question to administration is this enough? Is 600 million a year realistic? Do we need to, I'm contemplating amendment to amend it up to 1 million per year to allow for transportation and some of the other challenges that have been flagged.
I think it's enough. I spoke with Tim quite at length for this. We talked about the request, and he's the one who set 600K. We're also working on transportation and access to facilities as well, and that's why I think it's good to do this one time, and then we can work on those pieces. But this is a significant increase to what we've done in the past, which was really about, I think it was 40 or 45,000 before. So
Sure, and just confirming we'll have an evaluation component in this as well too?
Absolutely.
And I imagine that just like the Millwoods Canada Day, we'll probably have the Boys and Girls Club, Big Brothers Big Sisters, other groups as well, looking to provide some of that crucial after-school programming that would also be interested in. I'm all for supporting all of them, but I would caution council, we probably need some sort of an on-ramp or pathway for that if we're going to set up a specific after-school granting process or something, just to hear all of the very worthy applicants out there.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of work we have to do on that, Councillor, and just as a point of clarity too, the way it was worded with when it was going to be a 5-year program, we had the annual reporting to be received by the city manager and to the satisfaction. Given that it's a 1 year, we should probably take that part out as well.
Yeah, okay, yeah. And when you come up with long-term plan, then annual reporting and evaluation would start taking place.
That's right, Your Worship, and we would plan to submit that as part of the fall budget for the 4-year plan. But that's going to take some work with us and free play for kids.
So it will read, with funding released upon receipt and acceptance to the satisfaction of city manager, right?
Yes,
Rest
correct.
of the part will come out. I think that's probably friendly, right?
We don't need the annual reporting because it's only 1 year.
So rest of the stuff is probably, taking out is friendly, I think. Taking nods, yeah, good, okay, cool, okay. All right, Councillor Principe?
So, yeah, when I saw funding from the tax levy, that always raises a flag for me. And so now, from what I understand, it's a one-time for now, as of now. I was also going to recommend council contingency, and I'm not just saying that because it passed. I actually was going to. So it is for 1 year for now, and then we reevaluate, correct?
That's correct. And the calculation, if it had been tax levy, it would be 0.03%. Because it's not tax levy and it's going now from council contingency, it won't be, it'll be zero tax increase because it's already in the budget.
Okay. And taking out the, the annual reporting back to administration, do we, kind of by habit tend to expect this from people though, or from where people that are organizations that we fund? Do we not typically usually see some form of, because I just don't want people thinking, oh yeah, we'll just hand out money, you don't have to.
Yeah, thank you for that, the chance to clarify, Councillor. So in our funding grant agreement, we will have very clear stipulations in terms of outcomes that will be achieved. That'll be part of the funding grant agreement, and that's the part that is still subject to the satisfaction of the city manager. The reason we took out the annual reporting is the original idea was 5 years, and we wanted to make sure we had an annual report before automatically funding, multiple years. Because it's only 1 year now, we will make sure that there are proper guarantees and accountability in the funding grant approval that I will sign and approve when we put the deal together, and then we will come back to council with a future plan over the longer term.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Rice?
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. Question regarding council contingency. Where is money from, and then for us to put into the council contingency? What is the funding source for that?
So the council contingency is part of the budget.
It's part of the base budget.
It's part of the base budget that we're recommending, and there's 1.4 million in 2022 because of the rollover of the unused 700,000 from 2021. So.
Is there any? Yeah, I'm asking. So is it part of the operating budget, right?
Correct.
And then it's still related back to the tax levy, or there is no relationship and between council contingency and then tax levy?
So to be clear, the council contingency There's no revenue source for it other than tax levy, but it's already built into the base budget. So by using this $700,000, you're not requiring a tax levy increase. That's already part of your base budget.
Okay, so we just consider that is part of a revenue source, and then for our budgeting. So, right?
So council contingency isn't a revenue source, it's an expense.
Okay, so it's actually the budgeting on the other side is expense. And then for, is there any specific criteria how much money we set up and for this account and how each year? Like,
Yeah, so 700,000 every year goes into the council contingencies. And in the year 2021, none of it was used. And so that rolls over at the end of the year to 2022 for a total of 1.4 million. And that's the policy that is put in place for the council contingency.
So it's carryover. It's carryover from previous years.
Yes, and the only rule I would say is that council contingency is generally only used one time. If you were to allocate it on an ongoing basis, it would no longer be available. You would have drawn it down permanently.
Specifically for this motion, that means we $600,000 will use almost 1 year's council contingency, and because the tap is 700,000.
Yeah, 600 out of 700, that's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Seeing no more questions, this.
Oh, sorry, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Tang would like to speak. We just need to add her to the list.
Councillor Tang, sorry, Councillor
No,
Tang.
it's okay. I didn't have the ability to sign up.
Take your breath. Take your breath. You can take the chair. I can ask questions.
Oh, sure, yeah.
Just give you a minute to catch up your breath. And I'll speak to this so you can speak later. Yeah. This is such a cool program. The work that Tim has been doing over the last number of years has transformed many, many kids' lives. And, we have such a great example of a Canadian hero from our soccer team, Alfonso Davies, who, absolutely kids have many other sports systems in place for their success. But without this program or similar program that Tim ran, it would have been probably difficult for many kids like him to be successful. Such a good story and a huge investment in the people and kids, and great partnership with community. And I think we should be exploring such partnerships in a way that allows us to support our kids and communities and families. Yeah, cool, absolutely. Now I'll take the chair back. Councillor Tang, over to you.
Yeah, thank you so much. This is a great initiative. I just had some question, and if administration can also just educate me. I'm very supportive of this, of course, for all the things that's been said. Can you just talk a little bit about the history of the city in terms of supporting after-school programs, or this type of support programs?
Councilor, we don't have a lot of details about the kind of programs in terms of after school. It's certainly been on our radar screen for some time. We certainly do work with some of the schools around that. Maybe Mr. Jevney can weigh in. He might have a bit more detail in terms of after school work that we do. Roger? Oh, maybe he's not online.
Sorry, Rob. Councilor Tang, we do have after-school programming in our facilities, not in the way that Free Play does. And any other groups who would be offering a similar service would have traditionally perhaps got funding through the community investment operating grants. We didn't have a direct funding program just for after-school programs.
But if it's the community investment operating grant, they're quite small, like 16,000-ish, not at this scale. I guess I'm just wondering too, sort of for something like this, at this scale of funding, does it normally come to council this way, or is there sort of a dedicated agreement or a program that city has?
Well, this basically came through the Free Play through the leaders of the program, basically. I mean, as they approached the administration, and then obviously came to the public hearing,
right,
and kind of made that proposal. So it wasn't in a context of a ongoing program of any sort.
Right, and I guess I'm just thinking, right now, it's for 1 year, and we're gonna be kind of looking at ways that we can sort of support within, whether it's facility or transportation, that kind of stuff. I'm just wondering what happens after 1 year.
Well, that'll be up to council.
Okay.
The idea is, when we chatted with them, we know they need 600,000 to operate this year. We think we need some time to work with them on things like facilities in kind and transportation issues, and so the reason I didn't want to recommend 5-year funding at 600K is I think that number could come down if we work on some in-kind contributions and find other ways to support and work with some of the school boards, quite frankly, because really the importance is to get the transportation from the school to the facilities. So I think with a lot of collaboration, we can find a better plan, and so that would be the work we undertake to come back for next fall, so that in the 4-year budget, we could have another description of how this could be ongoing for 5 years, but under a different agreement.
Right, and even though the cash portion might come down, but it will still be appropriate for what the program is delivering.
Yeah, I believe so, Councillor, but, you know,
And that's intent.
as was indicated, we have not done a ton of this. We have certainly not done it to this scale, so this is a change. I personally think it's a positive change, but we just need some time to work on it. So this contingency funding is good because it supports the kids, gets the program going, keeps the program going, and then we can work on other solutions for the next 8 months.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's so much value in early childhood intervention and kind of providing this very well-rounded support. I guess the final thing I'm just wondering, because I think this, I remember Mr. Adams' presentation during public hearing, and I thought what he said in terms of the systemic nature to ending poverty, or to poverty alleviation, to student achievement, et cetera, it was quite powerful. And I'm wondering what the linkage is with something like End Poverty, which is not a service provider, but, you know, certainly is a systemic convener. And how does Free Play potentially connect with some of these other city initiatives?
Yeah, I think they do connect. I think right now, I would assess it as a bit ad hoc. I mean, I think they do a lot of work, and I think we can ask them to do that as part of this funding agreement, to be a little more deliberate with that. And I don't want to evaluate their program because I don't have the details, but I think those are things we could ask them to do as we move forward in this
Yeah, and I think
agreement.
it'll be beneficial for both organizations and others, and if that can be part of the consideration for the long-term evaluation for them, that would be great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Salvador?
And I'm just to speak to it.
Okay, cool.
Yep.
Councillor Paquette?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just a point of process. Just taking a look at the rest of our workload and our schedule. So 2 things, we might have to take some time to move an extension of the orders a day for tomorrow. And then just a thought that perhaps for future items, we limit the questions to 1 round so that we can actually get through our items without extending past Friday at 9:30, or sorry, Friday, not tomorrow, Friday at 9:30 p.m. And, you know, just in the interest of time, and I value all the questions, but I'm wondering if there's a way that we tighten up our questions and make them a little bit more targeted and relevant in the interest of each other's time, in the interest of delivering a budget for the public by Friday night.
Absolutely, Councillor Paquette. Maybe as we have another 2 hours and see how things go, and we'll measure. Hopefully, things will start speeding up on the next items quickly. We'll see how things go.
Okay, and may I suggest that right after this item, we might as well go ahead and move extension of the orders so that we're not doing it, butting up against the end of our time tonight.
Tonight we'll go till 9:30, right? So
yes, I'm talking about Friday. It's very obvious we're going to have to go.
Let's see. Maybe let's wait till as we get to the close.
Okay.
Maybe.
Yeah. Sure.
Yeah. Maybe
absolutely. Just putting a pin in that.
Yeah. Got it.
Speak to this. It doesn't cost a lot for the incredible value we get. Totally in favor.
Thank you, Councillor. Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Councillor Salvador?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Very briefly, yep, in this case, sport is definitely a vehicle for helping improve social, emotional, mental, and physical health for some of our youngest community members. So very, very excited to support this. You know, we do talk a lot about systemic and proactive kind of preventative solutions to community health and well-being, and I really think this is one of them. So yeah, moving forward, very interested in exploring some opportunities to support free play when it comes to facilities access and transportation, but for now, this is really great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Cardmell, to close.
Yep, thank you. I just want to apologize first of all for not tightening up the language to start with. Thanks to Mr. Corbo for the offer to find a way to make this work with just 1 year to kind of tease out the details. I think that's really positive. There's a lot to do there. I will have a subsequent motion coming at the end of the meeting that talks about access to recreation centers generally for youth drop-in type services. I'll make that subsequent later, but just so my colleagues know that that's coming. And otherwise, really encourage the support. Nice to hear it. Thanks very much. I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Councillor Cardmell. Please vote.
Just waiting for your vote, Mr. Mayor.
It's not showing up on my system, so I'm in favor.
Okay, thank you.
Go to November 30th.
We have the votes.
Okay, I'll go to, thank you, Councillor. Please display the votes. That is carried. We'll go to OP 13.
Fantastic. Yeah, so I will happily read in this amendment that the 2022 operating expenditure budget in city operations, parks and road services be increased by $206,000 on an ongoing basis to fund dogs and open spaces implementation as shown in attachment 2 of the November 22nd, 2021 Financial and Corporate Services Report, FCS 00817, with funding from the tax levy. So happy to introduce it and then ask a question about changing the funding source. So I wanted to bring this forward for a few reasons, but primarily it's really because over the course of my campaign, I was quite struck by the number of people who shared that they not only want to see more off-leash areas in their neighborhoods, but better education, communication, and safety in those areas. So people who have dogs in underserved areas, they want something safer, closer to home, and many are uncomfortable skirting the rules in their own neighborhoods. At the same time, some folks who are uncomfortable around dogs, they shared that many are taking their dogs to off-leash areas in on-leash areas, which in many cases is a byproduct of a lack of off-leash areas. I also heard about what a success the outdoor rinks as summer dog parks have been in a few trials, and how folks would like to see that in their own communities. A need for increased signage was also identified, as was a need for additional waste bins, better lighting, just to increase that safety as well. And broadly speaking, there is growing demand for cities to accommodate residents and their dogs in public places. Many municipalities are recognizing off-leash areas as important uses of public parks, with benefits to dog owners and to cities more broadly. Off-leash areas can foster healthy activity and social well-being, and can help reduce unsanctioned off-leash activities in more sensitive areas in our communities. I do believe this amendment will help continue the good work that's being done to follow through on the Dogs in Open Spaces 10-year implementation plan, which helps guide the planning, design, and management of off-leash areas in Edmonton. I think it'll lead to better adoption of rules and bylaws by users through education and enforcement, which will in turn lead to increased safety for people and dogs in off-leash and adjacent areas. And finally, we've already heard about the increased usage our parks have seen over the pandemic, and I know how much Edmontonians value our off-leash areas, not only as places to take their dogs, but as places to connect with friends and neighbors. Ensuring that these areas are safe and accessible is a key part of building a walkable, inclusive, amenity-rich community. So that's why I wanted to bring it forward. And then really quickly, just if I can, question for admin. Changing the funding source from tax levy to financial strategies, is that doable?
Currently, you have $6 million in allocated money in financial strategies from the core dividend.
Good. And that'll be kind of friendly on council, so okay. Friendly? Okay,
Great.
cool.
I'd like to do that, please.
Good. So change to financial strategies. This is a pretty simple, straightforward amendment. I don't know if council members have any questions. If not, we can vote on it. Councillor Stevenson to speak, or do you have questions?
A very quick overall question. So this is an example of a project I think is really, really
excellent and worthy of consideration, but I'm just at the point where I don't understand our total cumulative impact on the tax levy right now. So if it's in order, Mr. Mayor, I apologize if administration had just maybe 1 or 2 slides that could spell that out for us in terms of the trajectory that we're on now with the proposed operating amendments.
I think they were going to send us, after we are done today, they were going to send us an update for tomorrow, for tonight, and then when we come back next day, Friday, we will know where the situation is. Is that okay?
Yeah, if that information isn't available, that's just fine. I think just there are a number of decisions this evening that for me are sort of in the maybe region. So, you know, if there's space in the if there's space without us significantly increasing the tax levy, I'm supportive of. But again, I'm just feeling a bit in the dark without that context of the cumulative impact.
If it's helpful, Your Worship.
Can you give us a quick update on, like we have $6 million in the financial strategies unallocated, that's EPCOR, and where we are on that?
Yeah, what we'll do, Your Worship, is just show you it's kind of the same format as for the capital. We'll just show you the one slide now that's got this impacts on tax levy. It's actually 1.5 slides, so we can show that.
We can come back to this if others have questions. I'm happy to yield my time.
Sorry, point of order, Mr. Mayor. I do believe we talk about lots of financial strategy, and for the financial strategy, is not only $6 million there. I believe that also reduced funding from police and then there as well.
Yeah, that's there too.
So if we talk about the financial strategy, and I appreciate if we can mention all the funding, not only one piece of funding. Okay, thank you.
Are you ready? Sorry.
I can start while the slides are going out.
Yeah, go ahead.
Maybe do one more question while we're doing this.
Yeah, okay.
We'll have it up after the next question.
Okay, Councillor Principe?
I noticed that you changed the funding from tax levy to EPCOR, or from the FSR, but that it would be from the EPCOR dividends, correct?
Yes.
Because it wouldn't qualify under the other area?
That's correct. So there is money set aside in financial strategies, which is the hold of the reductions of police funding. And there is $6 million in financial strategies from the EPCOR dividend that is yet to be allocated. This would not qualify for the police one.
Right, okay. So it would be going against kind of another amendment that's coming forward soon that is requesting $6 million to go towards the tax levy, to lessen the tax levy. Okay, and Councillor Stevenson, I understand, because that is exactly how I feel. There are priorities that I have on here, and although, again, it's a great idea, unfortunately, it's just not high enough on my priority list. So sorry about that, but
that's fine.
Thank you for answering the questions.
Good. I think we're ready with.
Okay, go ahead.
So as the slide goes up, when you came into the operating budget, there was a proposed 1.8% tax increase. If we take all of the amendments that were on the floor from tax levy funding, you would have a cumulative tax increase of that 1.8 would become 2.13. And that assumes that the EPCOR dividend reduction motion, OP4, passes. If that doesn't pass, then you would add the 0.35 and you would be closer to 2.48.
48. Okay. Okay.
Thank you. That is incredibly helpful. And it seems like maybe a bit potato. We could change tax levy to financial strategies for a number of the upcoming, or we can wait, have the 6 million put back on tax levy, and it would work out to the same impact, if I'm understanding correctly?
That's correct.
Yeah.
Great. Thank you very much. This is all I need. Thank you, Mr. Mayor, for entertaining this question. It's very helpful.
Okay. Thank you so much. So, who was next on the list? Sorry, Councillor Knack.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. When we last talked about the dogs and open spaces, we were focused a little more on the capital side and the gaps that exist. One of the items that we explored was trying to work more closely with the development community in the new neighborhoods to set aside parks land that would be parkland for off-leash dog parks. I guess what I'm curious about is, because what this position has is a program coordinator, would that include someone who would be able to be more dedicated towards that, as well as the rink pilot program that we were doing? Is there someone that can work on that? Because it doesn't seem like that's gone anywhere in terms of the conversations with the development community.
Councillor Knack, it's Gord Sebrick here. Definitely the program coordinator is tasked with looking at what we have for existing, as well as opportunities, whether that be partnering with developers or other opportunities with open spaces. But certainly they would work closely with Ms. McCabe's team in terms of liaising with the development industry to look at those opportunities. And the conversations we have had to date with some of those developers is that they see the value in it, because, as Councillor Salvador alluded to, this is becoming something that's very popular, and certainly one of those livability aspects that makes new neighborhoods definitely more attractive. I don't know if Ms. McCabe wanted to add anything as well.
Yeah, we have worked with developers, Councillor Knack, and so if there's some additional context that you'd like to share with me offline, I'd love to learn more about that, because I do know we've had some success stories in some of our developing communities to get dog parks in, and we have heard from the development community that dog parks are definitely something that Edmontonians are looking for when they move into a new neighborhood.
Absolutely. So I guess for me to know, if I have a new community that is looking to do something like that in a space that has not yet been, fully developed yet, would this potential staff position be the person that they would be talking to? Would this be the point of contact to help navigate that process between the community and the development groups who are building out those areas?
Yes, that's exactly it, Councillor. It's that position is the point of contact for anything dogs in open spaces.
Okay, that's helpful, because okay, that's great. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Knack. Councillor Rice.
Thank you, Ms. Mayor. My two questions already answered through Councillor Principe and Councillor Knack's questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Tang.
I guess just very quickly, either the mover or administration, can you talk a little bit about the urgency of this one? Now versus the next, the bigger budget discussion for some ongoing support. This is ongoing, sorry.
So, Councillor, this was initially funded as part of the 2019 to 22 budget, and of course it was paused as we dealt with financial constraints through the last budget year. So it is something that we want to move forward on in terms of whether we move forward now or in another year. It does delay the opportunity that's there to help residents, have a more livable city and alignment with the city plan. Again, it's, knowing that there are other challenges It's a decision for council in terms of balancing how fast we want to go on it, but there are many benefits, as Councillor Salvador alluded to.
Yeah, and then this was paused for 1 year?
The 2022 year was the pause.
Oh, okay, so,
Yeah.
gotcha, okay. I don't have any other questions, but I'll just say this. You know, I think a lot of the issues around dog park I encounter in my ward is certainly in the newer neighborhoods where a lot of the developers have come incorporate as part of their planning. But the conversations I have with residents, particularly those without children, you know, their pets are their children. And, you know, we don't necessarily have the same kind of infrastructure for those, you know, families the same way. And so I can certainly empathize with, you know, with that sentiment. So I just want to throw that out there. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Tang. Councillor Principe?
Mr. Sebrick, you mentioned that it does align with the city plan.
Correct. I think all the different initiatives we try and do for livability are intended to align with the city plan.
Okay, and what about densification? Because that's kind of taking development land away? No, I know Councillor Knack was.
Councillor Principe, I would say you absolutely need amenities with densification. In fact, with more density, you need more amenities. You actually need areas that are amenity rich because people are making the choice to typically live in a smaller dwelling unit, smaller house or apartment even, so they need that access to a dog park, a playground, green space to get connection with nature as well as as stores, etc. in their neighborhood.
I agree with you 100%. But my issue lies where are we going to have the densification and where are we going to have the dog parks? I'm afraid to see that we're going to have certain neighborhoods that are going to be built nicely with a nice dog park, and then other neighborhoods will just be densified. That is my concern.
I can understand that concern for sure. I'm sorry I wasn't suggesting that it was a trade-off like that. I was suggesting that if you have densification, that you need amenities as well, including dog parks with that. So sorry if it didn't come across that way.
No, and I do agree with you, but again, I don't want to see us building nice neighborhoods in one area and then just densifying the other area to get our goals of densification.
Good. Cool. Thank you. Thank you so much, Councillor Principe. Yes, we need beautiful neighborhoods with beautiful local amenities everywhere in the city. And this will absolutely add to that. So let's vote. Sorry, Councillor Salvador, you want anything to close on it? Oh, sorry.
I think myself and Councillor Wright wanted to, did you want to speak to it, Councillor Wright?
What's happening to my list?
No, well, I wasn't putting my name on the list because it was getting confusing with the questions. So I thought we were doing one round of questions.
No.
And then people could put their name to speak to it. So I apologize.
Were you questions to speak?
To speak.
Okay, to speak. And you're the only one up there. Councillor Wright, were you up there? Going up.
Going up now.
Are you questions or speak?
Speak.
Speak? Okay, Councillor Rutherford, go first.
So I just want to first and foremost say thank you to Councillor Salvador for bringing this forward. I too had flagged this one in the withdrawn, and I get that, you know, this isn't as pressing as some of the social issues that we've talked about, but we also have a duty as a city to make sure that we're making it livable for all. And this is an example of we can't create 10-year strategies that we continue to table and have on a shelf. If it's a strategy that we're going to live, how do we live that? And this is the operation side. And one of the things that even already as a counselor, I've gotten many inquiries from community members who have had either their dog at the dog park and another dog that's aggressive, off-leash interactions, or there's not a fenced area and it's supposed to be an on-leash area and they're off-leash. So I do think that there needs to be more education, communication, and bylaw enforcement around this to make sure that it is safe. You know, the last thing I want is children or other pets that are, as Councillor Tang pointed out, like children to many folks to be injured at one of these places. But we also know that, as was also mentioned earlier by Councillor Hamilton, more people are using green spaces than ever with the pandemic, and I've seen more people out in our nearby dog park than I ever have in years previously. And so I do think it's, with more people brings more need to make sure that that people are living cohesively. And so I absolutely think that this is something for the minor cost of $206,000. We're not talking, millions of dollars here. I think that there is a lot of value that is added, so I will absolutely support this amendment.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Wright?
And briefly, I do support the amendment as well. Councillor Tang and I were out at the Jackie Parker Park a few weeks ago.
Yes.
And it's great open spaces there. I do think the enforcement of cleaning up after yourselves or after your dog is very important to do, but I also think the education and just the community engagement, that having somebody out there as well to, garner more volunteers and that to be out there as well to help with the enforcement.
Got it.
I do support. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Salvador?
Ready to go to a vote.
Go to vote, please. Let's vote.
Mr. Mayor, does this apply to cats too?
Good question, but this is not the time to answer that question. Okay.
Just waiting for your vote as well, Councillor Jans. We have the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Cool. All right. Where are we now? We are on to, just hold on.
OP9.
Okay, OP9, that is Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So this amendment reads as follows: that the 2022 operating expenditure budget for Parks and Road Services city operations be increased by $507,000 on an ongoing basis to restore the aerial mosquito program to 2020 levels with funding from financial strategies. And I will just very quickly introduce this. It's my recollection, I stand to be corrected, that this funding and essentially this program was taken out of our budget as part of our COVID strategies in, I'm going to say 2020, where we were looking in every nook and cranny to save dollars and balance the books. It was rather hastily added back in the spring adjustment earlier this year when we realized we did not have an aerial mosquito spraying program. And that at least some feel is quite vital to keeping the mosquito population to a acceptable level, shall we say. So this motion is really to put back what I thought was already put back once back in the spring. So having to make this motion now kind of brings attention to this discussion, I would say. Maybe that's a good thing, but we're essentially arguing something that we already argued back 6 months ago and at least at that time found to be an essential service. So happy to have this conversation. Understand this is provocative. I suppose an option might be to make this a one-time piece and have a report brought back later in the year to talk about the efficacy of aerial spraying. That might be an option. I'm open to that, but at the moment, this is ongoing funding for this program. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. It's pretty straightforward, so I shouldn't generate that many questions. Councillor Jans.
Well, just in the interest of time, I'm very opposed to this. I cannot support it. I think it's very...
You want to speak to it?
Yeah.
Okay, go ahead.
I think it's a very bad idea, and in the new year, I look forward to bringing forward not just a cosmetic pesticide ban, but a ban on all sorts of these chemicals that are carcinogenic, poisonous, harmful, and there's been many reports that from public health experts that we need to move away from toxic chemicals whenever we can, and that to just suggest aerial spraying, which is quite what's the word, imperfect and imprecise. It's something I just absolutely can't support. So in the interest of time, I certainly won't support it.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Councillor Salvador.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So 3 questions. First question, what are the best practices for mosquito spraying and I guess ecological effects of spraying? I'm not an expert in this.
So I'll touch on it, and I'll see if we have anybody on the line in terms of subject matter experts. But the pesticide or pest control program, in particular with respect to mosquitoes, is 2 parts. There's the part that you could say is done. It's all manual, but it's done without aerial, and then there's an aerial component on certain applications depending where the problem is. So we have the program tackles ditches and other areas where there are wetlands, where the larvae are hatching. I'll just see if we have our specialist on the line to provide some more details on the efficacy in the application.
Okay, and if not, I'll just go to the second question, and then maybe we can loop back to that piece. So does this program have a localized effect, or when we're spraying, does it have kind of a broad effect on the entire city, or is it area specific?
It is area specific. We target the areas that we see. So you're not spraying everywhere in the city. You're spraying on those particular areas where there's going to be a mosquito hatching
Sorry,
problem.
I should have clarified. I guess, does it have an effect on the mosquito population citywide?
Well, it will, because it will diminish those sources of the hatching.
Okay, and did we get anyone online for the other half of that?
I'll just check to see.
Councillor, it's Brian Simpson here. Mike Jenkins is our resident expert in terms of dealing with this process and the products involved. We are following the guidelines of Health Canada relative to the product that's being used. And he does look after that program. We can set up an information session to give a lot more detail, specifically around the science that's involved in this process, as he is the resident expert in terms of this process.
Sure. Yeah, just for purposes today, I just wanted to ask that because I have heard some concerns. Yeah, I'll yield the rest of my time. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Salvador. Councillor Rutherford.
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. So I guess my first question is to the mover. So what is the amount that, if it was discussed at the spring supplementary budget, and you thought that it was back up to the levels, what was the level for this past summer, 2021? That would be.
I'm sorry, this is the same amount as was moved in spring. So it's the same, it's essentially restoring the program to the same level, no more, no less.
So the one in the spring was just a one-time?
That's correct. Yes.
So I've come to understand it, yes.
Okay, just trying to get clarity on that, so thank you for that. And, you mentioned following, this is to you, we mentioned to administration, following Health Canada's guidelines. What are Health Canada's warnings, or what kind of recommendations do they have, and what kind of warnings are there on this product? Is it safe? It is safe, or is there carcinogenics and those kind of things that are mentioned?
So in terms of the specifics, we'd need to get Mike to provide that. But in general, it provides guidelines around application, locations, conditions such as whether it's wind, rain, those types of things. Again, where you're located, and the application rates, as well as any protection you need to wear if you're applying it and having it in close contact for an extended period of time. But again, with any product, whether that be a herbicide or a pesticide, there are always guidelines we have to follow, both from Health Canada as well as provincial.
And so if we weren't to have this aerial mosquito spray program, if we don't approve this today in this supplementary budget, what alternatives would there be, if any? Or would we just see what did that look like, I guess, even in 2020 when we didn't do it?
So last year was a very dry year, so we didn't do as much as we normally would. So a lot of it is dependent on the weather of that year. But typically, what that allows us to do is provide wider spread coverage on some of the bigger areas when you do have more, I guess, more larvae that are going to hatch. So some years, again, you can tackle it on a more isolated basis, and then on other years, when the conditions are such, you need to have a bigger area of containment. That's where the spraying will come in.
So what did we, so in 2020, we just didn't spray?
No, the program was there in 2020, and 2021 was when it was cut, so, and added back. So we haven't missed a year.
Oh, okay. Okay. And for my last question here, again, I just asked what, if we didn't have this, if we didn't, because this is specifically for the aerial program, so we would still be doing manual.
So we still have the ground level
So, yeah, so this is just
applications.
the aerial.
Correct.
And so if we do not approve this, we're really just gonna have, we're gonna end up paying probably around the same amount in the manual.
Well, if we don't have this, we will remove this portion from the budget, and we would only have the ability to deal with it at the ground level, not at the aerial level.
Okay, yes, that makes sense. Thank you so much for clarifying that.
Thank you, Councillor Rutherford. Councillor Tang?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. We do fairly extensive environmental impact assessment for building bridges. I was wondering, have we ever done any kind of an extensive environmental impact assessment for our use in this case?
So we have an integrated pest management policy for the city, and that governs the use of all of our pesticides and herbicides. And in terms of the makeup of that program, that was audited by the city auditor in 2019, and a number of recommendations came out of that audit, which we've implemented and actioned. So those were intended from everything from oversight of the program, as well as, I believe there were public health components to that as well, and compliance. So those have all been implemented. In terms of an assessment of whether all other alternatives are to herbicides and pesticides, again, we'd need to provide you with a bit more technical details offline.
Yeah, absolutely. Do we have our resident expert on this online yet, or? Because I was actually also very interested in that question in terms of like what's the product and.
I'll just check to see. Brian, is Mike on the line yet?
No, we spoke to Mike this afternoon. He was not available this evening.
Okay, no worries. I guess my final question then is, I think there is a lot of certainly environmental concerns, but I know that when this was cut, there was also a lot of concern about not really being able to enjoy the outdoors because of the mosquitoes, which. When I first moved to Alberta, I was actually shocked at the level of mosquitoes we have here. My last question, just in terms of kind of all the products that's out there on the market, why the one that we're using in particular? Is it the only one that has that Health Canada guideline? What are some kind of various eco options?
So in terms of how we arrived at that specific product, we'd need to get Mike to provide that. But what I can say is that any product we use has to be approved both federally and provincially. So we don't use any products that are not approved for use and have either been assessed by Health Canada or by the province.
So it's gone through quite rigorous assessments and
yes,
criteria.
And again, going back to the audit, it ensured that we do comply with any regulations that are provided for, whether it be the use of pesticides or herbicides.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Wright?
Hi, thank you. I'm just wondering, what's the practice of other surrounding municipalities? Because of course mosquitoes fly. So I'm just wondering if by spraying, are we really having an impact?
So, Councillor, in general, every jurisdiction does things in slightly different ways, but the use of spraying is not isolated to Edmonton. In terms of what the surrounding jurisdictions, whether that be St. Albert or County Strathcona, do, I couldn't say specifically, but we could get you that information if you'd like.
Okay. And then I'm wondering if there are other alternatives. I hate to say this, can we hold this in abeyance until we get some more information, or
It can be held in abeyance with the budget amount attached, and then a report coming back to a committee, right? Or with more information. Which committee would that be?
If you wanted to postpone it
Yeah.
to another committee, you could do that, certainly.
Which committee would this go to? We can figure out that later on.
Yeah.
Councillor Cartmel, will you be okay with that? I see.
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Yep, I'm okay with that.
Okay. Would you like to move, Councillor Wright, that we refer this to, we would have, do we have to pass it, then send it back, or
We can just
refer it to
postpone
committee?
and refer it to committee, yeah.
With the amount attached, or so that funding be attached to it, or we would report, then we find money after that?
Depends on what you want to do with the committee, if you want to have a bigger conversation about the amount or more information about, so there were questions about the products themselves, so if you're looking for more information about mosquito control in general, then it might be, then I would recommend having a report come back. But
But
up to you.
to be clear, if it's not funded as part of the budget this week, if it goes back to committee,
It'll be unfunded.
it would be unfunded. and
But
you'd
can
have
we,
to do an
can we
adjustment in
approve the
spring.
funding, send it to committee, subject to committee report, then release the funding at that time?
Point of order, I think.
Yeah.
I don't know if this clarifies here, but I do have a question that I would like to ask. And this is in relation to your proposal. When would the spraying have to be done? At what time of the year?
It's done throughout the summer, and it's done based on conditions, and it's usually associated with a lot of rain when the mosquito starts to hatch.
Okay, the
So
only
this-
reason I ask is I don't know if we can do it at the spring budget adjustment.
It could be done at the spring, that's exactly what
And
we
then
did
we
last
could
year.
have the info session and actually be more informed.
Okay, Councillor Wright, would you like to move that? we refer-
Councillor, this is Brian Simpson. The only thing I have to just put on the table is the contract process for the helicopter will take a little more time, and it is an in-demand product, so our availability, our ability to get it may be compromised over time. I just want to make sure there's awareness of that.
Okay. So first quarter 2022, coming to a committee? Is that doable?
That works, Your Worship.
Okay,
Yeah.
Councillor Wright, would you like to move that?
so moved?
Second by
Second.
Councillor Rice. Okay, vote please to refer this to a appropriate committee, report coming back in first quarter 2022.
So, sorry, you're referring it back, or you want to fund it in
No,
advance?
the funding is not attached to it. We would have to vote on the funding first, then, so funding is not.
Okay,
Hold on.
I just want to,
Mr. Mayor, then, a quick question.
Yeah.
An argument for funding it would make sense because then we have that already in our tax levy. It offers some assurance and some stability to how our tax levy will
Then we
roll
would
out.
have to-
It also saves that pocket of money for that program, whether it is going to be aerial or manual. And so it might be prudent just to attach the money.
Can
as
we
well.
attach the money without voting on the money part?
No,
We
you have to vote on it.
So we would have to vote on the money part first, then referring back to committee. Then we have to,
We can do both. We can vote on this.
then let's,
Attach
that's
the
what
money,
I'm saying.
pass it, and then we will be having a committee discussion. And at that time, at any time, we can actually change the strategy.
Yeah, then I would have to go through 3 more speakers before I can go for a vote on this motion, because there are other speakers lined up.
But if we, okay, yep, sure. But I think that the problem that we're running into, Mr. Mayor, is we're asking a lot of questions on the program. This is a budget question. And if we're going to have a future discussion anyway, some of these questions may not be pertinent to the budget discussion at hand. So if we passed it and had that discussion at a later point, we could have a larger discussion and then, if needed, reallocate those funds.
Sorry, point of order.
Just-
It's my understanding, because I second, it's my understanding this is 2 separate motions. And then first one is about this main motion, and another one is postponed. And for the information requested back to the Q1 2022. So I'm not sure and how we can put this two together. I don't think that's the best practice.
Yeah, that's exactly where we're getting, Councillor, right? So I'm going to go to Councillor Paquette. You're done with the questions on this? Yeah.
Yeah, that would just be my advice, and it helps us move things along smoother, and it makes a lot more sense as far as our budget processes. So that would be my recommendation, but council can obviously do whatever they like.
So I would suggest that we vote on attaching the money first to this item, then we can make the referral motion to come back to a committee with more information about the program. Okay? Councillor Cartmel, to close on it?
That's fine, Mayor Sohi, I'm done.
So let's vote on this motion amendment, please.
Just waiting for Councillor Rutherford. We have the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Now, Councillor Wright, would you like to move that this item be referred to our committee for first quarter to provide more information on the program around mosquito control?
So moved.
Okay. Seconded by
Second.
Councillor Tang. Please vote.
We have the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. We have 19 more amendments to go through, so I think we would have to absolutely extend the order of the day on Friday. I don't think we'll get through because we would have 19 amendments, then we would have everybody speaking on it, on the budget, debate on that, plus we have subsequent motions, practically not possible. That will be done by 5 o'clock. To be on the safe side, we need to extend the order of the day to 9:30 tomorrow.
So
Or
moved.
on Friday, sorry.
So moved.
So moved, seconded by
Second.
Councillor Wright.
Mayor Sohi?
Yeah.
Could we also add on tomorrow?
We can't, we already have, I don't think we have already, that day has not been advertised as a council day or a
Yeah,
budget
there's
day.
lots of conflicts, Your
Yeah,
Worship,
yeah.
with other schedules
Yeah.
that we know of, so.
Okay, we have a motion that the order of the day for December 17, 2020 City Council continue meeting be extended to adjourn at 9:30 p.m. instead of 5 p.m.
But we still have the break from,
We will have a break from 5 to 7. Okay, everyone cool with it?
Can I speak to it? Sorry, no.
Can you, sorry, I can't see the list. Go ahead, Councillor.
I know that it doesn't make, I'm sorry. I saw Councillor Cartmel had. I know it doesn't make, it for the ideal situation, but I would much rather extend the orders of the day tonight, even by a little bit, just because I think, again, we start to then see how we're making it, how much we accomplish. When we push it to the back end on Friday, I do worry about that, and that we're really hitting our 11th hour.
I understand, Councillor Rutherford, but the way, at the speed we're going, even if we extend for an hour today, I don't think we'll be able to still be done by Friday, 5 o'clock, unless we are prepared to go well beyond 9:30 to midnight. And Councillor Paquette.
Mr. Wright, at the risk of just permanently painting myself as a bad guy, I will say that is entirely dependent on council and on councillors and whether they wish to debate the budget or whether they wish to debate the entire history of the decision point that we reached at this budget. Because the questions that are asked are phenomenal questions, but absolutely more appropriate in the forum of committee where a lot of these decision points have come before us. In budget, maybe spending 40 to 60 minutes per item, asking about the entire history and far-reaching impacts of every single item, whether it's $49,000 up to $600,000. I would just urge councillors, and I hate doing this, I feel like such a bad person by saying this, but I would urge councillors to consider governing yourselves and governing the type of questions that you are asking for the purpose of approving a budget, and whether or not some of those decisions can be revisited at a later date if you do have second thoughts as you learn more. But, and I hate to say this, you were elected to be in this position to learn about the items that you would be facing in council, and then to ask questions that are pertinent to the budget in this process. And I think everyone has, but I think sometimes we need a little reminder that we have limited time. And how many items do we have left? 19 items. And how many did we finish so far today?
10, maybe. I can't keep track.
Yeah, so I mean, a very strong.
And we only have.
From me, and that's all I'll say on it, because I'm tired of sounding like a bad guy.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Thank you. Okay, any more questions on extending the order of the day tomorrow? Oh, sorry, Friday. Please vote.
We have the votes.
Display the votes, please. Thank you so much. Now we go to our next item, which is...
And point of order, Mr. Mayor, should we extend tonight as well? Just for like another hour?
I am cool with it if everyone else is cool with it.
I'm just trying to buffer us here a little bit.
I'm not okay with it, I'm sorry, just because, decision-making has to be done with a clear mind, and when we've been here for 12
No problem.
hours.
Just putting it out there.
Yeah, I'm not getting unanimous. I'm not getting, there are council members who are not willing to do so, that is fine.
Totally fine.
Okay, good, okay. Our next item is OP20, Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm pleased to read this in, that the 2022 operating expenditure budget for economic investment services, urban planning and economy be increased by $190,000 on an ongoing basis for one permanent FTE position to support implementation, coordination, and advancement of the downtown vibrancy strategy, with funding from an increase to the tax levy, which I think could be financial strategies, but knowing that the amendment coming forward. So very quickly to introduce a bit of a history here, this is a position that was created about a year ago, sort of in response to the pandemic crisis and just the very extreme changes that we were seeing in the downtown. Even though it was sort of brought in as a response to the pandemic, both the business, the community, and administration have found huge value in this role. So as always, I'm mindful of, not making only asks for the downtown. And a case I'd like to make is that not only is downtown all Edmontonians downtown, it also represents nearly 10% of our tax base. So I believe the exact number is 9.2 of our tax is collected from the downtown geographic area, even though it represents only 1% of the land area of our city. So this very small investment compared to what we get out, over $180 million in tax revenue from this area, I think allows us to be very effective stewards of our tax base and ensure that the investment that helps fuel the whole city continues in the downtown. Very happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Stevenson. Any questions on this? Seeing none, please vote.
We We have the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Now the next one is OP 25, Councillor Jans.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was actually trying to confer with my seconder if we could withdraw this motion, if Councillor Wright. Sorry to put you on the spot, but I'm leaning towards withdrawing it and just didn't want to leave you short.
I did respond back to you. I'm just wondering if I can get clarification as to what percentage of the budgeted amount is for the herbicides.
So, Councillor, this program, that amount would be for having the resources to do the weed control within flower beds and shrub beds. We do currently, in the reduced rate, we would do one cycle. This would bring it up to 2 cycles. If we reduce this amount, as was previously reduced, what would happen is we would do 1 cycle of manual weed control, and we would supplement that with 2 rounds of herbicide on a as-needed basis within the parameters set out in our herbicide and pesticide policy.
Okay, Mr. Chair, I'll move the recommendation.
So
That
you're
the
with it,
2020
you're not withdrawing it anymore?
No, I'll just move it. That the 2022 operating expenditure budget in Parks and Road Services, City Ops, be increased by 1.14 million on an ongoing basis to fund the mechanical weed control horticulture service package with funding from the tax levy.
What do you consider friendly to change it to financial strategies? There's money.
Yes, I would.
Okay. Okay. We have an amendment on the floor by Councillor Jans. Questions? Seeing none, please vote. No eyes. Okay. Okay, just hold on. I see the list. Or are there questions? Am I missed? No. Okay. Oh, here you go. We have the list. Now. Councillor Rutherford.
So my first question is, was this one of the unfunded service packages that was in our, because I don't see it referenced here if it was.
So it wasn't included in the document that was recommended?
Was it one of the unfunded?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay, that's it.
Okay, Councillor Rutherford, thank you so much. Please, going to vote now. Please vote.
We have the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Number 3, Councillor Rice, OP4.
Mr. Mayor, we just, and Councillor Rice, we just have a slight change to the wording of your motion based on some of the previous amendments that were just passed. Ms. Padbury is just providing a number change from the 6 million to.
So currently that number is now 4,147,000.
Thank you. I need to restate the wording for this motion as well. I do want to say thank you administration, and then because this motion originally brought it up, and then I have another two motions attached as well, and I worked with administration and with their help, and so another two motions will become subsequent motion. So only this one motion will be keep as amendment motion. So I'm going to restate the wording and for the motion. I move that 2022 operating expenditure budget dollar is like
4,147,000.
Okay, and from financial strategy be reallocated on ongoing basis to the tax levy to offset the needs for a tax increase. So I would like to provide a little bit background and speech about this. I do believe, and from the COVID-19 impact, and also and then from the economic downside, our Edmontonians experience the cost increase for living due to the inflation and resource cost increase, and then many taxpayers and experience the job losing and due to this specific period and COVID-19 and economic down period. Specifically, and then based on the public engagement survey, Edmontonians and the highest percentage expect council to do something, not to add the additional financial burdens for them to by increase our tax rate. And then also council has introduced many much needed amendments during our operating budget debate. And many of these amendments substantially increase the budget and further increase already approved 1.8% tax levy increase. By divert this $4,100,000 and then to our tax dollars and from financial strategy and to tax levy, and we are more responsible and able to pay for those amendments. And then I do appreciate, and if we are our council colleagues to consider, and most of taxpayer dollars, we are working very hard and to support our city and to support and the people actually in need. And then why we cannot just take consideration and to support them, not increase their financial burdens. So that is why I would like to move this motion, and then thank you for your support. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor Rice. Councillor Salvador?
Thank you. I have one question. If these dollars are going to offset the need for a tax increase, what happens to our dollars going forward that are part of this fund?
So right now, there is $4,147,000 unallocated in financial strategies. If you reduce the financial strategies budget, it automatically reduces the tax levy.
Okay. So I'm just trying to understand that if this were to go to offset the tax increase now, are we going to have that pool to work with going
There will
forward?
be no more pool to work with, and every other motion that comes after that identified financial strategies will need to be restated to the tax levy increase.
Okay, thank you.
And if I may, the current motion that's up there, I think that probably, Councillor Rice, I think that probably needs to just reduce the expenditure budget for financial strategies. We don't reallocate to the tax levy, we reduce the expenditure, and by virtue of doing that, the tax levy is lowered. There's no other account to reallocate to.
Yeah, we just want to make sure it's fully in order, and so
I'm so sorry to interrupt. I think we've lost a network connection in the room. So just to get us back online, we just might need a few minutes here.
Okay. Amendment needs to be reworded then to reflect that. What would the right wording that you can give to Councillor Rice?
So the original wording is what
I need
needs to
You
be
got it?
done with the number change.
May I just, because we lost that connection, and may I ask you repeat what you said and in the public?
Yes,
Thank
Councillor.
you.
Yeah. So we just want to make sure that Councillor Rice amendment is in order. And right now, the way it's stated, it says the money would come from financial strategies and be reallocated on an ongoing basis for the tax levy. Our recommendation is that be reworded to say that financial strategies will be reduced to, and then that automatically, in turn, reduces the tax levy.
So my intention is to offset the need for the tax increase.
Yeah, and that's what will happen if we reduce financial strategies, and that achieves your intent. We just want to make sure your motion's in order. Yeah.
So can we provide the right wording, please?
Yeah, we're doing that right now.
In the meantime, we'll go to questions. Councillor Salvador, you were in the middle of questions, right?
Yeah, but that's fine. I'm good.
Got it. Councillor Principe?
I just want to say thank you, Councillor Rice, for bringing this forward. I know that when I was door knocking, that was a great concern of really everyone I spoke with. They were concerned about increasing taxes. The other thing was transit, and we're working on that, so I'm really pleased about that. And what I would like to say is I hope our colleagues will support this, even if in the subsequent, or not, I shouldn't say subsequent amendments, the following amendments, even if they are to be funded by financial strategies, it's still, your amendments still could go forward, even if you have in the wording right now financial strategies. It would just be something that council will have to vote on to see if it would be funded by tax levy. So yes, thank you again for bringing this forward, and I will support it.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Cartmel?
Thank you, Mayor Sohi. I wonder if there's an appetite to refer this or postpone this to be the last amendment considered before we finish the operating budget. Just to see what the appetite might be to continue to use financial strategies for some of the other amendments that are yet to be discussed. And then we can see what's left at the end of our discussion, and then see if we want to transfer what's left from financial strategies to the tax levy, or quite frankly, any of the other little buckets of money that might be left. So not to force a vote right now on this amount right this second, but to defer this conversation to the last conversation of the meeting.
So are you moving? Sorry, Councillor Rice. Go ahead.
Thank you, Councillor Cartmel. I appreciate your suggestion for this, but I do believe, and then for the most taxpayers, and specifically the most population and the working and pay our tax, they do care about how our money to be spent. And even though, even right now, and we are in the process and to discuss our operating budget, really appreciate if our colleagues can think about, yes, we support our Edmontonians as a whole. And if we support so many social programs and we support some like our populations who needs help, and why we cannot consider to support the people actually every day working hard and pay tax dollars for us to have that. And let me finish.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Councillor Rice, it is my time. I appreciate your perspective. I would like to offer you this. If this motion is pushed to a vote as it is and voted on and defeated, it cannot be made again. But if we postpone this to the end and see what's left in the financial strategies pool, at the end of the discussion, we can then reconsider, we can consider your motion at that time. So I'm going to move postponement of this amendment to be the last amendment considered on the operating budget.
Second.
Moved by Councillor Cartmel, seconded by Councillor Paquette. Councillor Paquette. Okay, questions on the referral of this item to be the last item on the operating amendments? Any questions? Seeing Councillor Wright, you have questions on this?
No, I was just going to ask what other motions following would come from financial strategies.
They're on the
Yeah,
list, right? So yeah.
But I'll just I'll go with the motion. I prefer it.
Okay, please vote to refer this item to be the last item.
In favor.
We have the votes.
Display the votes, please. That is carried. Okay, now we are on to OP 16, which is Councillor Paquette.
Oh, great. Right after I endeared myself to everyone. Okay.
You'll be very quick on this, I know that.
Yeah. All right. So that the 2022 operating revenue budget in Edmonton Transit Service, city operations, be reduced by $3,453,000 on a one-time basis to freeze all 2022 transit fares at the same rates as 2021, with funding from the COVID-19 funds within the appropriated financial stabilization reserve.
Okay, Councillor Paquette, any introduction, further introduction?
It's very clear, the public has spoken very clearly that they do not want to see a fare or rate increase, especially now as we're emerging out of COVID and at a time when our ridership is low and we're trying to encourage it. The public has said very clearly that they don't see how it makes sense that we would have even minimal barriers. And then there's the added reality that we are getting our ARC card rolling out, which will change some of these calculations anyway. And at that time, it's likely that we're moving to a zone-based fare system. And I do understand that there's a reasoning involved in this. It involves carrot and stick, where with the ARC card, perhaps fares would go down, but if you're paying cash fare, the cash fare would be more than that to encourage people to the ARC card. Unfortunately, all that does in general is serve to penalize the very poor who may only have cash and may be penalized or taxed unfairly simply for trying to pay for using transit. So I think that I can't speak for any councillor, but I've heard loud and clear from the public that they do not want to see a fare increase. So that is the rationale. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. It's very clear. So if we could focus our questions to the question whether to freeze fares at 2021 level for 1 year with the tax implication of $3.4 million, with the cost of $3.4 million coming out of the stabilization reserve. Okay. Councillor Principe.
I just wanted to say that I really like this amendment, and I would have brought it forward if you hadn't Councillor Paquette. So thank you for bringing this forward.
Thank you, Councillor Principe. Councillor Tang, if you quickly take the chair, please, I would like to speak to it very quickly.
Sure.
No, I think this is a very good motion, amendment, because this really ties to the affordability that Councillor Rice was talking about earlier. Things have been tough for many, many Edmontonians, particularly those who are living on a low income. And these Edmontonians, for them, public transit has been a vehicle or a means for connection to the community, connections to amenities, connection to work, to go see friends, because they have no other means in many, many cases. So this is, if we can reduce the added burden of increased fares on them, at least for 1 year or until the new technology is implemented, really helps make a difference in their lives. Because without this kind of relief, they'll be most impacted by this added burden, and this really speaks to that affordability aspect that other council members has been talking about. It's a very good amendment and happy to support it. Councillor Jans, I'll take the chair back, and Councillor Jans.
Thank you. I just want to give a shout out to Councillor Paquette, not just for catching this year, but I believe last year as well too. This is something that's come up a couple of times, and it was really handy as a new councillor to be able to say, don't worry, somebody's on it already. Somebody's already flagged this and is moving on it. So thank you to my colleague for catching that.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Please vote.
Oh, I'll just close by saying a thank you to
sorry.
everyone for your excellent words, and to our amazing administration and our transit managers for everything they do. I know that they put their entire heart into this work. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Councillor Paquette. Please vote.
I'm a yes.
What's it doing? We're just refreshing the system quickly.
No worries.
We can take verbal.
Okay, and everybody cool with it? Councillors? Everyone?
Yes.
Councillor Cartmel? Cool?
Councillor Stevenson is a yes.
Okay, everyone's, Councillor?
Yes.
Good, it's passed. Everyone on this side here, everyone cool with it? All right, Councillor Rice? In favor of the amendment?
So we are on OF 16?
The transit fare freeze, which is 016, we're voting on it.
From the COVID-19 funds.
Yeah.
Yes.
Cool with it? Okay, right on. Unanimous. Cool, thank you. Now we are gonna go to OP 19, Councillor Stevenson.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm really honored to have the opportunity to bring this amendment forward, which is that the 2022 operating expenditure budget for social development citizen services be increased by $900,000 on an ongoing basis to support the contracting of additional encampment outreach social workers from Indigenous-led organizations to support encampment response work with funding from the Edmonton Police Services held with financial strategies. So a bit of context around this, encampments are a really visible demonstration of a bigger problem, which is the lack of affordable and permanent supportive housing that we need for all Edmontonians. They don't offer a safe or warm or permanent space to be for those living in them. And they also have significant impacts on surrounding communities as well. I know that this is an issue that happens in our communities, but particularly in our river valley. I know this is something I heard is experienced in Councillor Jan's and Councillor Salvador's wards as well, in terms of some significant ecological damage that happens to our river valley. Why I'm so excited about this is that we do know that the outreach can be, well, has been and is very successful in connecting with folks who are living in encampments to ensure they get access to the services they need and can transition out of that tenuous place where they are. I'm specifying that this should go to Indigenous-led organizations, given the disproportionate number of individuals experiencing homelessness are Indigenous, and the opportunities that provides for more for services provided from an Indigenous worldview that I believe best meet the needs of those who are in need of those services. I'll leave it there. I'm very happy to take additional questions. Thank you.
Stevens, sorry. Excuse me. Councillor Jens?
Yeah, through you, Mr. Chair, I was wondering if the administration could confirm, I'm thinking of an amendment to double this amount, just given the need to activate greater outreach here. I can't remember the numbers offhand what we had, but would potentially doubling the resources to be able to do this be feasible? And now that we freed out some more resources, would the movers see that as friendly, and would administration see that as feasible?
Councillor, well, maybe comment I'll make quickly. One key feature of this motion is that it is ongoing funding, which is very important. But I'll let Jackie Ford weigh in terms of increasing the number potentially. Jackie?
Thank you, Rob, and thank you, Councillor, for the question. The feasibility that there is right now, just look at the numbers. We fund through Boyle Street Community Services 9 outreach workers on an annual basis at a cost of $550,000 a year. While there is a need for outreach workers, there's absolutely no doubt. We cannot forget, or we should be aware of the fact that there's other bottlenecks in the system as well. There's backlogs in housing team capacity. So there's other backlogs in the system that could be addressed. That is not a plea for more money, but a lot of outreach workers can do a lot of good. But then there's the other side of the house, if I can use that term. There's
with respect, I will. My question's answered. I'll withdraw my question, and I'll proceed to support this amendment.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jans. Our system is down to know the list of council members. If you have questions, please raise your hand. Councillor Cartmel.
Thank you. Ms. Ford, I'm interested in a bit more clarity. So the amendment is for $900,000 for social workers. Is that the best place to put $900,000? The first $900,000?
I would. That's a tough one to answer, Councillor. As I explained, there's the whole system of housing. So there's outreach workers, then there's support workers, there's bridge housing workers, there's those folks who are working individually with people to get them into Housing First programs. There's a lot of what I would call backlogs in the system. Outreach workers are very important. There's absolutely no doubt about that. But it is not, there's other parts of the system as well.
So, I'm not quite sure how to say this, but would it be better to simply have more resources without restricting them to social workers? And maybe there's, I'm sorry, I excuse my ignorance on this. Maybe social workers is a more generic term that's being offered here as opposed to a specific vocation.
there may be a way to give some flexibility with this particular pot of money so that we could, I'm struggling with the words, I can work on them.
I am too.
To give us the ability to house people more quickly within the system. So, and it still could be Indigenous-led organizations. The difference would be that maybe we need, sometimes we need more outreach workers in encampments. Sometimes we'll need more folks helping with housing first. So there's some flexibility, but I am, to be quite honest, struggling with which words to use. I'm looking at the chat with my team here.
Yeah, Councillor, it's Andre here. I would say I'm reading the motion, and given that it's focused on encampment outreach social workers from Indigenous-led organizations to support the overall encampment response, I believe the flexibility is is contained within that operationally, and I would feel very confident using some of these services as long as they're tied to the overall response to the encampment strategy. That doesn't mean that they can't be helping somebody who's started in an encampment getting into a house. So I think the operational flexibility is there in the way it's worded, and we can make sure that that priority is properly set. And I feel that we've got good flexibility on this. So I think as it is, works well. As to, is this the best place? I think it gets back to the questions we've discussed earlier in the day. We've got a lot of work to do to figure out what's the best place for funding. I feel confident that this is money well spent given the efforts we had in encampments this past year. So I hope that.
Yeah, so I do too, Mr. Kerbal. What I'm hearing is $900,000 to get some more effort